In the land of Douluo, the strongest martial spirit wasn't Tang San's sky hammer. It was the Zhuge crossbow in my hands, a weapon rarely encountered even in a millennium. As the grandson of the light-feathered Douluo from the martial spirit hall, one might expect my awakened martial spirit to be the light feather ice bow. However, due to the inherited eye of calculation in my left eye, I could analyze the data of my awakening spirit in advance. My chances of a spirit mutation were a certain 100%, of course this was also a result of my relentless daily training. Unlike the esteemed Tang San, who could effortlessly awaken a twin martial spirit and even possess innate full spirit power, my probability of having full innate spirit power was only 70%. Even being the grandson of the light-feathered Douluo didn't guarantee favorable outcomes if my martial spirit mutated poorly. It certainly wouldn't be well regarded, not even by my grandfather, a titled Douluo himself. He might even become indifferent towards me. Not to mention the intriguing and indescribable events that might occur with Qin Rinxue in the future. Xiao Yuzi, what are you staring at? Hurry up and thank the great priest. Before Guan Yu could respond, Guangling Douluo quickly urged him, as if afraid that Guan Yu wouldn't recognize the importance of the situation and also afraid that the great priest might change his mind. After all, Guan Yu himself also hoped that Qin Rinxue could complete the angel god inheritance as soon as possible, so he naturally agreed. After resolving this matter, Guan Yu continued, "Great priest, there is another matter I hope you can agree to." As soon as Guan Yu's words fell, all the priests turned their eyes towards him. Over the past decades, they had come to understand Guan Yu quite well. When Guan Yu spoke those words, all the priests had the same thought. This guy is up to something again. Great priest, you promised me that for every 10 levels of soul power I reached, you would grant me a request. You still owe me for the 70th and 80th levels. Xian Douluo interrupted, "Tell me, what exactly do you want to do?" Guan Yu did not disappoint them, and after the great priest signaled him to speak, he directly stated, "Great priest, I hope that in the coming period you will stay out of the matters between me and Bibi Dong. Are you going to make a move against Bibi Dong?" All the priests perked up. They had long disliked Bibi Dong, and now Guan Yu's strength seemed to be on par with hers. Therefore, the other priests actually supported this, but the final decision still lay in the hands of the great priest. Chen Daolu, so their gazes also turned towards him. After a long pause, Chen Daolu finally spoke indifferently, "The spirit hall must not be thrown into chaos." Many people could not understand why Chen Daolu had always let Bibi Dong be. Perhaps one of the reasons was to avoid internal strife that could throw the spirit hall into turmoil. "Great priest, if the spirit hall is not in chaos, does that mean you tacitly agree?" Guan Yu probed further. From the moment Guan Yu spoke of taking action against Bibi Dong, Chen Daolu's face remained very serious. "What do you want to do?" Guan Yu bowed slightly and continued, "Great priest, according to the rules of the spirit hall, the elder hall has the right to dismiss the pontiff." None of the priests interrupted, only the great priest continued, "But that requires the approval of all the elders." Guan Yu said, "Great priest, there are currently 9 elders in the elder hall. The bear, ghost, panther, spiny pig and snake spear elders naturally have no objections. Elder Phoenix was once a student of the 4th priest, and if the 4th priest steps forward, Elder Phoenix should also agree. Elder Ling Yuan and Elder Sea Turtle were sacrificed in the recent attack on the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan. Ling Yuan and Sea Turtle are not a problem whether dead or alive. The key is Yueguan and Guemei, both of whom hold significant positions in the Elder Hall." Guan Yu said, "So next we need the support of these two." Meanwhile, in the Pontiff's hall, Pontiff Bibi Dong was listening to Ghost Douluo reporting on the soul hunting plan. "Your Holiness, during this sudden attack on the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan, our ambush was discovered prematurely by the enemy and they leveraged the terrain in cooperation with their clan members, causing us significant casualties. Just tell me, how many did we lose?" Bibi Dong said expressionlessly. Reporting to His Holiness the Pope, in this operation we suffered a loss of around 4,000 men, among them Elder Ling Yan and Sea Turtle Douluo perished due to Yu Engine's final counterattack." As the ghost Douluo's voice grew softer, Bibi Dong couldn't help but sneer coldly. "An ambush, and still a loss of 4,000 men, a bunch of useless fools." Scolded once again, Ghost Douluo did not offer much in the way of explanation, but he felt a certain resentment in his heart. After all, their 6,000 men had been hastily assembled recently and had not undergone proper training. However, the opposing Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, being one of the top 3 sects, not only had a soul power advantage, but being members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, they naturally coordinated well. Thus, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, with just over 2,000 people, ended up causing casualties of 4,000 from the Spirit Hall. not to mention the Spirit Hall also lost 2 elders. How did things turn out on Guan Yu's side? Upon hearing Bibi Dong's inquiry, Ghost Douluo, with a complex expression, reported the battle outcomes from Guan Yu's side. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect had 2,000 disciples and 2,000 outer soul masters, totally annihilated 4,000 people in all, while Guan Yu suffered losses of only about 1,600. A major reason was that Guan Yu alone engaged Ningfengji and Sword Bone Douluo, while Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Panther Douluo, 2-titled Douluo, led the team against the disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Another part of the reason was that the soul masters from the City of Slaughter had always been under high-pressure life and death combat conditions. The life in the City of Slaughter honed their real combat skills, making them stronger than the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. After listening, sure enough, Bibi Dong was furious again. After giving Ghost Douluo a thorough scolding, she then proceeded to inquire about the national founding matters of the Spirit Hall from Chrysanthemum Douluo. Upon learning about the progress of the founding, Chrysanthemum Douluo couldn't avoid a lecture either. However, Bibi Dong seemed not to care at all about any possible complaints from Chrysanthemum Douluo or Ghost Douluo. In the entire Spirit Hall, only she could provide Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo with status and safety. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo held high positions in the Spirit Hall, including during the time of the former Pope Qianquanji, when both followed closely by Qianquanji's side, which showed their high status. However, it was precisely because of this that during the battle between Qianquanji and Tang Hao, both were present. After Qianquanji died from his injuries, both naturally could not escape responsibility, and they were not well received among the people of the Worship Hall and the Spirit Hall. But it was at this time that Bibi Dong accepted them, allowing them to continue to hold high positions in the Spirit Hall, so Bibi Dong was not at all worried that they would be dissatisfied with her. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo walked out of the Pope's Hall with gloomy faces, both shaking their heads with a wry smile. Meanwhile, in the Star Luo Empire, within an ancient temple, a slender young man slowly walked out. His body was entwined with blue silver grass, and in his hand he held a huge black hammer emitting electric arcs. The youth slightly lifted his gaze and his eyes flashed with a purple light. The divine position assessment is just one test away. Guan Yu, Bibi Dong, Spirit Hall, I will eventually come to settle everything with you. Meanwhile, in the halls of the Spirit Hall's Pope, the Worship Hall, and on an island off the continent, individuals sensed something and looked towards the direction of the Star Luo Empire. That feeling was unmistakable. Someone had initiated a divine inheritance. Someone in the Star Luo Empire had actually begun a divine inheritance. Which divinity could it be? Guan Yu too felt something and cast a glance towards the south. A new divine inheritance? Could it be the sea god? Nope, it was a new kind of legacy. As Gue Douluo and Zhu Douluo were leaving the Pope Hall to return to their quarters, both suddenly shifted their gazes towards a particular spot. Audacious, who dares to intrude upon the Spirit Hall? As they spoke, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows they were staring at. Seeing the newcomer, both Gue Douluo and Zhu Douluo's faces showed a mix of surprise and confusion. The person was none other than Guan Yu, a highly regarded figure of the younger generation in the Spirit Hall, the foremost among his peers. Faced with Guan Yu, the two no longer held the relaxed demeanor they typically reserved for the younger disciples of the Spirit Hall. Though still officially a junior disciple, Guan Yu was no ordinary member. His influence stemmed from his strength. Knowing about the destruction of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect through Gue Douluo and Zhu Douluo, they now doubted their ability to defeat Guan Yu. He had single-handedly fought against Jian Bone Douluo, even with Ningfengji aiding Jian Bone Douluo, and had managed to slay all three, a feat that perhaps not even Gue Douluo and Zhu Douluo together could achieve. Is it you? Zhu Douluo couldn't fathom why Guan Yu would appear here. What brings you here? Guan Yu continued to step forward from the shadows, now fully emerging into the light, his gaze landing squarely on the two before him. Unknowingly, Guan Yu no longer feared the two elders. When will the two elders stop neglecting their duties? Gue Douluo and Zhu Douluo, puzzled by Guan Yu's words, couldn't grasp his intention. What do you mean? Young man, what nonsense are you spouting? We have always served the Spirit Hall diligently. How can you accuse us of neglecting our duties? Guan Yu sneered, then spoke again. Aren't the two elders holding the position of elders in the Spirit Hall? Since you hold such positions, you should be under the jurisdiction of the Elders Hall. In the Spirit Hall, Pope Bibi Dong is in charge of the Pope Hall, while young Master Qian Rinchue manages the Elders Hall. The two elders have not been serving in the Elders Hall for many years, not dedicating yourselves to the young master. What business do you have always sticking around? Bibi Dong, Gue Douluo, and Zhu Douluo, affected by the matter of Qianshuan disease, had fallen out of favor with both the worship hall and Qian Rinshua. In the original story, Qian Rinshua didn't mind handing the two over to Tang San, and had aligned themselves under Bibi Dong, a fact known and tacitly accepted by all the high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall. However, now Guan Yu is bringing this issue to light. What exactly are you trying to do? Zhu Douluo said somewhat impatiently. Guan Yu wasn't intimidated by them in the slightest, no other intention, just reminding the two elders, isn't it time to return to your original duties in the elders' hall, to remember who your superiors are? Jade Kid, who asked for your interference, you hold no position at the Spirit Hall, Ghost Douluo said coldly from the side. Following that, Guan Yu took out a golden token from his soul guidance device and displayed it before them. This golden token was the identity token given to him by Qian Rinshue herself. Not only could it mobilize Qian Rinshue's power within the Heaven Do Empire, but it also represented her authority in the Spirit Hall. Both Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo recognized the value of the token. Upon seeing it, they both placed their hands on their shoulders and slightly bowed to Guan Yu, or rather to the golden token in his hand. Kid, do you really think that just because you annihilated the 7 treasured glazed tile clan you can lay hands on His Holiness the Pope? Seeing Guan Yu with Qian Rinshue's token, the first thought that came to Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo's minds was whether the angel faction intended to reclaim control of the Pope Hall, or even the entire Spirit Hall. They thought it likely, considering the young master was no longer a child and the authority of the Spirit Hall had been divided, part held by the Pope and part by the young master. Now that the young master had grown up, it seemed inevitable that he would want to reclaim authority. But would His Holiness the Pope willingly give it up? The imperial family might not, let alone when both had followed Bibi Dong for many years, sensing her ambition and aspirations. Therefore, they were sure Bibi Dong wouldn't hand over power, and a struggle for authority seemed inevitable. No, the Spirit Hall must not fall into chaos. This is the fundamental bottom line, so I intend to resolve the current issues of the Spirit Hall peacefully, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo being old members of the Spirit Hall clearly understood its significance. The only peaceful resolution Guan Yu suggested was for all the elders of the Elder Hall to collectively impeach the Pope. Do you want us to betray His Holiness the Pope? Let me remind you, you two are from the Elder Hall, not the Pope Hall. Get your identities straight. As he spoke, the killing domain spread out its immense murderous aura, rushing at Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo like a huge wave. Feeling the murderous aura far stronger than that of His Holiness, they finally recognized the young man before them, who, although not yet 20, truly stood on equal footing with them. With the aid of mind reading, Guan Yu easily saw through their hearts. Do you two really bear no grudge against Bibi Dong? Bibi Dong's attitude towards them wasn't great, whether it was Ghost Douluo dying in battle in the original story, or Chrysanthemum Douluo's greatly reduced status, or various plot points in the manga, all showed Bibi Dong's attitude towards them. So, they did have grievances, but then again Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo's concern was that in the Spirit Hall they only had Bibi Dong to rely on. After all, they were implicated in the death of the former Pope Qianshuan. Seeing through their thoughts, Guan Yu continued, even revealing the secrets within the Spirit Hall. What you two are worried about is that the Offering Hall and the young master might blame you for the death of the former Pope. Now let me ask you, if the Offering Hall really decides to punish you for this, can Bibi Dong protect you? Let me tell you the truth, the reason the sanctuary did not take action against you is that the death of the former Pope was not the doing of Tang Hao. How did this young man know? Moreover, he spoke it out loud. The Grand Sanctuary forbade mentioning it. Just as Guan Yu finished speaking, a voice emerged from a hidden corner. Guan Yu turned his head to look. Grandfather, since you are here, please show yourself. Then the three of them saw a figure appeared dressed in a blue and white robe with white hair but a youthful, delicate face. Guangling's sanctuary, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo exclaimed, but Guan Yu continued to unveil the truth. Elders, the former Pope did not die at the hands of Haotian sect's Tang Hao, but at the hands of the current Pope Bibi Dong. Nonsense. Guan Yu stopped spouting nonsense. As soon as these words were uttered, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, in disbelief, shouted out loud. It's no wonder they reacted this way. After all, everyone in the Spirit Hall believed that Tang Hao was responsible for the death of the former Pope Qianshuan. Now Guan Yu suddenly told them that it was not Tang Hao who killed Qianshuan, but the current Pope Bibi Dong. What a contrast! Otherwise, how could you continue to stay calmly in the spirit hall relying on Bibi Dong's power at that time to protect you both? Everyone in the sanctuary knows this. If you don't believe it, you can verify it with the sanctuary, said Guan Yu. Then he looked towards Guangling Douluo standing nearby. Guangling Douluo really wanted to help Guan Yu, but this was something that Qin Daolu had ordered to keep secret. Driven to desperation, Guangling Douluo suddenly thought of a way. Seeing that Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were also looking at him, Guangling Douluo said to Guan Yu, "Little Yuzi, how did you know?" The Grand Sanctuary forbade mentioning it. Although Guangling Douluo did not admit it directly, his words confirmed it for Guan Yu. Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo knew that sometimes Guangling Douluo could be unreliable, but in this matter, they didn't think he would talk nonsense. Why would the Pope do this? Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were puzzled. Just as Guan Yu was about to continue, Guangling Douluo immediately stopped him. "Little Yuzi, you must not say any more." Seeing Guangling Douluo's serious expression at that moment, Guan Yu also stopped speaking. But the information revealed was enough to overturn everything Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo had previously known. The most crucial point was that Qianxu and Ji had personally raised Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Bibi Dong once scolded them, saying, "How can you live up to the teachings your teacher gave you?" Naturally, Bibi Dong's teacher was Qianxu and Ji. Other people might not hold a high place in the hearts of Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, but Qianxu and Ji held a higher place than Bibi Dong. However, Qianxu and Ji had been dead for many years, and Guan Yu was not sure how deep this influence still ran, but now he knew that Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were shaken. To accomplish a task, words alone were not enough. Guan Yu's hand moved over a soul-guiding device, and immediately he held two items in his hand. Seeing those two things, Chrysanthemum Douluo's eyes widened, his gaze not leaving Guan Yu's hand for a moment. In his hands, Guan Yu held two celestial herbs, one being the rare Qi Rong Tong Tian Ju, intended for Zhuge Douluo, and the other an unnamed herb that could enhance dark attributes designated for Gue Douluo. Guangling Douluo glanced at the herbs in Guan Yu's grasp without much concern. After all, the Temple of Offerings had control over the ice-fire Yang well, which produced a batch of such herbs every 2 decades. Not long ago, Qinghuan Douluo had harvested another batch from there. Although these herbs were precious, they were in no short supply. Qirong Tong Tian Ju, Dark Yuzi Jin Xiang? No wonder I smelled the scent of celestial herbs on you. Do you actually possess such treasures? Guan Yu was not overly surprised. Between the Temple of Offerings and Bibi Dong, it was time for the two to make a choice. As Guan Yu laid everything out, Gue Douluo and Zhuge Douluo fell into deep thought. The first to be moved was Zhuge Douluo, and with his urging, Gue Douluo eventually made his choice too. Then the two of them knelt on one knee before Guan Yu in a gesture of respect. "We acknowledge you, young master." If it were merely the temptation of celestial herbs, Gue Douluo and Zhuge Douluo might not have been swayed. However, when the truth of the matter was laid out alongside the herbs, they finally compromised, and the young master they referred to was Qian Rinxue, though now they naturally had to follow their own assignments. "What do you plan to do next?" With the ability to read minds, Guan Yu wasn't worried about being deceived by them. "Continue to stay by Bibi Dong's side and report her actions to me," he commanded. Zhuge Douluo stepped forward. "If you truly intend to act against her, you'd best do so swiftly. In a few months, she plans to establish the Spirit Empire." Bibi Dong's purpose in founding the Spirit Empire was to overhaul the power structure of the Spirit Hall. Previously under the angelic faction, Bibi Dong now believed she controlled most of the Spirit Masters, and her next step was to unify these Spirit Masters, weakening the influence of the angelic faction. With the transformation of the Spirit Hall into the Spirit Empire, Bibi Dong, as the Empress, would elevate her own status. The Elder Hall or the Temple of Offerings might then become mere figureheads, slowly fading from the center of power. Establish the Spirit Empire. Well then, I should really prepare a special gift for her. During the time she establishes the Spirit Empire, I want you to subvert the new 7 great sects she plans to recruit. Hearing this, Zhuge Douluo and Gue Douluo were visibly shocked, not expecting Guan Yu to be so well informed about their movements. As for those new 7 great sects, as long as enough benefits were provided, there was no fear they wouldn't align. After giving his instructions, Guan Yu waved his hand, tossing the 2 celestial herbs to Gue Douluo and Zhuge Douluo. They carefully caught the herbs, unlike Guan Yu, who did not regard these herbs so highly. For Guan Yu, exchanging these 2 herbs for the allegiance of Zhuge Douluo and Gue Douluo was well worth it. Indeed, speaking of spirit fusion techniques, Zhuge Douluo and Gue Douluo's spirit fusion skills were among The top echelons in the Spirit Master world capable of imprisoning even the powerful abilities of Deming and Erming within their two extreme static field. In fact, this martial soul fusion technique is more of an auxiliary skill. Thus, Guan Yu even contemplated that after dealing with Bibi Dong, these two elders might prove even more practical than the magic bear elder and ghost leopard Douluo. After Guan Yu and Guanling Douluo departed, Guanling Douluo couldn't help but ask Xiao Yuzi, when do you plan to depose Bibi Dong from the pontiff's position? Guan Yu honestly replied, grandfather, what do you think about the day she declares herself Emperor? Upon hearing this, Guanling Douluo revealed a slightly cunning smile. You lad, doing this will probably drive that woman mad. Guan Yu shrugged his shoulders, smiling similarly. Grandfather, people only let their guard down at their most successful moment, and that's the best time to defeat them. Looking at his confident and composed grandson, Guanling Douluo felt fortunate that he was his grandson and not his enemy. The establishment of the martial soul empire in the original story occurred not long after Bibidong's campaigns against Deming and Erming, as well as the soul hunting operation. Now, with Deming, Erming, and the dark demon evil god Tiger already dealt with by Guan Yu, the soul hunting operation started earlier but also concluded successfully. Perhaps feeling the pressure, or perhaps due to the effect of the small butterfly Guan Yu, the transformation from the martial soul hall to the martial soul empire was being expedited. Bibi Dong was ambitious, thus the establishment of the martial soul empire was a matter of great excitement and concern for her. Sitting alone in the pontifical palace within the martial soul hall, Bibi Dong appeared somewhat pitiful yet cold. Xiaojiang, without you, the only thing that can numb me now is the power in my hands. I want to reunify the fragmented continent. I want to unify all soul masters in the soul master world. Perhaps only then will I not have the time and energy to idle. At this moment unknown to Bibi Dong, in the Heaven Do Empire at the Holy Dragon sect, the sect master Tuoba Shi, who had reached the level of a titled Douluo, was kneeling on one knee respectfully. Sect master Tuoba, with outstanding merits and excellent qualifications, is now promoted to be an elder of the martial soul hall, Judo Douluo announced, holding the command arrow. Right now, Tuoba Shi evidently did not know that he would end up as a mere battery in the future. At this moment, he was still loyal to Bibi Dong and the martial soul hall. As Tuoba Shi was about to take the elder's command arrow from Judo Douluo suddenly raised his hand, causing Tuoba Shi to grasp at nothing. Just as Tuoba Shi was slightly confused, Judo Douluo said something even more perplexing. Sect Master Tuoba, this is the elder position given by Her Holiness the Pontiff. Do you accept it, Elder Judo? What do you mean? However, just as Tuoba Shi finished asking, a somewhat young voice rang out. He means to ask you, do you want the elder position given by the pontiff or the one given by the young master of the martial soul hall? Saying this, Guan Yu also took out a token engraved with 6 patterns. Elder Judo. This. Watching the scene unfold, Tuoba Shi, though bewildered, also understood that he was being asked to choose sides, and what surprised him most was that Judo Douluo, one of the most loyal elders to Bibi Dong in the eyes of outsiders, seemed to have chosen to betray Her Holiness the Pontiff. Tuoba Shi's eyes flickered with a brief spark of decisiveness as he was about to choose the elder's token from Guan Yu's hand. I have long admired the young master's fame and am willing to lead the entire Holy Dragon sect to serve under the young master, to be at his beck and call. However, Tuoba Shi's agreement came a bit too swiftly. Under the influence of mind-reading techniques, his ulterior motives were laid bare before Guan Yu. Guan Yu immediately called him out. Sect Master Tuoba, are you planning to feign allegiance to us and then secretly inform that woman Bibi Dong? No, my lord, what are you talking about? But before Tuoba Shi could finish his sentence, an overwhelming and unprecedented murderous aura descended upon him, instilling fear even in him, a titled Douluo. Though Guan Yu's soul power was only at level 89, he had managed to overcome formidable opponents like Ning Fengji of the 7 Treasured Glazed Tile sect and Zhen Bon Douluo, placing him among the elite of the continent. How could Tuoba Shi, who had only recently become a titled Douluo, withstand Guan Yu's murderous aura? Sect Master Tuoba, if you do not wish to cooperate, just say so. Just as Tuoba Shi was about to gracefully decline, Guan Yu's next words made him swallow his refusal. If you do not wish to cooperate, I am sure there are others in the Holy Dragon sect who would be interested, and we can simply have someone else take over as sect master. As Guan Yu finished speaking, Zhu Douluo also moved closer to Tuoba Shi, clearly ready to fight if necessary. Alone, Tuoba Shi might not be a match for Zhu Douluo, and now with the overpowering presence of the young but terrifyingly powerful Guan Yu, Tuoba Shi knew well that if a conflict arose, he stood no chance against the two. Realizing this, and knowing that in the original story those sects that chose to side with the Spirit Hall were not the kind to stubbornly resist to Wobashi ultimately made his choice. He knelt on one knee, but this time instead of taking the token from Douluo he respectfully accepted the token from Guanyu, sect master to Wobashi of the Holy Dragon sect, willing to lead the disciples of the sect and obey the young master's orders. The same scene was unfolding elsewhere, inside the elephant armor sect. The appearance of Ghost Douluo puzzled Huyenjin, especially since Ghost Douluo had brought along a young man this time. Sect Master Huyen, it's time to make a choice. Will you side with our angel faction, or will you continue to follow Bibi Dong to the end? Guanyu said to Huyenjin. Ghost Douluo, having committed to Guanyu's side, spared no effort in persuading Huyenjin. Sect Master Huyen, to be frank, this time all the elders of the Spirit Hall have chosen the young master. You know what this implies? We can directly depose Bibi Dong. Everyone in the Elders' Hall, the Offering Hall, stands against Bibi Dong. Do you think Bibi Dong has much of a chance this time? Huyenjin also weighed the pros and cons, but no matter how he calculated, Bibi Dong seemed to be left isolated. Naturally, Huyenjin was not willing to die for Bibi Dong, and thus he ultimately knelt on one knee, pledging his loyalty to Guanyu and Ghost Douluo. In the hierarchy of the great sects, the Elephant Armor sect and the Holy Dragon sect are considered the strongest. They are led by Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. As for the other sects, the Black Tiger sect, the Sparrowbee sect, the Windsword sect, the Fire Leopard sect, and the Rock Antelope sect, they are led by trusted followers of Chrysanthemum Douluo, accompanied by a physical incarnation of Guanyu. Under the persuasion and incentives of Guanyu's incarnation, the leaders of these sects clearly saw the situation and, without exception, chose to switch their allegiance. This subversion by Guanyu targeted only those sects that had pledged loyalty to the Hall of Martial Souls. As for the red and purple bishops under the direct control of the Pope of the Hall of Martial Souls, Guanyu did not touch them, allowing only a few trusted followers of Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo to be in on the details. After all, Bibi Dong had been the Pope for many years. There could well be die-hard loyalists among these bishops. Besides, with the power of these sects and the Council of Elders, they were more than capable of confronting Bibi Dong. As time progressed, an undercurrent of urgency began to swell throughout the world of Soul Masters and across the continent. The establishment of the Martial Soul Empire was imminent. On this day, Martial Soul Mountain was decked out in festive lights and luxurious banners draped across all its buildings. Numerous teams of Soul Masters began to converge on Martial Soul Mountain, having received advance invitations to the nation founding ceremony scheduled for the next day. Martial Soul Mountain, already vast, was now packed with crowds, and every residence in Martial Soul City was filled to capacity. In the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong sat on the Pope's throne and once again inquired of Chrysanthemum Douluo. Elder Chrysanthemum, is everything ready for the founding ceremony? Chrysanthemum Douluo felt a surge of emotions but replied, Your Holiness, all preparations for the founding ceremony are complete without any errors. Have you checked the rehearsals, Your Holiness? There are daily rehearsals. Today's final rehearsal has concluded without any issues, Chrysanthemum Douluo responded. Hearing this, Bibi Dong nodded with some satisfaction. Who are the qualified attendees for the grand ceremony at Martial Soul Square? Your Holiness, the attendees include the elders of the council, the major sects that have secretly chosen to support us, and the bishops of the major cities. Meanwhile, in a relatively quiet area near the worship hall on Martial Soul Mountain, in the residence of Guanyu, Guanyu was discussing with Guanling Douluo, an elder and a younger figure in the room. Guanling Douluo, visibly more anxious and pacing back and forth, asked Little You, how confident are you about tomorrow's operation? Unlike Guanling Douluo, Guanyu seemed less perturbed by the situation, viewing failure as an acceptable risk. Even if they failed, Bibi Dong was unlikely to kill him given his status. Thus, Guanyu remained calm. 90%, I'd say. Not a full guarantee. What else do we need to prepare to be fully assured? Grandfather, we have done everything within our power. The final 10% is entirely up to luck or fate. The next day, cannons roared across the entire Martial Soul Mountain as if the mountain itself was roaring at the continent. The square that had previously been used for the Continental Soul Master Elite competition was now neatly filled with Soul Masters in various outfits. All of them faced the Pope's Hall, waiting for that crucial moment. Although the doors of the Pope's Hall were tightly shut, Bibi Dong inside could seemingly feel the aura of all the Soul Masters outside. Elder Chrysanthemum, why are there so many new faces among the disciples of the Martial Soul Hall outside? as soon as Bibi Dong spoke, Elder Chrysanthemum, who was already nervous about the upcoming dethronement of the Pope, became even more tense. Eventually, it was Ghost Douluo who answered on behalf of Elder Chrysanthemum. Your Holiness, in recent times we suffered heavy losses against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and these individuals are new Soul Master forces that the Martial Soul Hall has recently recruited from across the continent. Although Ghost Douluo's explanation had its flaws, at this moment Bibi Dong was about to reach the pinnacle of her life, and therefore she was not as calm and cautious as usual. Moreover, the Martial Soul Hall had indeed begun to recruit Soul Master forces from across the continent after implementing the Soul Hunting operation. Seeing that Ghost Douluo had managed to appease Bibi Dong, Elder Chrysanthemum breathed a sigh of relief. The time leading up to the auspicious moment was undoubtedly the most agonizing. Finally, when the auspicious time arrived, Elder Chrysanthemum finally spoke to Bibi Dong. Your Holiness, it is time, you should go out and meet your subjects. With a soft hum, Bibi Dong immediately opened her purple eyes, then holding the scepter that represented the power and status of the Pope and dressed in her distinctive ceremonial robe, she began to walk out of the Pope's hall. Stepping out and standing on the platform at the square, Bibi Dong surveyed the crowd below. The crowd once again fell silent. Clearing her throat, Bibi Dong then began her nation-founding speech. Ladies and gentlemen of the Martial Soul Hall, in order to better serve the entire Soul Master community and the entire Douluo continent, the Martial Soul Hall hereby declares the founding of a new nation today, with myself assuming the role of the first monarch of the Martial Soul Empire. However, after speaking for nearly half an hour, Bibi Dong noticed that only a small part of the audience responded with applause, and the majority did not even lift their hands. Seeing this, Bibi Dong's brows furrowed. Elder Chrysanthemum, Bibi Dong noticed that this old man also did not applaud, and sometimes one's intuition is quite miraculous. Looking at Elder Chrysanthemum, Bibi Dong felt that something about him had changed. Elder Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo then both bowed to Bibi Dong and said, Your Holiness, please allow us to address you this way one last time. Today, before your coronation, before the Martial Soul Hall is renamed the Martial Soul Empire. The 8 elders of the Elder Hall, Elder Chrysanthemum, Ghost Douluo, Demon Bear Douluo, Ghost Leopard Douluo, Phoenix Douluo, Bloodthorn Douluo, Snake Spear Douluo, and Tabashi, Holy Dragon Douluo, have collectively decided to dethrone you from your position as Pope. As these words were spoken, the square could no longer suppress a burst of uproar. Even the disciples from various major sects were unaware of such a big revelation happening today. Only the sect leaders were privy to it. Beforehand, the Soul Masters loyal to the Spirit Hall were even more surprised that the Elder Hall chose this moment to dismiss Bibi Dong. Compared to their confusion on how to react, Bibi Dong appeared unusually calm, even revealing a smile, though it was a chilling one. Humph, I never would have imagined that you two would betray me. Your Holiness, we have always been loyal to the Spirit Hall. How can you speak of betrayal? Bibi Dong continued with a scoffing laugh. Dismiss me? Tell me who is behind this. Is it that old man Xian Douluo? Just as Bibi Dong's questioning voice fell, a figure emerged from outside the square. To dismiss you alone, why would we need the Grand Worshipper to act? Today's event is a big gift for you. With that, the figure instantly appeared on the stands. The newcomer was Guan Yu, who was dressed up for the occasion wearing formal and splendid attire, and with a face inheriting the good looks of the light feather. Douluo exuded a natural aristocratic charisma. How about it, Bibi Dong? Surprised, unexpected. In fact, from the time Guan Yu began to rise rapidly, Bibi Dong had never underestimated him, but she never expected that Guan Yu would stage such a dramatic coup to remove her. It seemed to be just about dismissing her, but the underlying relationships were not so simple. How did Guan Yu turn her most loyal ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo? How did he persuade Xian Douluo to take action against her? Bibi Dong more than anyone understood Xian Douluo, having always tiptoed around his boundaries over the years. However, today all that had changed. This young man, who had graduated from the Spirit Hall Academy just a few years ago, now truly stood opposite her, challenging her authority. Bibi Dong looked at Guan Yu, who still wore a smile on his face. Although I don't know how you persuaded the Grand Worshipper or how you turned the ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo, you've managed to get this far, and I must admit you are much stronger than Nana and the others. After Bibi Dong finished speaking, in a corner of the Spirit Hall Square, the once prominent Golden Trio, now merely bystanders, also displayed a hint of sadness on their surprised faces. Previously, Bibi Dong had continually urged them to surpass Guan Yu, even changing the rules from 1-on-1 to 3-on-1 just to beat Guan Yu, and now she openly admitted they were inferior to him, which was hard for them to accept. Bibi Dong then continued, "Indeed, the Elder Hall can dismiss the Pope, but today I aim to be the Empress of the Spirit Empire. Who can dismiss me? Where are the warriors of the Spirit Empire?" As soon as Bibi Dong finished speaking, people in the square immediately raised their weapons in response. Even so, Bibi Dong still felt something was amiss and looked back. On the martial soul mountain outside the square, only a few scattered soul masters responded to Bibi Dong's call. Guan Yu on the other hand sneered disdainfully, then slowly approached the edge of the platform, overlooking the spirit masters both inside and outside the square. He shouted, "I, the grandson of the angelic Douluo, representative of the angel lineage, lord of the city of slaughter, Guan Yu, who among you pledges allegiance?" With a whoosh that differed from Bibi Dong's, as soon as Guan Yu's words fell, a large number of soul masters in and around the square raised their right arms in response to his call. As the movement of these people grew louder, the disciples of the Holy Dragon sect, Elephant Armor sect, Black Tiger sect, Sparrowbee sect, Windsword sect, Fire Leopard sect, and Rock Ibex sect, who had previously agreed to support Guan Yu, gradually joined the responding ranks under the leadership of their sect masters. Even many of the spirit masters who had initially responded to Bibi Dong feeling out of place defected and joined Guan Yu's chanting team. In no time, the entire martial Soul Mountain echoed with one voice. With the defection of Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, Guan Yu easily integrated the forces of the City of Slaughter in the worship hall, leaving Bibi Dong isolated. Bibi Dong, watching the cheers that should have been his own today, felt his anger grow as he watched everything unfold. When he had rallied the troops, the new 7 major sects had not responded to him, and now Bibi Dong realized just how well prepared the young man standing before him was. Buzz, as Guan Yu basked in the cheers, Bibi Dong seemed not to have given up completely. Suddenly he wielded a huge deep purple scythe. In the next moment he swung it heavily towards Guan Yu. Clang! As the giant purple scythe came slashing, Guan Yu turned around, his right arm emitting a red glow, and a large broadsword also appeared, blocking the scythe and preventing it from advancing an inch. "Asura, Rakshasa," both combatants murmured. At this moment Guan Yu was curious that Bibi Dong had already obtained the scythe of Rakshasa. In the original story, this guy seemed to have acquired the scythe of Rakshasa after becoming a god and used it to assassinate Tang San after his ascension. Bibi Dong was shocked by Guan Yu's Asura heritage. It had taken Bibi Dong nearly 20 years to pass on the heritage of the Rakshasa god to this stage, yet Guan Yu now possessed a divine power not weaker than his own. Resentment and a sense of injustice began to brew in Bibi Dong's heart. The clash of divine weapons also stunned the audience, but they chose not to intervene blindly. Perhaps this was a coup that belonged to the Martial Soul Hall or the Martial Soul Empire, and a battle was inevitable. As Guan Yu and Bibi Dong were locked in a standoff, Bibi Dong's eyes suddenly turned purple. During their eye contact, Guan Yu suddenly felt as if something inside him had exploded. His mind dizzied, and he found himself transported from the Martial Soul Hall square to a strange space filled with purple mist. Suddenly arriving in this strange and mysterious space, Guan Yu immediately checked himself, as he needed to understand what had happened with the handiwork of the Rakshasa god. What was that thing that had exploded? Upon inspection, Guan Yu discovered that the Shura divine power within him was restricted. As he was troubled by the ceiling of his Shura divine power in his body, countless purple mists converged in the mysterious space, forming a deep purple figure. This figure wasn't Bibi Dong but the Rakshasa god whom Guan Yu had encountered in the Hell Road of the City of Slaughter. "Boy, we meet again. You severed my divine consciousness with Shura / Today I will end the legacy of Shura." With the appearance of the Rakshasa god, although Guan Yu did not know exactly what the Rakshasa god had done, he was certain that this being had tampered with his acceptance of the Shura god's legacy, a tampering that even the Shura god had failed to detect. Originally, when Tang Chen was disturbed by the Rakshasa god, the Shura god had also failed to notice. Although the Shura god was stronger than the Rakshasa god, it didn't necessarily mean that the Shura god could prevent the Rakshasa god's stealthy schemes. "Boy, without the power of Shura, how can you possibly be my opponent?" A massive scythe formed from a large amount of purple mist, and with a leap, the Rakshasa god appeared in front of Guan Yu, wielding the gigantic scythe with both hands and swinging it down heavily. Facing the scythe of Rakshasa with his Shura divine power sealed, even Guan Yu's Shura demon sword could not be wielded. Just as Guan Yu was about to be defeated, his left eye turned gray, and an ancient pattern appeared on the eyeball. The next moment a gray long spear appeared in Guan Yu's right hand. Holding the gray spear, Guan Yu leapt up and swept across, instantly repelling the Rakshasa scythe. Not only was the scythe repelled, but so was the Rakshasa god holding it. At this moment the Rakshasa god looked at Guan Yu, who was undergoing strange changes and whose left eye was swirling with grey light, and angrily exclaimed, "Evil god!" At this moment a voice not his own also came from Guan Yu's mouth, "Rakshasa, it's no wonder Shura severed your divine consciousness left in the world. How many of Shura's successors have you persecuted? You two have been fighting for so many years and all you do are these disgraceful deeds." The Rakshasa god did not make another move but coldly watched Guan Yu. "Meddler, what does breaking Shura's legacy have to do with you?" Grey-eyed Guan Yu smiled. "You breaking Shura's legacy has nothing to do with me, but this boy, I have taken a liking to him and I want him to be my successor." The Rakshasa god frowned. "Aren't you always seeking successors from amongst the white tigers? Since when did you start picking from humans?" "I've changed my taste, what's it to you?" Then grey-eyed Guan Yu continued, "Rakshasa, with me here you can't touch him. Your divine consciousness left in the world has already been severed by Shura, and now you are merely a wisp of breath from within a successor of the Rakshasa god." The Rakshasa god obviously did not intend to retreat and coldly laughed. "Aren't you the same? After so many years your divine consciousness is also fragmented, and now you are equally just a wisp of breath, hardly possessing any evil god's power." Grey Lightfeather gave an awkward smile. "You've seen through me." However, suddenly the corners of the evil god's mouth lifted and the power of the evil god erupted, filling Grey Lightfeather's body with a grey malevolent energy. Despite this reckless expenditure of the evil god's power, Grey Lightfeather was not worried about running out of energy. At that moment a massive amount of divine power surged continuously from his heart, swiftly transforming into the grey power of the evil god. "Rakshasa, I might not have much divine power left, but this lad is lucky he has this." Saying so, Grey Lightfeather pointed at his left chest. There's something black like a heart appeared. At that moment the black heart functioned like a high-capacity battery, continuously supplying robust divine power to Lightfeather. Upon seeing the black heart, the face of the Rakshasa god changed drastically and he couldn't help exclaiming repeatedly, "Evil! Why have you all chosen this boy? If you ask me, finding a successor would have been enough. Why all these demands? At first I felt your presence in this boy and thought it was you who passed on the inheritance of the Shura spear, but it turns out you played a trick." Under the continuous supply of divine power from the black heart, the Rakshasa god was no longer a match, and after being forced back several times with the grey spear in Grey Lightfeather's hands swinging repeatedly, the mysterious purple space shattered directly. The scene changed. When Lightfeather regained consciousness, he found himself back in the Spirit Hall Plaza. The originally restrained power of Shura was also restored. However, compared to the regained power of Shura, Lightfeather was more curious about the dark heart-like object he had obtained previously at the 7 treasure glazed tiles sect. Although now possessed by the evil god, Lightfeather had witnessed everything that had happened. The function of the black heart was revealed to him. Apart from providing him with evil thoughts, telepathy, it seemed to continuously replenish divine power. It makes sense, after all, a heart itself continuously replenishes the body with blood, so it isn't surprising that this divine artifact heart could continuously supply divine power. In contrast, Bibi Dong stepped back with a pale face. Although the audience in the plaza didn't know what had happened between Lightfeather and Bibi Dong, it seemed like Bibi Dong was at a disadvantage. At this moment, disciples from Ghost Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, and sects like the Holy Dragon, Elephant Armor, Black Tiger, Sparrow Bee, Windsword, Fire Leopard, and Rock Antelope felt fortunate to have chosen the right side. Seeing her cause lost, Bibi Dong flicked her sleeve and left in disappointment. No one in the plaza followed her, only the 3 golden warriors of the Spirit Hall followed Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong wasn't worried that Lightfeather would harm her, and the reason was something Bibi Dong was reluctant to admit. After all, she was the mother of Qian Rinchua, so Qian Douluo allowed Lightfeather to dismiss her but would not allow him to harm her. Lightfeather didn't care, as Bibi Dong was not one of the people he was meant to judge in his 7th trial of Shura. Besides, Qian Rinchua had already begun the angel god assessment, and once Qian Douluo was out of the pictures, Lightfeather would have no more restrictions. Now, the constraints that Qian Douluo places on Guan Yu are not just the suppression of Qian Daolu's strength, but mainly his influence within the martial soul hall. After driving back Bibi Dong, when Guan Yu looked again at everyone present, they all regarded him with awe. There is nothing that commands respect more easily than power, and Guan Yu, having just driven back the pontiff of the martial soul hall, had undoubtedly achieved this. Conversely, had Guan Yu lost just now, those 7 major sects that had pledged their allegiance might have turned against him again. Holding the golden identity token of Qian Rinchua, Guan Yu loudly declared, "By divine mandate, I announce the founding of a new era. From today, the martial soul hall will officially be Transformed into the martial Soul Empire, all affiliations of the former Hall effective immediately are now subjects of the martial Soul Empire to promote righteousness and benefit the continent. The young lord of the martial soul Qian Rinxue is currently undergoing the divine trial. During this period I will act as the regent and take over the governance of the martial Soul Empire. As Guan Yu finished speaking there was no voice of opposition from below, as long as Guan Yu could win the struggle against Bibi Dong, everything else would naturally fall into place. However, after Guan Yu finished speaking, someone from below suddenly shouted, "Long live the regent!" Following this call, the chant spread quickly from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and all the soul masters inside and outside the plaza began to shout, "Long live the regent," including the elders and the 7 major sects. This was not planned, but the crowd shouted anyway. Even Guan Yu had not anticipated this title of regent, but seeing the first soul master who spoke up, he secretly praised him for catching on quickly, as he was only temporarily taking over the martial Soul Empire for Qian Rinxue, but this title of regent had not occurred to him beforehand, and now Guan Yu had never held a position in the martial Soul Hall before. Now, with the establishment of the martial Soul Empire, he seemed to have a title and position of his own. The first soul master to speak was one from the city of Slaughter, whom Guan Yu had arranged in advance to lead the chant at a critical moment, since after a political change someone had to be the first to shout the slogan. Unexpectedly, this guy was quite good at shouting, with the giant flag of the martial Soul Empire fluttering on Martial Soul Mountain. From this moment on, the martial Soul Hall had become a thing of the past and the martial Soul Empire was born. Previously, Guan Yu had no official position in the martial Soul Hall. He was only known as the grandson of the 5th elder Guangling Douluo, a member of the elder faction. Although everyone knew he belonged to the elder faction in the eyes of the people of the martial Soul Hall, Guan Yu was just a second-generation elite. It was only after the elite competition of the Continental High-Level Academies and Bibi Dong personally acknowledging him as the foremost among the younger generation of the martial Soul Hall that Guan Yu officially appeared in the eyes of the middle and lower ranks of the hall. Now, just a few years later, when they heard Guan Yu's name again, they were shocked to find that this young man had ascended to a high position, directly becoming the temporary helmsman of the martial Soul Empire, the suddenly emerged position of regent. Most importantly, Guan Yu had also defeated the pontiff Bibi Dong. Although the bishops and soul masters from the various branches of the original martial Soul Hall were not present at the founding ceremony, they could imagine the tense situation of that day with swords and axes flashing. After taking over the martial Soul Empire, although some Zhuge Douluo helped to rectify the affairs of the martial Soul Empire as a newly established country, one can imagine the complexity of the governance. Fortunately, Guan Yu possessed the ability to create clones which accelerated the processing speed. Otherwise, the affairs of establishing the nation within just a few days would have taken several days and nights to handle. After all, no matter how much work there was with Guan Yu splitting into more than a dozen physical clones to share the load, it wasn't so overwhelming anymore. It was like having more than a dozen people helping you with your homework, the benefits of physical clones plus one. After the establishment of the martial Soul Empire, the next task was the reformation of the Heaven Do Empire, now also under Guan Yu's control. To transform the Heaven Do Empire into the martial Soul Empire, two things needed to be done. Firstly, the Emperor of Snowy Night had to die to erase his influence in the Heaven Do Empire. Secondly, the pillar of the Heaven Do Empire, Martial Golong, had to die. Although the martial hall currently had a relatively good reputation on the continent, Golong would definitely not agree to the Heaven Do Empire surrendering to the martial Soul Empire. Thus an operation targeting Golong was about to begin. In the southwest fortress of the Heaven Do Empire, within a grand hall, several burly figures in armor sat together. The leader among them, wearing a golden helmet and with a white tiger lying beside him, was Golong, the pillar of the empire who controlled 70% of its army and possessed the strength of a Soul Douluo. Golong looked around at the 7 people present. Besides his own 6 commanders, there was also the fugitive Prince Shui Xing. Gentlemen, the martial hall has been renamed the Martial Soul Empire. It officially declared its establishment a few days ago, and its ambitions are clearly exposed. Moreover, with the establishment of the Martial Soul Empire, several cities in the eastern part of our empire have been directly occupied by them. Previously, the continent only had 2 major empires and a few smaller countries under them, so essentially it was the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire that stood against each other. Although the martial hall was spread across the continent aside from Marshall's Soul Mountain, it did not have any other city, but now that it has established itself as an empire, it can't possibly have only the territory of Marshall's Soul Mountain. Therefore, under the prior arrangements by Douluo as soon as the Marshall Soul Empire was established, it began to invade and win over the surrounding cities and countries. Although Star Luo Empire was the most affected, Heaven Do Empire was inevitably impacted too. Even if the Marshall Soul Empire and Heaven Do Empire are one family, it's not the case yet. Gentleman Prince Xueqinghe obviously shows a tendency to favor the martial hall. If Xueqinghe becomes the emperor of Heaven Do Empire, it might not remain the Heaven Do Empire anymore. Prince Xueqing spoke up. As one of the few in the Heaven Do Empire who knew some truths, he had to speak now. And with the establishment of the Martial Soul Empire showing its ambitions, Golong also made up his mind, deciding to return to Heaven Do City. After Prince Xueqing finished speaking, Marshal Golong slammed the table. I have decided, return to Heaven Do to see His Majesty. As soon as Golong's voice fell, one of his 6 commanders asked, Marshal, return to Heaven Do. Are you going back alone, or are we mobilizing troops? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire hall became subtly tense. This was equivalent to forcing Golong to show his hand. Prince Xueqing spoke again at this time. Marshal Xueqinghe is cunning. If you want to see His Majesty, going alone might not only prevent you from seeing His Majesty, but you could also be harmed by Xueqinghe. Golong glanced at Prince Xueqing. Previously he would never dare, nor could he bring troops back to Tiando City on his own, but now, he could not stand idly by and watch the Tiando Empire truly become a vassal state of the Wuhuan Empire. Heavy Cavalry Corps, follow me back. The Heavy Cavalry Corps was indeed the most powerful corps in the empire's military. As soon as Golong spoke, several commanders began to speak out. Marshal, bringing troops back to the capital on your own, this is treason. Then Prince Xueqing spoke up, gentlemen, it is not the marshal who is committing treason, but rather Crown Prince Xueqinghe, who fears will lead the Tiando Empire into an irreversible disaster. The marshal's actions are to prevent the foundation of the Tiando Empire from being destroyed. Oh, and how exactly will it lead to an irreversible disaster? And how will it destroy the foundation of the Tiando Empire? Just then a light voice drifted into the hall from outside, and a figure appeared out of nowhere inside the hall. The newcomer was dressed in splendid clothes, with a noble demeanor and a handsome face, appearing quite young. Upon seeing the newcomer, Golong and everyone present, including Prince Xueqing, were shocked. Although they had not seen Guan Yu before, they recognized his face through the news. After all, Guan Yu had already made a name for himself across the continent, and his portraits were naturally spread among the upper echelons of various powers. Is it you? At the sight of Guan Yu, everyone was even more certain of their previous speculation. Crown Prince Xueqinghe indeed had ties with the Wuhuan Hall. Guan Yu did not hesitate much, and upon appearing he looked towards the several commanders beside Golong. Gentlemen, it's time to act. Upon hearing this, Golong looked incredulously at the 6 people beside him. Of these 6, 5 with complex expressions slowly stepped forward, leaving one who always followed Golong. The infiltration plan over this period had made 5 commanders pledge allegiance to Xueqinghe. The 5 seemed unable to face Golong, merely bowing their heads, lacking confidence. Marshal, the trend is inevitable, let's not defy the empire. Marshal, I don't want to betray you, but they took my family. Marshal, I don't want to walk this dark path with you. I'm sorry, they said, those spineless ones. The only commander who had not chosen to betray Golong couldn't help but curse the other 5. The other 5, however, also guiltily did not retort. Guan Yu then directly urged Golong, Xueqing, they're plotting a rebellion, execute them quickly. Hearing this, the 5 commanders showed difficulty in their eyes, first betraying their superior and now having to strike down their own superior. However, after seeing Guan Yu's cold eyes, the 5 commanders developed a new fear for this young man, and helplessly, they also made their move against Golong. Although Golong was a pillar of the empire with the strength of a soul Douluo, his actual combat power could not compare with that of abnormal soul Douluos like Yang Wudi. Facing 5 commanders whose strength had reached the level of soul saints, or even close to soul Douluo, Golong and the other commander, even united, gradually fell into disadvantage. Boom! After about 10 minutes of fighting, Golong's large body also smashed into the wall. The 5 commanders exchanged looks, their eyes complex yet turning fierce. Having made their choice, the 5 of them proceeded resolutely to end the life of General Golong. After Golong's demise, the fugitive and insignificant Prince Xueqing also met his end. Watching the 5 still unsettled in their hearts, Guan Yu continued to speak. with Gelong gone you must handle the aftermath thoroughly, take control of the army as soon as possible to prevent any unrest. The news of Marshal Gelong's sudden death at the southwestern fortress due to an old illness, though not earth-shattering, did cause quite a stir in the Tiandou Empire. Gelong died suddenly, no one will believe that easily, so there will be those who demand the truth. Indeed, Gelong's influence, especially within the military, was by no means less significant than Guan Yu had anticipated, perhaps even more so. Fortunately, the prestige of Gelong's 5 commanders was also high, which greatly suppressed the unrest within the army. This disturbance was initially severe, but as long as it was controlled early on, it would gradually dissipate over time. As the 5 commanders divided up Gelong's territories and military power and slowly recovered from their initial panic, they began to enjoy the unchecked rule of local tyrants. However, a new development reignited the Gelong case just when it had started to quiet down. 3 months later, a rumor spread that Marshal Gelong's death was the result of an ambush by these 5 commanders. Once this news broke, the Tiandou Empire was once again thrown into turmoil. Even the commanders' attempts to suppress the news were in vain as it continued to ferment. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked, and further details suggested that after Gelong's death, it was indeed these 5 who had divided his authority and territories, seemingly confirming them as the primary beneficiaries. At this time, the 5 commanders gathered together. How did this news leak? Was it one of you who couldn't keep their mouths shut? It definitely wasn't me who leaked it. Why would I do that? What benefit would it bring me? Yes, spreading this news benefits none of us, so who else could it be? The commanders exchanged glances, and though no one spoke, the expressions on their faces clearly indicated they had figured something out. After all, besides them there was only. Just as they seemed to reach a conclusion, a figure eerily appeared before them, causing everyone to instinctively step back. Lord Guan Yu. The presence of Guan Yu, marked by the terrifying emblem of a flying demon, was enough to instill fear in anyone. Imagine someone appearing suddenly before you without warning. Who could remain calm? After seeing Guan Yu, the 5 took a deep breath before one of them dared to ask Lord the news of Marshal Gelong's death. Guan Yu smiled lightly. I don't know. It wasn't me who spoke, right? Guan Yu's casual demeanor, even though the 5 knew he was responsible, meant they couldn't afford to confront him directly. Thus, they had no choice but to compromise. Lord, what should we do now? Hearing this, Guan Yu raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, Gentlemen, the Empire originally wanted you to replace Marshal Gelong and take charge of the military, but with things having turned out this way, and considering Gelong's lingering influence, I'm afraid you won't be able to stay in the military much longer. Then Guan Yu grandly waved his hand, and a black card appeared on the table. Inside this card there are 50 million golden soul coins. Additionally, I have purchased a property for each of you in Tiandou City, enough for you to live in wealth for a lifetime. Guan Yu spoke diplomatically, but some had already grasped his underlying intent. One of them shouted angrily, Boy, are you trying to cross the river and demolish the bridge? You asked us to kill Marshal Gelong and we did. Now that we have stabilized the military, you want to turn against us? That's despicable. Do you believe we will fight you to the death and reveal the truth about Marshal Gelong's demise to the public? Before the commander could finish, a swift whistling sound suddenly pierced the air. The commander who had just spoken now had a hole in his forehead, and a soul-powered crossbow bolt was embedded in the wall. The bolt had passed through his head so quickly that not a single drop of blood clung to it. As the other 4 looked towards Guan Yu in horror, he was holding a hand crossbow they had never seen before, emanating strong soul power fluctuations. After shooting the commander, Guan Yu faced no pressure. After all, these 5 had already helped him control the army during its most tumultuous times. Since the deed was done naturally, there was no reason for them to cling to their command positions. Moreover, their prestige within the military was now in jeopardy. Alright, now the 4 of you can split these 50 million golden soul coins. Any last words? The remaining 4 were obviously smarter than the commander who had just spoken, and, under the threat of death, they had no choice but to submit to Guan Yu. We are willing to relinquish military power. Thus, the 4 of them handed over their military authority, and as for the one who had died, there was no need anymore. After relinquishing their power, they could only live as wealthy nobles under the watchful eyes of the Empire in Tiandou City. After Gelong's death, they had stabilized the army, and once the army was stable, the Empire took advantage of Gelong's death to sow discord between them and the military, and then retook control of the army from them without any issues. Thus all the military forces of the Tiandou Empire were completely under the command of Shueqinghe. Meanwhile, as the Tiandou Empire consolidated military power, the Douluo Empire to the south faced the same issue. that was the establishment of the Martial Soul Empire, which had encroached on many cities of the Star Luo Empire. Due to the relationship with Qian Rinxue, the Tiando Empire had some connections with the Martial Soul Empire, so the cities occupied by the Tiando Empire were actually far fewer than those of the Star Luo Empire. Inside the palace of the Star Luo Empire, Emperor Star Luo looked worried. Dai Mubai, who had just been made crown prince, had been captured by the Martial Hall, and despite multiple negotiations by the Star Luo Empire, they were all rejected by the Martial Hall. Now, the Martial Soul Empire seemed intent on using Dai Mubai as a bargaining chip to pressure the Star Luo Empire. Yet, in the manner of the Star Luo Empire, there were indeed thoughts of deposing Dai Mubai and reinstating Davis as the crown prince, as the Star Luo Empire could not be controlled by others. However, these thoughts were suppressed due to the opinion of one person in the Great Hall. Emperor Star Luo looked at the young man before him with a complex expression. This was undeniably the finest young man he had ever met, Tang San, a direct disciple of the Haotian sect. Now he was even undergoing the war god trials, and he might well become a god in the future. Tang San naturally disagreed with the idea of stripping Dai Mubai of his crown prince title. It wasn't so much that Tang San and Dai Mubai valued the position highly, but without it the Star Luo Empire would lose interest in Dai Mubai, potentially turning him into an outcast. Without the leverage over the Star Luo Empire, Dai Mubai's safety could not be guaranteed. Therefore, for the sake of his security, the crown prince title must be preserved. As the butterfly effect of the luminous feathers unfolded, Tang San managed to fare quite well in the Star Luo Empire. Moreover, before the Haotian sect's seclusion, it had supported the Star Luo Empire, so there was naturally little hostility towards the disciples of the Haotian sect from the empire. Tang San now faced a new challenge as the Spirit Hall had established its own nation. If, as you've said, the Heaven Do Empire is in league with the Spirit Empire, then what should our Star Luo Empire do? Tang San asked in a solemn tone, bowing to the Star Luo Emperor seated above before slowly continuing, Your Majesty, to bridge the gap in Spirit Master strength, we should first ally ourselves with all forces opposing the tyranny of the Spirit Empire. Recently, the Spirit Empire has been consolidating Spirit Master forces. Those who submit are spared, while those who resist face oppression. I believe these are the forces we could vie for. Furthermore, we should consider abandoning some indefensible cities and concentrate our forces on defending well-fortified locations. Prince Davis of the Star Luo Empire then spoke up, If we just hole up in a corner, sooner or later we will be defeated by both the Spirit Empire and the Heaven Do Empire. Tang San continued, Therefore what we are competing for is time. I still have 2 more tests to pass in the War God trials. If I can complete them and inherit the powers of the War God, that could resolve our disparity in Spirit Master strength with the Spirit Empire. The Star Luo Emperor nodded slowly after listening, then let out a sigh of resignation. If only the Haotian sect would come out of seclusion. Outside the powers of the Spirit Empire and the Heaven Do Empire, Guan Yu also held the power of the City of Slaughter. The force of the City of Slaughter was not just military strength. Over time, Guan Yu discovered that their intelligence capabilities surpassed even those of the Spirit Empire and the Heaven Do Empire. It made sense, as the people of the City of Slaughter were all fugitives adept at evading capture, which naturally endowed them with a capacity for gathering intelligence. In plain terms, when it came to intelligence, these old hands were unmatched. Within a palace not smaller than the original cathedral, Guan Yu sat in the highest seat. On the broad desk in front of him were 2 documents. One was the latest information from the Star Luo Empire, and the other was a current military analysis of the forces of both the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire. Dealing with the Star Luo Empire is not like dealing with Soul Master forces such as the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Clan or the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Clan. Engaging with the Star Luo Empire requires a substantial army. The overall strength of the Star Luo Empire surpasses that of the Heaven Do Empire, and the Martial Soul Empire, being newly established, mainly relies on armies from various duchies and kingdoms that have pledged their allegiance. Thus, in terms of military strength, the Martial Soul Empire and the Heaven Do Empire are not much stronger than the Star Luo Empire. Although Lightfeather now has money mines and controls the Blacksmith Association, the latest news from the Star Luo Empire is that Tang San, who had been missing for a long time, has appeared. Tang San possesses many hidden weapons, but fortunately, since Lightfeather controls the Blacksmith Association and the main mineral resources of the continent, Tang San's idea of mass-producing hidden weapons to equip his army is no longer feasible. The Martial Soul Empire has just been established and the Heaven Do Empire has just reclaimed its armies. neither looks ready to wage war now. War is not an option, but Lightfeather cannot remain idle either. Tapping his fingers on the desk, Lightfeather has actually been waiting for a reply. Around noon, a figure appears unobtrusively and comfortably in the Great Hall. Who else could behave in such a manner in the entire Martial Soul Empire if not Lightplume Douluo? As soon as he entered, Lightplume Douluo raised his voice. Little Feather, the Grand Priest has no objections to your attack on Hao Tian's sect. Since action against the Star Luo Empire is not possible, Lightfeather then turns his attention to Hao Tian's sect. The other two of the top 3 sects, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus and 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Clan, have already been annihilated, so there's no need to spare Hao Tian's sect. All the top sects should be treated equally. Moreover, Lightfeather is also doing this as a precaution to prevent Hao Tian's sect from coming to the rescue when a full-scale war with the Star Luo Empire breaks out. Attacking the Star Luo Empire might prompt Hao Tian's sect to intervene, but attacking Hao Tian's sect, the Star Luo Empire, would not interfere. Without Tang Hao, Lightfeather doesn't know if Tang San could still persuade Hao Tian's sect nor if he could gain their approval, but he dares not underestimate Tang San's capabilities. Because the latest secret reports indicate that the Power Clan, originally located in Heavendos City, is considering moving south to Star Luo. Grandfather, there's something I need you to handle. Lightplume Douluo chuckled at the words. What, you want me to help you attack Hao Tian's sect? Lightfeather shook his head. There's no need to attack Hao Tian's sect. Recently, the Power Clan in Heavendos City has been acting strangely, seeming to want to join the Star Luo Empire. Let Grandfather take care of them. What, so I'm just cleaning up a sect affiliated with Hao Tian's sect? How many Soul Masters are you planning to take with you to attack Hao Tian's sect? Lightfeather pondered for a moment. To deal with Hao Tian's sect, I'll only take 2,000 from the Angel Corps. You're not taking any of the Elder Priests. Hao Tian's sect is not as easy to deal with as Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus or 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Clan, and with only 2,000 from the Angel Corps. At this point, Lightfeather pushed another piece of information towards Lightplume Douluo. Grandfather, this is the location of Hao Tian's sect's mountain gate. To defend against external enemies, the gate of Hao Tian's sect is located on an extremely cold and high mountain peak. A large number of Soul Masters simply cannot launch an effective attack, and if we use ordinary Soul Masters from the Empire, I fear more Soul Masters will die from falling than from battle. The Angel Legion, capable of striking from the sky, seemed more suitable. Lightfeather Douluo nodded as if that made perfect sense. Regarding the high-end combat power, although Lightfeather didn't bring any of the temple's elders or high priests after the death of Hao Tianzong's Tang Hao, it seemed that Hao Tianzong with its 2 Douluos only had Tang Xiao as a titled Douluo left. Unlike Lightfeather, the Hao Tianzong, which had secluded itself, naturally kept its current strength unclear to the Spirit Hall. As for the exact location of Hao Tianzong, Lightfeather did not know, but he knew to start from Tang Yuehua. With everything ready, Lightfeather also arrived at the Angel Battleground. At this time, Chen Rinxue and Xian Douluo were undergoing the Angel God assessment inside the Angel Battleground, while Lightfeather found the members of the Angel Legion who were practicing outside. Upon seeing Lightfeather, even the composed members of the Angel Legion felt a twinge of emotion. A few years ago, Lightfeather was just practicing with them on the Angel Battleground, and now, a few years later, he was commanding them. My lord. As a direct force of the angel lineage, the members of the Angel Legion showed their high quality, immediately placing their right hands over their left shoulders, saluting Lightfeather. Gentlemen, do you know of Hao Tianzong? Upon hearing this, complex expressions appeared on the faces of the members of the Angel Legion. Hao Tianzong, how could they not know? It was a sect that had once embarrassed the Spirit Hall and could contend with them, but why was this young man suddenly asking about Hao Tianzong today? Shen Daolu had handed over the command of the Angel Legion to Lightfeather, but the Angel Legion did not yet know the content of this mission. Hao Tianzong, your subordinate is aware, Lightfeather continued. The mighty Hao Tianzong, the outstanding battle soul hammer, the world's #1 weapon spirit, such a sect, yet it opposes our spirit empire, so after consideration I still think Hao Tianzong, it should be destroyed. Lightfeather's voice was not loud, but what he said shocked all the members of the Angel Legion. With a calm tone, he spoke the harshest words. Although there were rumors that the great priest Qian Daolu forced Hao Tianzong to close its gates, closing the gates was not as shocking as destroying them. The members of the Angel Legion did not dismiss Lightfeather's words as mere boasting because of his youth. Although they usually focused on training and Knew little else, they were aware that Light Feather had led the destruction of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. So now when Light Feather spoke of destroying Hao Tianzong, they did not take it as a joke. In this mission to destroy Hao Tianzong, who wishes to join me? Then, like a stone causing 1,000 ripples, the members of the Angel Legion sitting around, both men and women, responded in unison, willing to go, willing to go. In the mountains at the junction between the original Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, there stood a peak soaring into the sky. At its summit one could see the vast white snow. Amidst the white there were hints of gray-black buildings. A giant stone door several tens of meters wide and high sat heavily with the 3 large characters of Hao Tianzong engraved on it. The characters exuded an air of dominance and boldness which, compared to Hao Tianzong's recent actions, seemed somewhat ironic. Haotian Sect, Council Hall. Sect Master Tang Xiao sat at the head of the table, flanked on both sides by the 5 remaining elders of the Haotian Sect. Although Tang Xiao held the title of Sect Master, there were matters he could not decide on his own. The will of the 5 elders also had to be considered. Furthermore, following the incident with Tang Hao, the sect had become divided into 2 factions. One faction among the elders believed that Tang Hao was at fault, bringing disaster upon the sect. The other faction, including the sect master, believed that Tang Hao was innocent and that the sect itself was in the wrong. As Tang Xiao spoke, he relayed news that the Spirit Hall had now transformed into the Spirit Empire, revealing ambitious intentions that might soon lead to actions against them. No sooner had his voice faded than an elderly man with a gaunt face on his left showed a flash of anger. It's all because of Tang Hao. He only cared about his own interests, completely disregarding the welfare of our sect. Think of all we've lost in our standoffs with the Spirit Hall over the years. Normally Tang Xiao would not have responded, allowing the elder to vent his frustrations freely. This elder's son had died in conflicts with the Spirit Hall and his bitterness was understandable. However, this time Tang Xiao chose not to remain silent and uncharacteristically countered. Elder Chief, can we really blame everything on my younger brother? The Spirit Hall's ambitions are vast. Neither the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan nor the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Clan had unresolved grievances with the Spirit Hall, yet weren't they annihilated just the same? Moreover, according to the news brought back by Yuehua, it seems that the Star Do Empire might also be cozying up to the Spirit Hall. Elder Chi snorted but did not continue. Then the second elder seated at Tang Xiao's right spoke up. What are you suggesting, Sect Master? Tang Xiao looked around at the 5 elders, took a deep breath and then slowly said, Elders, I am wondering if our initial decision to avoid conflict was really the right one. Another elder quickly followed up, Sect Master, are you suggesting that the decision made by the old sect master was wrong? The old sect master referred to here was not Tang Chen, but Tang Chen's son, the father of Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, the previous sect master. Tang Xiao was shaken, but he couldn't openly criticize his father's decisions. Elder San, that's not what I meant. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the second elder tried to ease the situation. Sect master, dwelling on who was right or wrong does us no good now. What we need to consider is how to respond. Do you think it's time for Haotian's sect to make a move? Tang Xiao nodded, but the second elder shook his head. Seeing the second elder's reluctance, Tang Xiao sighed inwardly. Bound by the elders, his hands were tied unless they supported him. However, the second elder didn't outright refuse this time but continued thoughtfully, Sect Master, regardless of who was right or wrong back then, at least we preserved the vital forces of Haotian sect. We are old, our hearts are old, and we no longer possess the aggressive spirit of Haotian sect's past. But there is still hope in the next generation of our disciples. Let's wait until a disciple emerges who can lead Haotian sect to its peak before we make our move. Among the new generation of disciples, the second elder Tang Long and Tang Hu, although outstanding, seem not quite sufficient. Seeing Tang Xiao about to speak but hesitating, the second elder pressed on. What does the sect master wish to say? Please feel free to speak openly. Tang Xiao replied, I heard from Yuehua that my second brother has a son who is exceptionally talented and composed. Should we consider bringing him back to the sect? My fellow elders, since the second brother has fallen victim to the Spirit Hall, I think his bloodline. Seeing the elders hesitate, Tang Xiao continued, Honored elders, the rights and wrongs of the older generation should not be inherited by the younger ones. After all, the blood of our Haotian sect flows through his veins. After a moment, it was the 7th elder who bore the greatest grudge who spoke up. I only have issues with Tang Hao. I wouldn't stoop to quarrel with a junior. Seeing the 7th elder relent, Tang Xiao looked at him gratefully. The second elder also said, the child of Tang Hao and that woman should be called Tang San, right? Tang Xiao nodded in agreement. Exactly. The second elder continued, according to rumors, this child indeed possesses excellent talent, with twin martial souls and capable of manifesting the true Haotian body during the martial soul competition without the support of our Haotian sect. He can even stand against the spirit hall, truly impressive. Once he returns to the sect, we should properly test and train him. His achievements could surpass those of his father Tang Hao, as a disciple of the Haotian sect owning the world's #1 tool martial soul, the Haotian hammer, and yet unable to dominate the spirit hall in the spirit master competition. I'd say he's just average. The seventh elder said, somewhat displeased. He could overlook his grievances with Tang Hao when it came to the junior, but he was somewhat unable to listen to such praises of Tang Hao's progeny. Moreover, I've heard that the top young talent of the Spirit Hall is exceptionally talented, not only shining in the Spirit Master competition but now also a high-ranking member of the Spirit Hall wielding real power. Just recently, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was annihilated, and it seems to have been him leading the charge. There are even rumors that he single-handedly battled the Sword Bone Douluo and the sect leader Ningfengji. The third elder waved his hand dismissively, disbelieving. How old is that kid, single-handedly fighting Sword Bone Douluo and Ningfengji? Impossible. It must be the Spirit Hall creating momentum for him. But if it's about creating momentum, the Spirit Hall has yet to acknowledge that the annihilation of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was their doing, said the second elder. Boom! Just as the Haotian sect was discussing this, a thunderous noise resounded through the heavens. Tang Xiao and 5 elders simultaneously dashed out of the grand hall, appearing on a mountain peak within the sect. Their eyes fixed in the same direction, dense fog rolling in, yet they stared solemnly at the fog, sensing strong soul force fluctuations within. The trees wish for tranquility, but the wind continues to blow. We wish to refrain from acting rashly, but it seems the other party is unwilling. As Tang Zhao's words fell, the thick cloud suddenly burst open, revealing intense golden light. Among them, figures with golden wings on their backs and clad in golden armor of fine appearance emerged into their view. Who are they? Watching the numerous golden figures speeding towards Haotian sect, the seventh elder couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. Although there were no title Douluo level figures among the opponents, the sight of so many people appearing in the sky, all radiating golden light, still had a significant visual impact. Tang Xiao also looked at the many golden figures, pausing for a moment as if recalling a distant memory, his tone eventually becoming somewhat heavy. They are the Angel Legion of the Spirit Hall. The Angel Legion, are they the mysterious Soul Master team that turned the tide in the battle between Spirit Hall and Sea God Island years ago, minimizing the losses of Spirit Hall? Soon other elders exclaimed in surprise. Given their experience, they naturally had heard of the existence of the Angel Legion. The power of a titled Douluo could influence the outcome of large-scale wars. Ordinary Soul Master legions were no match for a titled Douluo, even if they were to wear down a titled Douluo with numbers. The loss to themselves would be much greater. However, some Soul Master legions were different. They possessed a high degree of coordination and cooperation, even having techniques that could be called legion skills. Although their individual strength was not outstanding, they could display power equivalent to or even surpassing that of a titled Douluo. Sea God Island did have a titled Douluo, and the fact that this Angel Legion could shine so brightly indirectly indicated that they possessed the power and might of a titled Douluo. Hundreds of golden figures descended, causing a significant stir that naturally caught the attention of the people from Haotian sect. At that moment on the mountaintop, countless Haotian sect disciples looked up at their opponents, their eyes filled with defiance. As the Angel Legion descended, Tang Xiao and the 5 elders first glanced at the opposite side, discovering that aside from the Angel Legion, there were no other titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall leading the team. This also brought them some relief, but at the same time a slight anger from being underestimated. The Angel Legion had managed to turn the tide in the battle with Sea God Island, not just because of the Angel Legion's strength. In that battle, Spirit Hall had also deployed several envoys and elders, and now was Spirit Hall really only sending the Angel Legion to Haotian sect? This was far too arrogant. As they were thinking this, a voice suddenly rang out. The outstanding battle spirit hammer, the mighty Haotian sect. I think it's highly unlikely that the distinguished members of Haotian sect would submit to our spirit empire, so let's move directly to the second step. Haotian sect, no need to hide any longer. Just disappear from this world. With this domineering and even arrogant voice, a figure also eerily appeared in front of the angry people of Haotian sect. but when they sized up the newcomer, they realized he was not a titled Douluo, just a soul Douluo, which made everyone feel that his words were rather boastful. Only Tang Xiao spoke up. Are you the number one youth of the Spirit Hall? The current regent king of the Spirit Empire, the person identified as Guan Yu slightly shook his head. It is now the Spirit Empire. The seventh elder said, the outside world says you fought alone against the sword-bone Douluo and sect master Ningfengji of the seven treasured glazed tile sect. I want to see how much you really weigh. With that, the seventh elder leaped forward, black hammers appearing in his hands. As the hammers spun, accompanied by the explosive sound of breaking wind, he struck towards Guan Yu. Whoosh, but Guan Yu did not move. But behind him, the figure of the Azura god emerged, 8 arms directly reaching out, 2 of which steadily caught the seventh elder's twin hammers. Upon seeing this, everyone from the Haotian sect was greatly shocked. Rumors are one thing, but witnessing Guan Yu effortlessly catch the seventh elder's twin hammers with the strength of a soul Douluo was another. How could the members of the Haotian sect who knew the seventh elder's capabilities not be astonished? Even though the seventh elder had not yet released his soul rings, the fact that Guan Yu could handle this much already indicated his formidable strength. Seeing the opponent wielding the twin hammers, Guan Yu also recognized that this was the often underestimated seventh elder. After a brief test of strength, knowing Guan Yu's extraordinary abilities, the seventh elder no longer held back. His 9 soul rings were unleashed and the weight of his twin hammers increased by more than tenfold, yet even so Guan Yu was able to steadily support the 2 hammers with the arms behind his back. Each soul beast Guan Yu had absorbed was no ordinary creature, and possessing the devouring skill, he not only absorbed the soul rings of soul beasts but also their vital essence. Coupled with the divine powers he possessed, Guan Yu's strength was now so great that even he himself was unaware of its full extent. Still not releasing your soul rings? Young man, you are too confident, exclaimed the seventh elder as he executed the chaotic wind hammer technique. Guan Yu had seen this technique before, but it was his first time witnessing it with twin hammers. The seventh elder's speed with the chaotic wind hammer was significantly faster than with a single hammer, quickly reaching over 50 strikes each with astonishing power, enough to shake Guan Yu's frame. Moreover, what shocked Guan Yu was that each of the seventh elder's hammer strikes, though not grievously injurious, carried a hidden force that exploded upon impact, causing considerable discomfort to Guan Yu. The crafty old seventh elder was using both the chaotic wind and the shocking techniques against a junior. The opponent was no ordinary junior facing the seventh elder without releasing his soul rings, which was quite an underestimation of the seventh elder. At this moment, Guan Yu could no longer hold the seventh elder's Haotian hammers with the Azura arms on his back. As the seventh elder swung his twin hammers, a mini-storm seemed to form around them. Young man, still not releasing your soul rings? I wonder how much longer you can endure. Guan Yu's physical strength was not his strongest attribute. Although he could still contend with the seventh elder without using his martial soul and soul rings, it was no longer as effortless. Thus, Guan Yu began to release his 8 soul rings. Although one less than the seventh elder, the visual impact of his soul rings was hundreds of times more striking. Not only the people of Haotian sect but even the angel legion behind Guan Yu were stunned upon seeing his 8 soul rings. Black, 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 red, 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 red. 3 for 10,000 years, 5 for 100,000 years. What kind of monster was this? Since gaining the ability to increase the age of his soul rings about a year ago, all of his soul rings had grown by around 30,000 years. Even compared to the level of soul power, the overall increase in the age of the soul rings seemed to bring even greater benefits to Guan Yu. The first 3 soul rings naturally reached the 10,000-year level, and the 4th soul ring, the Fox Demon, had increased from 80,000 to 110,000 years, a qualitative improvement. Upon seeing Guan Yu's terrifying array of soul rings, Tang Xiao and the 5 elders of the Haotian sect suddenly found some credence in the rumors of Guan Yu single-handedly battling Sword Bone Douluo and Ningfengji. The soul ring was released, and the soul power surged violently within Guan Yu's body. The blood and chi roiled in his arms, and with the augmentation of the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape soul bones, the strength of Guan Yu's arms alone was even greater than other god-level soul bones. As his arms slammed out, they collided with the twin hammers swung by the seventh elder. Boom! After a dull thud, Guan Yu remained unmoved, while the seventh elder was blasted straight into the mountain wall. Guan Yu had no intention of stopping, however. Upon seeing the seventh elder being knocked away, the other 4 elders made their move first. Though not with twin hammers, it must be said that the power seemed even greater when they used single hammer strikes. Now, as 4 hammers were swung towards Guan Yu, he countered with the Shura 8 arms emerging from his back. After the fierce collision, even Guan Yu was pushed half a step back while the 4 elders staggered backwards repeatedly. Now it was proven, they fully believed the rumors were true. Guan Yu indeed had the strength to single-handedly combat the 7 treasure. Glazed Tile School's sword Douluo and Ningfengji. After stabilizing his stance, the 2nd elder and the other 3, including the previously wall-slammed 7th elder, appeared in front of Guan Yu. "Kid, don't blame us old fellows for ganging up on you. After all, you're the monster who can fight alone against the 7 treasure." Glazed Tile School's sword Douluo and the sect master Ningfengji without defeat. Upon seeing that the 5 elders were about to strike together, not only did Guan Yu show no panic, but a sly smile even appeared on his face. Overwhelming with numbers, with a sneer, Guan Yu's 5th soul ring suddenly burst into a red light. Seeing this, the members of the Haotian sect gasped. Was he going to use his 5th soul skill, the 100,000-year-old 5th soul skill? As red beams of light split from Guan Yu's body, in an instant these beams transformed into 9 copies of Guan Yu himself. 10 Guan Yu figures in total now faced the 5 elders of the Haotian sect. "Elders, don't blame me for overwhelming with numbers, since you are after all the 5 elders of the Haotian sect." With that said, Guan Yu and his 9 clones, each deploying the Shura 8 arms, attacked the 5 elders 2 against 1. Watching the 10 youthful figures before them, the 5 elders of the Haotian sect were utterly dumbfounded. These weren't mere afterimages. Was this a cloning skill? Cloning skills were not uncommon in the world of soul masters, otherwise the original story wouldn't have typical cloning soul skills as opposed to many that were formed from high-speed movements creating afterimages, a common ability among agility-type soul masters. But afterimages and clones were vastly different. Afterimages were illusions, whereas clones were real. The 5 elders, faced with 10 real figures before them, felt even more conflicted. Originally, the 7th elder alone couldn't counter Guan Yu, and their joint attack as 5 was somewhat shameless. Moreover, they hoped to suppress Guan Yu with their numerical advantage, but who could have expected that the opponent would instantly reverse the numerical disadvantage with his cloning skill? It sometimes goes without saying, the number of people can impact one's psyche, especially the weak. When you face a strong opponent alone versus facing them with a group, the fear felt is not the same. Although the clone technique was formidable, after splitting his strength should have diminished and the consumption of his soul power should also have increased, the 2nd elder analyzed calmly. With the analysis by the 2nd elder, the other elders felt slightly relieved. As the soul power surged continuously, the 5 elders all had the same configuration of soul rings: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The 5 of them wielded 6 hammers. The enormous sky hammer was swung skillfully in their hands. The heavy hammer did not seem to burden them at all. Clang, 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 clang. However, when they clashed with the numerous clones of Guan Yu, their expressions suddenly changed, whether from shock or due to the intense collisions causing their faces to twitch was unclear. The 5 elders were sent flying directly by Guan Yu's tangible clones, smashing straight into the mountain. Crawling out from the mountain, the 5 elders looked at the numerous Guan Yu clones in front of them with shocked expressions. Why, this was the first question in the elders' minds. Why, after deploying the clones, did these clones not only not weaken but seem stronger than the original body? Logically, shouldn't the strength of each clone diminish as their numbers increased? At the very least, maintaining 100% of the original body's strength in all clones would already be monstrous. But why were the clones of this most outstanding young man of the Soul Hall even stronger than the original body? Could it be because this was a 100,000-year soul skill? The strength of tangible clones weakening was normal. Guan Yu's previous clone techniques indeed did so, but that was in the past. As Guan Yu collected 7 soul bones, the soul skill enhancement from the passive state of the soul bone fusion increased all soul skill effects by 100%. Under this passive state, the number of Guan Yu's clones had doubled. Normally, Guan Yu and 8-ring soul Douluo could only split into 8 tangible clones, but with the passive effects of the soul bone fusion technique, the upper limit of Guan Yu's tangible clones had now reached 16. The 100% increase in soul skill effect was not limited to just the number of clones. The strength of the clones was also a soul skill effect. Previously, Guan Yu's 5th soul skill, Tangible Split, produced tangible clones each possessing only 60% of the original strength, while the original retained 90% strength. But now, under the passive Enhancement of the soul-bone fusion technique. Each of Guan Yu's tangible clones had reached 120% strength. The original body had soared to 180%. What was originally just a cloning technique had now become a power-enhancing technique for Guan Yu. Previously, Guan Yu's strongest form was when all tangible clones fused back into one, but now Guan Yu's strongest state had become his clone state. 10 shadows holding light crossbows flickered and fired, and when the light crossbow was aimed at them, the 5 elders suddenly felt like prey locked in sight. The 5 elders had advanced to title Douluo. And due to the Haotian sect's seclusion, they had not fought with outsiders. At this moment they were still quite proud, but who would have thought that their first battle 5 against 1 against just a Soul Douluo would leave them in such a sorry state? When had Soul Douluos become so monstrous? They absolutely cannot admit that they are too weak. Form the grand formation, the second elder shouted. Since it was already 5 against 1, they absolutely could not lose. The 5 elders took their positions at the points of a pentagram, each one standing at a vertex. With the heads of their Haotian hammers pointing downward, they stood them upright before them, their hands forming strange symbols, their soul power drawn together by these symbols fused into one. This was not a soul fusion skill. However, by leveraging the similarity of their soul weapons, they were now employing a technique similar to a multi-person fusion skill. As all their soul power gathered together, a deep blue energy phantom appeared at the center of their formation, towering 7 to 8 meters high. With a swing of its arms, it grasped a giant energy hammer in its hands, unmistakably resembling the Haotian hammer. To force us to use this move, you can be proud of yourself, hammer that shakes heaven and earth. As soon as these words were spoken, the energy phantom changed from holding the hammer with one hand to gripping it tightly with both, swinging its arms. The giant Haotian hammer was raised high, and as it struck down it tore through the clouds, as if the sky itself were collapsing. And this sky-collapsing strike heavily bombarded the area near the 10 silhouettes of Guan Yu. This was an area damage skill, the massive impact causing the entire mountaintop to tremble. The immense display shocked not only the disciples of the Haotian sect but also made the members of the Angel Legion grimace. Because just now Guan Yu did not dodge but took the hit directly. Under the powerful force of this strike, they could not be sure that Guan Yu would emerge unscathed. After all, for a single Soul Douluo to challenge 5 titled Douluo, this feat was already impressive, especially considering that these 5 were from the Haotian sect, known for possessing the number 1 weapon soul in the world. As both parties were in shock, the dust gradually began to settle. The first to react was the sect master Tang Xiao, his face once again showing profound surprise as he stared intently at the thinning smoke as if he saw something unbelievable within it. Tang Xiao's reaction was also noticed by others, all eyes turning towards the dissipating smoke. Even the 5 elders who had executed the strike gradually shifted from confidence to uncertainty. Could there really have been an unexpected turn? How could the opponent possibly withstand their combined formation? They did not have to wait too long. Under the gaze of many eyes, the thick smoke finally cleared significantly. At that moment, they could vaguely see 10 silhouettes standing. Moreover, these 10 figures slowly walked out from the thick fog. Unbeknownst to them, a layer of bright red armor had appeared on their bodies, closely fitting their forms except for an opening at the chest covering every other part. The red armor was intact, even shining with a luster unlike any metal. The 10 figures slightly lifted their heads, a hint of disdain coming from beneath their fierce visages. Is this all? The red armor on their bodies, though unfamiliar to the 5 elders of the Haotian sect, emitted an extraordinary aura that they could sense. This was the unique intuition of the strong. The armor fit closely, nearly conforming to every inch of Guan Yu's skin, the fierce facial armor being somewhat eerie yet somewhat serpentine. It's as if there's a shadow of Medusa. What is this? Is it an armor soul device? Are you kidding me? How can an armor soul device withstand our combined attack? As the 5 elders were puzzled about the red armor, sect master Tang Xiao was also observing the many figures of Guan Yu. From those armors, Tang Xiao seemed to sense the aura of soul bones. This is the materialization of Guan Yu's soul bone fusion technique. Facing the combined attack of the 5 elders of the Haotian sect, even though the opponent's attack had a wide range of damage, Guan Yu had many possible responses, one of which was the soul bone fusion technique. Of the 7 soul bones Guan Yu possessed, 5 had reached the divine level, and although the other 2 were not divine, they were still 100,000-year soul bones. Even if these soul bones were not focused on defense, their inherent strength made them as hard as anything. Hearing Guan Yu's disdainful words, the 5 elders were furious. Even if they couldn't figure out what material the armor was made of, the Haotian sect itself was skilled in metallurgy, and their combined efforts should be able to smash even the hardest armor. The five swung their chaotic capes, and the storms from their capes did not interfere with each other but instead merged into a giant chaotic cape phantom. 11, 12, 24, 25. Watching the five exert their chaotic cape hammer technique, Guan Yu showed no fear, still looking composed. Breaking the chaotic cape hammer technique was something he was familiar with. Concentrating power on one point, disrupting the opponent's rhythm, not letting the chaotic cape gain momentum. 10 figures raised their light crossbows with a mutual understanding, accompanied by a series of muffled sounds. All the crossbow arrows attacked one point. Although a sole Douluo, Guan Yu's strength was no less than any titled Douluo, and now with an extra clone bug his strength had increased significantly. Thus, under that series of attacks, the chaotic storm of the Haotian sect's five elders also became somewhat disordered. The disorder gradually became uncontrollable, and finally, the five were directly blown away by their Haotian hammers. Watching the now embarrassed five elders, Guan Yu took the initiative to test them and, after realizing that the five elders' strength was somewhat lacking, prepared to end the battle. Phew! Just as Guan Yu was about to make a move, a sudden explosive sound of breaking wind resounded next to his ear. Guan Yu instinctively raised his hand to block. Clang! It was a hammer not inferior to the Haotian hammers held by the five elders, and even larger, smashing towards Guan Yu. However, this impressive hammer was blocked by Guan Yu, and he didn't even move half a step. This hammer did not break through the defense of the soul-bone fusion technique. However, just as Guan Yu was feeling relieved, a surge of dark energy burst inside his body, wreaking havoc. Haotian 9 extremes, the shocking decree, the penetrating decree. The attacker was Tang Xiao. It must be said Tang Xiao was indeed much stronger than the five elders of the Haotian sect. Although the soul-bone fusion technique had amazing defense, the Haotian sect, with its philosophy of overwhelming power, had some special techniques of their own. In the 9 supreme arts of the Haotian school, techniques akin to striking over mountains were not uncommon. The sudden burst of covert energy caught Guan Yu off guard, forcing him to spit blood that dripped from beneath his mask. Tang Zhao's successful strike quickly set an example for the five Haotian elders. The elders launched another simultaneous attack on Guan Yu's 10 radiant feathers. They employed the chaotic wind hammer technique, now infused with the 9 supreme arts, a blend that echoed through the valley with the coherence of a drawn bow. The combined moves included the principles of space sealing, penetration, coiling, vibrating, breaking, and the explosive force of a meteor shattering mountains. At this moment, Tang Xiao and the five elders seemed to have uncovered the secret to breaking through Guan Yu's defenses, employing the chaotic wind hammer technique enhanced by the 9 supreme arts. Close combat was not Guan Yu's forte, thus he was hardly a match for Tang Xiao and the elders. Countless hammer blows rained down on him, each strike causing distinct damage, though not enough to break his soul-bone fusion technique. Moreover, while utilizing the 9 supreme arts, the attackers focused on targeting the unprotected chest area of Guan Yu. The 7th elder was particularly fierce. Wielding dual hammers, he regained his commanding presence, his hammers clanging powerfully against Guan Yu's radiant feathers. The relentless covert energy wreaked havoc inside Guan Yu, causing immense pain throughout his organs and meridians. After a barrage of hammering, Guan Yu was forced back several steps, stabilizing himself. Blood seeped through his armor, dyeing it red. Seeing this, Tang Xiao and the five Haotian elders were visibly pleased. Just as they thought they had successfully strategized a severe blow to Guan Yu, he spoke. Is it just the chaotic wind hammer technique and the 9 supreme arts? What I truly care about in the Haotian school is the great Mount Sumeru hammer. If you had mastered that, you would have definitely crushed me earlier. Unfortunately, you no longer have that chance. As Guan Yu finished speaking, Tang Xiao and the elders could clearly feel Guan Yu's energy swiftly recovering. The wounds they inflicted with the chaotic wind hammer technique and the 9 supreme arts were healing quickly thanks to the rapid self-healing ability of Guan Yu's resilient right leg bone. Now at a divine level, its healing power had greatly enhanced compared to before. Simply put, if Tang Xiao and the elders couldn't kill Guan Yu quickly, he would recover to his original state swiftly. If Tang Xiao and the elders had truly mastered the great Mount Sumeru hammer with its terrifying amplification, their fierce and rapid attacks might have indeed been fatal. Sadly, only the designated heir of the Haotian school bearing the title of Haotian could learn the great Mount Sumeru hammer. Tang Xiao and the elders didn't know it. Without it, their attacks, although fierce, could not kill Guan Yu. And with the powerful healing ability of his right leg bone, their situation was desperate. You have given your all, and yet I have barely exerted myself. as his words echoed. Guan Yu instantly appeared beside Tang Xiao and the five elders' teleportation skills? Without any fancy maneuvers, Guan Yu simply lifted his armored fist and struck. Titan Skypiercer Cannon. The members of Haotian sect quickly put up their defenses, but as they came into contact with Guan Yu's strike, Tang Xiao and the five elders' faces drastically changed once again. They realized that Guan Yu's attack, or rather Guan Yu's strength, had increased. Thanks to the clone bug, Guan Yu's abilities had been enhanced, and the left leg bone also played a role in boosting his power. Although it was an ability that grew stronger as the battle progressed, it was an exceptional soul skill that amplified his own strength. Moreover, now that the left leg bone had ascended to a godly level, his soul bone skills had also greatly improved. After fighting against the five elders and Tang Xiao for so long, Guan Yu had not taken any action but merely defended against their attacks. However, the effect of the left leg bone had been amplifying throughout, and now Guan Yu's strength had increased by more than 100%. At this point, the Titan Skypiercer Cannon, let alone the five elders, even Tang Xiao, was blasted into the mountain wall. Guan Yu alone had overturned the Grandmaster and five elders of Haotian sect, undoubtedly shattering the confidence of the third and fourth generation disciples of the sect. Now, they all harbored a thought in their hearts: Haotian sect might truly be in trouble. Crawling out from the mountain wall, Tang Xiao, looking at Guan Yu, whose condition had not weakened, couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. However, this feeling was quickly suppressed. He was the Grandmaster of Haotian sect, and if he gave up, then it would truly be the end for the sect. Now, setting aside any concerns about face or cost, everything was to be transformed into a battle to protect Haotian sect. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Tang Xiao shouted to the heavens. Members of Haotian sect formed the Great Haotian Array. At this moment, Tang Xiao truly seemed to embody the spirit of a Grandmaster. The five elders, who had also climbed out from the mountain wall, and the watching third and fourth generation disciples of Haotian sect, all familiarly moved into their respective positions, under the leadership of Grandmaster Tang Xiao, with the five elders assisting. From the sides, hundreds of Haotian sect disciples exerted their power together. Streams of wind and thunder soul power continuously flowed out, and in the sky a large circular blue thunder array appeared, constantly bombarding with thunderbolts. Although Haotian sect did not have anything to enhance the Great Haotian Array, it had the advantage of timing. The entire array drawing the thunder from the sky, both elements echoing each other, leveraging the powerful force of nature, made the Great Haotian Array overwhelmingly powerful, arguably the strongest ever. The spectacle also left the members of the Angel Legion, who were watching the battle, in awe. Should we form the Angel Array? It feels like the Angel Array won't hold. The opponent has 6 titled Douluo forming the array's eyes, further aided by the natural forces of the world. Their power is too strong unless the Grand Priest intervenes. As the members of the Angel Legion discussed among themselves, suddenly someone shouted, "Look, the Regent!" In the midst of the battlefield, every figure of Guan Yu was enveloped in a special aura of soul power. The aura intensified, and under a strong fluctuation, each of Guan Yu's hands manifested a huge light crossbow. For a long time, Guan Yu has been battling his enemies using various methods, be it the Shura demon sword, soul bones, or domain skills, but the true essence of Guan Yu lies in his use of the crossbow. Guan Yu's martial soul is a linked crossbow. This is the foundation of a soul master. The 7th soul skill, the true body of the martial soul, under the illumination of Guan Yu's terrifying soul rings, those massive light crossbows were held close in his embrace. Tang Xiao and the 5 elders of Haotian sect gazed at the handheld crossbow they had never seen before, their expressions complex. Sometimes the unknown is not only frightening but also leaves you feeling unsettled. A soul Douluo without any special means should not be able to withstand even after manifesting the true body of the martial soul. Is he really a soul Douluo? Tang Xiao, seeing the reactions of the 5 elders, didn't say much, but he sighed inwardly. Perhaps the decision made by his father back then was a mistake. When Haotian sect chose to abandon those subordinate clans and decided to isolate itself from the world, it also lost its aggressive spirit. Now facing Guan Yu, the gap in age and consecutive defeats had already eroded the last of Haotian sect's confidence. However, even so, at this critical moment concerning the life and death of Haotian sect, he must stand up. He said nothing about past rights and wrongs, as any attempt at redemption would have to wait until the current crisis was dealt with. Although the grand formation of Haotian at this moment was tremendous, situated atop a mountain peak invoking the thunder of heaven and earth with numerous stout blue lightning bolts sweeping down, it quite felt like the apocalypse. In contrast, Guan Yu seemed somewhat solitary. However, Tang Xiao and the 5 elders of Haotian sect seemed even less confident, perhaps due to a lack of conviction. But from the sect master to the disciples, the grand formation of Haotian sect formed by all its members actually made the Angel Legion tremble slightly. In the original Battle of Jialing Pass, the grand formation of Haotian used by Tang Xiao was something even the 3 priests of the Spirit Hall could do nothing about. It even forced the retreat of 3 people including Qinghuan Douluo. At that time, Haotian sect was divided into 2 forces. Tang Xiao led some disciples to confront the 3 priests of the Spirit Hall, while Tang Hao led others to rescue Tang San. The grand formation of Haotian back then was already powerful and now still led by Tang Xiao, but integrating the 5 elders and all disciples combined with the power of the timely divine, its strength was naturally several times stronger than in the original. Facing the thundered Guan Yu had a sense of eagerness to try. However, Guan Yu did not dare to be overly confident and once again summoned 3 physical clones, making a total of 14 physical clones. With the passive enhancement of the Soul Bone Fusion skill, Guan Yu, who had reached the Soul Douluo level in soul power, could split into 16 physical clones. Including the original body that made 17, the City of Slaughter, the Heaven Do Empire, the Spirit Empire each left 1 physical clone in overall command, while all the remaining clones and the original body were present here. Since Haotian's grand formation was a range attack skill, Guan Yu also countered with a range attack skill, a head-on confrontation. Who's afraid of whom? After all, the venue was Haotian sect's headquarters, not Guan Yu's territory. Breaking it would be no loss. All 14 figures had their left legs stretched straight, right legs bent, bodies slightly tilted back, while their soul rings lit up with dazzling lights simultaneously. Falling star technique. In years past, Guan Yu had also created his own soul techniques, chasing the moon, piercing the sun, and falling star. Each technique was developed with reference to his own various attributes, and the falling star technique is a wide-range offensive skill created by Guan Yu himself. This technique is composed of the fire attribute celestial fire skill and explosive skills as its foundation. As the fire element's soul force continuously filled him, Guan Yu's handheld crossbow turned red all over, almost as though flames could be seen flowing over it. Including the bowstring and the body of the crossbow, all were imbued with an explosive aura. The 14 like-minded individuals nearly simultaneously pulled their triggers. 14 figures, 14 crossbows, each crossbow spitting fire like tongues of flame. Each streak of fire was a burning rocket. In just over 10 seconds, each crossbow launched 200 bolts. 14 crossbows fired over 2,000 bolts. Watching the dense barrage of bolts storming down like a swift, heavy rain, the disciples within the Haotian sect's great formation felt their scalps tingle. However, the next moment, they were utterly dumbfounded. 2,000 bolts were not the limit. Guan Yu's splitting ability included not only physical splitting but also attack splitting, and the passive skill of the Soul Bone Fusion technique also applied to the splitting of the bolts. This meant that the bolts were not just splitting into 10, but into 20, over 2,000 bolts, nearly 3,000. Turned instantaneously into more than 50,000 bolts, densely packed together, driving all the Haotian sect disciples to despair. Boom! The Haotian Great Formation was impressive, but was the barrage of over 50,000 bolts any less so, especially since these bolts also had explosive properties? With Guan Yu's current strength, the explosive power of each bolt had also significantly increased. Tens of thousands of bolts, no tens of thousands of high explosive bombs continuously exploded, the bright red flames directly engulfing the Haotian Great Formation. The entire peak of the Haotian sect, the entire sky, was instantly dyed red with hints of black, as if the heavens themselves had been blasted open. Gulp! The Angel Legion, someone unable to hold back, swallowed nervously. Then over 1,000 members of the Angel Legion slowly closed their mouths, which had unknowingly opened, and began swallowing repeatedly to ease their shock at that moment. The explosions lasted for over 20 seconds, and when the firelight finally dissipated, the entire territory of the Haotian sect was pervaded with a smell of char. As for the sect master of the Haotian sect, the 5 elders, the numerous disciples, they were nowhere to be seen. No one asked, nor was there a need to. Within the battle system of the Douluo continent, even a titled Douluo would struggle to survive such an explosion. After all, this is a world of lower mysticism. However, fully unleashing this strike, Guan Yu was also greatly depleted. In fact, the 14 figures performing the falling star were equivalent to 14 titled Douluo joining forces. Naturally, the power was extraordinary. Clean up the battlefield. with a wave of his hand, Guan Yu immediately issued the order to the Angel Legion. After witnessing Guan Yu's strength firsthand, their reverence for him had reached its peak and they were naturally more eager to obey Guan Yu's commands. After the explosion, the gate of the Haotian sect was also largely destroyed. Many buildings had already collapsed. Even so, Guan Yu still harbored hope. Although the Haotian sect wasn't as wealthy as the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, one would expect it to have some heritage as one of the top 3 sects. But note, the Haotian sect was truly poor. As the Angel Legion meticulously scoured the Haotian sect, the final yield was meager. Initially, the members of the Angel Legion thought that the Haotian sect, leading the top 3 sects and possessing the world's premier tool soul, would have substantial depth. However, as they searched, they found a significant disparity between their expectations and reality. It's fair to say that the entire treasury of the Haotian sect, even the precious medicinal plants, numbered only in the teens, fewer than some minor sects. As for wealth, they didn't even have the fraction of what the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect possessed. The only aspect that was somewhat respectable was in terms of mineral deposits. The Haotian sect did possess several valuable mines, being a sect focused on blacksmithing. Yet even here, compared to other forces and especially the Ironsmith Guild under Guan Yu, the Haotian sect was not impressive. Listening to his subordinates' reports, Guan Yu was initially somewhat incredulous, but he soon came to terms with it. Observing the attire of the Haotian sect's disciples, mere cheap coarse linen, it was apparent, especially since the sect had become reclusive, that they almost had no stable financial sources. Previously, they could rely on supporting the Star Luo Empire and obtaining financial aid, but with the sect's reclusiveness, this major source of income had vanished and the Spirit Hall continued to suppress them after their withdrawal from the current situation of the 4 major single attribute clans that used to belong to the Haotian sect. It wasn't hard to deduce the sect's own condition. Although it was a disappointment, it was not unacceptable. Moreover, these were just material assets. Besides these, Guan Yu was actually more interested in some of the unique skills of the Haotian sect. My lord, we have discovered a secret chamber, but without the key it remains unopened. With a report from a member of the Angel Legion, Guan Yu's interest was piqued and he promptly led the way to the chamber. The door of the secret chamber was not large, about 4 meters high and just over 2 meters wide, and seemed to be made of the same material as the Haotian sect's mountain gate, a profoundly heavy sensation. The door at human height on the right side had a small indentation, palm-sized shape, like it could fit a token of some sort. Could it be the Haotian order, the very token Tang Chen gave to Tang San upon awakening in the original story? Although Guan Yu had plotted against Tang Chen, he did not possess this token. Discovering the chamber but not being able to open it was frustrating, not just for those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies but likely for many others as well. Placing his palm against the stone door, Guan Yu could feel its thickness. Knocking on it, the sound was muffled, without the clear resonance of an empty space. Summoning his soul crossbow, as several soul rings on his body lit up, he shot an arrow. To his surprise, the soul force on the crossbow bolt was mysteriously absorbed by the stone door. The bolt, powered only by strength, penetrated less than 5 centimeters into the stone before dissipating back into soul force reabsorbed by the door. This was a type of mineral capable of absorbing soul force, which naturally made it the perfect material to protect whatever was hidden behind it. After all, without soul power, who can forcibly break through this stone door? However, the more protected this stone door is, the more it proves that what is hidden inside is no trivial matter. This is the common thought of Guan Yu and the entire Angel Legion. If soul power can't be used, and neither can martial souls, then Guan Yu raised his hand to form a grip, and in an instant a crimson giant sword was held in his hand. With the crimson giant sword in hand, a tremendous pressure suddenly swept through, and those close to Guan Yu and the Angel Legion felt an overwhelming force even stronger than that of the angelic holy sword. Unlike the holy nature of the angelic sword, this sword was filled with a cold, murderous intent. Holding the Azura demon sword, Guan Yu utilized the Azura divine power within his body, transforming into the Azura divine form, and repeatedly slashed at the stone door with the Azura demon sword in his hand. If soul power won't work, then use divine power. Guan Yu had also pondered the nature of divine power, ultimately concluding that it is a high-quality energy different from soul power. After several slashes, red glows flashed and the stone door still stood unyieldingly, but soon red sword marks appeared on it. Boom! With a sound of shattering, the stone door broke into several pieces. Waving his hand to clear the dust from the shattered stone door, Guan Yu then led his team inside. Light the torches. They discovered that the walls around The secret chamber were made of the same material as the stone door, and on the walls were densely engraved with small characters and some small figures of people. It felt just like the secret martial arts manuals from ancient times. Haotian 9 Extremes, Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique, Haotian Protective Body. Originally, this martial soul technique was performed by 5 elders of the Haotian sect, enveloped in a dark golden light generated by 5 Haotian hammers merging as one with the hammers, providing an impregnable defense with no flaws. All attacks seemed to hit the Haotian hammers, unable to break through the defense. Sky-reaching strike. In terms of attack power, it even surpasses the 9th soul skill. When executed, a huge energy hammer appears in the void, an attack that even those with teleportation abilities cannot evade, relying only on one's own strength to withstand. Previously performed by the second elder of the original work. Guan Yu's gaze moved across these stone walls. Although these techniques were excellent, they were not what Guan Yu cared most about. What he was truly interested in was only the Great Mount Sumeru hammer. Finally, Guan Yu saw on the wall the Great Mount Sumeru hammer, heralded as the supreme technique of the Haotian sect, only learnable by those who inherit the title of Haotian Douluo. Approaching, Guan Yu carefully examined the essence of the Great Mount Sumeru hammer. He found that the characters and drawings on these stone walls were carved by sheer force, as the stone walls could absorb soul power, so this was done purely by physical force. Great Mount Sumeru hammer, gently lifted to pierce the heavens and earth, swiftly moved to wield 9 layers, the marvels of the 8 trigrams and the 6 harmonies, a top-tier divine skill that never leaves the hands idle. North wind howling as the heavens and earth darken, a single leaf in the river's heart, a line between heaven and earth. Haotian's name shakes the 8 wastelands, the eternal Mount Sumeru pierces through heaven and earth. The essence of the Great Mount Sumeru hammer, as its name suggests, is to maximize one's own strength. However, the ultimate essence of the Great Mount Sumeru hammer, the explosive circle, is not just about maximizing strength, but maximizing one's overall capabilities. Through the technique of exploding soul rings, the full energy of the soul ring is unleashed, akin to applying an enhancement buff to oneself. The essence of a soul ring is energy, something Guan Yu is quite familiar with, as several of his soul rings were formed through the mixing of various types of energy. But does this mean all the power of a soul ring is fully utilized by the soul master, or is the function of a soul ring limited merely to adding a soul skill and improving the body? That simply, a soul beast that lives for tens of thousands or even millions of years concentrates its lifelong power into a soul ring upon death. When this soul ring is transferred to a soul master, why does it seem to be weakened? Perhaps in the hands of soul masters, soul rings are not fully exploited. A soul ring is not just energy, it's more like a container storing the essence of the soul beast. The development of this energy by soul masters doesn't reach 100% and might only cover a small fraction. The explosive technique used by the Great Sumeru hammer, however, might be utilizing this energy fully after the soul ring is detonated, achieving 100% usage, hence the significant power boost. Thus, exploding a soul ring is a technique, and this method isn't necessarily exclusive to hammers. With this thought, Guan Yu subconsciously delved deeply into the so-called divine technique of the Great Sumeru hammer in the original story. Perhaps there are no foolish transmigrators. After all, Guan Yu's comprehension and cultivation speed have always been strong, even leaving behind the golden trio of the Spirit Hall, who now can't even see his taillights. As Guan Yu unraveled the mysteries of the Great Sumeru hammer, especially the deep understanding of the so-called exploding technique, he realized that the Great Sumeru hammer is nothing extraordinary. Although soul masters can obtain soul rings by hunting soul beasts, at this time, their development of soul rings is still at a very initial stage. The Great Sumeru hammer from the Haotian sect is just a new development of soul rings, capable of further unleashing the energy of soul rings. It's a process from nothing to something and can be considered a pioneer in the soul master community's research on developing soul rings. But it's just a pioneer, so the squeezing of soul rings by the Great Sumeru hammer isn't very deep and the method isn't perfect. After all, although the soul ring can't be used again immediately after exploding, its power can still be used subsequently. Thus, the Great Sumeru hammer's exploitation of soul rings still holds back, not completely ruthless in its squeezing. As for the imperfection of the technique or even its crudeness, you can tell by the name, exploding. It shows how crude this method of releasing the power of soul rings is. The members of the Angel Corps faithfully guarded behind Guan Yu. Suddenly they felt a strong oppressive force surrounding them. The source of this pressure was none other than Guan Yu ahead of them. this oppressive force was strong and rapid, giving an agitated feeling. The next moment, they saw countless soul powers enveloping around Guan Yu and his soul rings flickering hastily, the deep black color, a 10,000-year soul ring. As for which soul ring it was, the members of the Angel Corps could not tell, as Guan Yu's first 4 soul rings were all 10,000-year rings. What puzzled the Angel Corps was that the true source of this oppressive feeling turned out to be this 10,000-year soul ring. The power of a 10,000-year soul ring so mighty, nearly every member of the Angel Legion possesses 10,000-year soul rings, yet at this moment they felt that the soul power fluctuations of this particular 10,000-year soul ring were even greater than theirs, and absurdly so. The Angel Legion, in fact, was not familiar with 100,000-year soul rings. If they were, they would have realized that the soul power fluctuations of this 10,000-year soul ring were even stronger than those of a 100,000-year soul ring. A 10,000-year soul ring stronger than a 100,000-year soul ring? This seemed impossible, but it was because soul masters only tapped into about 10% of the potential of 100,000-year soul rings. In reality, soul masters only utilized about 10% to 20% of a spirit beast's total power, whereas Guan Yu had now unleashed 100% of this 10,000-year soul ring's power, perhaps even more. This was akin to a 100,000-year spirit beast using up all its energy in a desperate final strike. As vast amounts of soul power surged out, Guan Yu also snapped out of his deep immersion in the mysteries of the great Shumi hammer. Since it was an experiment, Guan Yu had activated his first soul ring, the soul ring of the flip-turn fish, which was also a 10,000-year flip-turn fish soul ring. Feeling the aura of his own 10,000-year soul ring, Guan Yu was astonished to discover that upon fully unleashing it, it already rivaled the soul power fluctuations of his 5th soul ring, the splitting Gu Mother. As his first soul ring reached the 10,000-year level over such a long time, Guan Yu's 5th soul ring had also grown to nearly 150,000-year level. Thus, when the first soul ring burst out with soul power strength comparable to a 15-year 100,000-year soul ring, Guan Yu was shocked. The key now was how to deal with this tremendous soul power within his body. With the complete release of the first soul ring's power, the ring acting as a container had actually vanished, and the current power was all the soul ring's power, which was also unowned. After pondering, a sudden spark of inspiration flashed through Guan Yu's mind. He summoned his spirit-linked crossbow into his right hand in an instant. Gripping the crossbow, Guan Yu then channeled this power into his spirit. After absorbing the soul ring's power, his spirit was enveloped in a black halo, but it was not yet complete, as Guan Yu felt his spirit might be too full, almost to the point of bursting. Thus, Guan Yu once again released his spirit true body. As the spirit true body was activated, the crossbow spirit size was increased again, and shortly after, its attributes were enhanced. It was once again filled with soul power. As the massive crossbow gradually reached full capacity, Guan Yu immediately pulled the trigger. He had pulled this trigger countless times before, but this time it was different. As a dense, intense beam of light shot out, a terrifying force also acted upon Guan Yu through the crossbow. His already slightly tilting body was knocked directly to the ground by this formidable force. And it wasn't over yet. The ground with Guan Yu at the center quickly filled with web-like cracks. The stones shattered and Guan Yu was blasted directly into the ground. Not only that, even the entire summit of Haotian sect trembled slightly, the ground cracking throughout. My lord, after stabilizing himself, many members of the Angel Legion snapped out of the shock from the immense force they had just witnessed, followed by anxious shouts of concern. Although the scene appeared dramatic, Guan Yu's body was strong enough to sustain no damage. On the contrary, after being impacted by this tremendous force, a term suddenly surfaced in Guan Yu's mind: recoil. This was something never experienced before with the crossbow. Given the significant recoil this time, the power of the arrow fired. The power of the shot was nearly proportional to the recoil. Although the arrow was fired into the air, it was powerful enough to blow off the entire roof of the secret chamber. Looking up at the sky, Guan Yu's gaze sharpened, and from the depths of his mind the long silent eye of calculation stirred. Original soul skill, soul ring development at 120%. First soul ring recovery time, 30 days. Original soul skill power assessment. Soul masters below level 95, kill probability 100%. Soul masters level 96 to 98 inch, kill probability 99%. Level 99 soul masters, kill probability 80%. Gods, kill probability 10%. To kill a god, to slay a deity, 10%, and this is just Guan Yu's first soul ring. although the cost is that the first soul ring needs 30 days to recover, 10 times longer than the Haotian Sect's explosion ring recovery time. The power is tremendously formidable. As the Haotian Sect's arrow pierced through the heavens and earth, the most sacred angel battle platform of the Spirit Hall sensed something and looked towards the direction of the Haotian Sect. Mahamudra. Arrow, with the fruitful outcomes from Haotian Sect's journey, I too can rest assured. Poseidon Island. Poseidon also perceived something, glanced towards the direction of the continent, and then at the slightly trembling Poseidon pillar. Lord Poseidon, have you also felt the turbulence on the continent, this time Poseidon Island? Because Haotian Sect chose isolation and did not emerge, the destruction of Haotian Sect under Guan Yu and the Angel Legion did not create as much of a sensation as the previous destruction of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, except for those within the Spirit Empire. Others were unaware that the once number 1 sect of the continent's foremost weapon soul, had been wiped out. The fall of the Haotian Sect did not significantly affect others in the Soul Master world, but it did impact those within the Spirit Empire. One person leading the Angel Legion without other title, Douluo, participating, undoubtedly pushed Guan Yu's reputation to its peak. The skepticism that existed within the Spirit Empire dissipated like smoke. After all, that was Haotian Sect, a sect that numerous popes of the Spirit Hall had failed to bring down, now obliterated directly by Guan Yu alone. With the 7 treasure glazed tile sect and the blue electric tyrant dragon family completely annihilating the top 3 sects, a feat too stunning indeed. Especially with the fall of Haotian Sect, it completely unleashed the ambitions of all Soul Masters in the Spirit Empire. Previously, the Soul Masters of the Spirit Empire had a degree of fear for the secluded Haotian Sect. With its existence, the Soul Masters of the Spirit Empire wouldn't dare to be too unrestrained. Now, with Haotian Sect destroyed, the Soul Masters of the Spirit Empire became unrestrained. With time, a new voice gradually rose within the Spirit Empire, eventually forming a formidable momentum. This is nothing less than a declaration of war against the Star Luo Empire, a call to arms directed at them. It's not surprising to hear such clamors for war. Looking across the continent, the upper 3 sects have dissolved, the lower 4 sects, along with most of the martial sects, have pledged allegiance to the Spirit Hall. The Heavenly Dou Empire has already switched allegiances, merging into the Spirit Empire, and several major kingdoms and duchies have also been incorporated into the Spirit Empire. The only power that still does not heed the orders of the Spirit Empire is the Star Luo Empire. Similarly, this also signifies that their opportunities for distinction are dwindling. Without battle, how can there be any achievements? In the Grand Hall of the Spirit Empire, the Emperor hears that the Star Luo Empire has once again rejected our overtures, making military action against them seem inevitable. Sect Master Tuoba Shi of the Holy Dragon Sect paid his respects to Emperor Guan Yu respectfully. Under the influence of the Spirit Empire, the reselection of the upper 3 and lower 4 sects has been finalized. All 7 major sect powers have declared their loyalty to the Spirit Empire, and they do not dare to underestimate the young and surprising ruler of today. Thanks to Emperor Guan Yu's involvement, Sect Master Tuoba Shi avoided the tragic fate of becoming a mere power source like Bibi Dong, and now possesses the strength of a titled Douluo, holding a respectable position within the Spirit Empire. Apart from Tuoba Shi, the leaders of the Elephant Armor Sect, Black Tiger Sect, Sparrowbee Sect, Windsword Sect, Fire Leopard Sect, and Rocky Goat Sect all advocate for military action against the Star Luo Empire. Not just these leaders, but also several new elders in the Spirit Empire advocate for militaristic measures against the Star Luo Empire. Due to the influence of the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well, many in the Spirit Empire who were stagnant at the Soul Douluo level as Platinum Bishops have been promoted to elders. The number of titled Douluo in the Spirit Empire has now exceeded 20, reaching nearly 30. Seated at the main seat, Emperor Guan Yu stretched lazily. How many times have we formally approached the Star Luo Empire for negotiations? As soon as Guan Yu's words fell, Chrysanthemum Douluo was the first to reply. Your Majesty, we have approached the Star Luo Empire twice for negotiations, and both times we were rejected. Hu Yanjin of the Elephant Armor Sect said, the Star Luo Empire dared to refuse us twice. Your Majesty, it's time we taught the Star Luo Empire a lesson. However, Guan Yu was neither angry nor upset. Send someone to talk to them one more time. Hearing this, everyone present was puzzled. Talk again. Everyone knew the nature of the Star Luo Empire. Based on their negotiation demands, the Star Luo Empire would never agree, so Guan Yu's insistence on negotiations seemed utterly futile and might even tarnish the reputation of the Spirit Empire. Yet, this time Guan Yu did not continue with riddles but spoke directly. Even if we can win, we must persuade repeatedly. Before anyone could voice their confusion, Guan Yu explained, the Spirit Empire is destined to govern the continent, so it's essential to create a favorable image among the continent's populace. Everyone must know that we are compelled to fight this war. Hearing this, although some remained puzzled since Guan Yu had spoken, they dared not say more and respectfully complied. Meanwhile, during the negotiations between the Spirit Empire and the Star Luo Empire, the Spirit Empire was not idle. In the dungeons of the Soul Empire, a disheveled figure muttered incantations while continuously rubbing his hands together. Various types of sausages materialized alongside the bizarre chants. Despite the grime on his face and the stubble, a closer look revealed a rather handsome visage. This figure was Oscar, captured years ago by Guan Yu. Over the years, surrounded by various herbs, Oscar's soul power had reached level 79. However, the forced enhancement through herbs not only made his power unstable but also ruined his foundation, making any further advancement exceedingly difficult. But Guan Yu didn't care. A food-based soul master with control over his soul's true form and already over 70 levels didn't need to rise further. After all, what use would it be to increase his level, to have him continue as the god of food? Absurd thoughts indeed. Oscar's soul ring selection had slightly deviated from the original, but Guan Yu had specifically added a mirror soul skill to him, a skill that extended the preservation of food. With the eye of calculation, the selection of soul skills was naturally flawless. When can I see Rong Rong? Oscar asked, looking up at the guard with his somewhat lifeless eyes after finishing another sausage. The guard glanced at him coldly. The orders are to produce 200,000 recovery sausages, 50,000 excitement sausages, 10,000 detoxification sausages, 10,000 flying sausages, and 3,000 mirror sausages. Then you can meet her. Oscar's eyes quivered, but he nodded in the end, and it must be completed within a month. Upon hearing this, Oscar murmured softly and began to make sausages almost to the point of overexertion. Despite his pale complexion, a month. I can do it. Meanwhile, as the Soul Empire made thorough preparations, it also began to move troops towards the Star Luo Empire, with both sides facing off in the buffer zone between the two great empires. 1,000,000 troops were stationed in Barak Kingdom, Barak City, where war could break out at any moment. The sudden shifts in power on the continent had affected everyone, not just soul masters but also ordinary people, and everyone knew that the upheaval on the continent was far from over. The standoff at Barak City between the Soul Empire and the Star Luo Empire drew nearly all eyes on the continent. For the Soul Empire, formerly known as the Soul Hall, the new empire was generally well regarded by most soul masters and ordinary people on the continent, as Soul Hall had initiated free awakening of soul powers and regularly provided subsidies to lower-level soul masters. Such actions naturally won some favor. After all, with no deep-seated grievances, why oppose such a force? Plus, with Guan Yu's constant manipulation of public opinion, the reputation of Soul Hall remained quite good, hence the substantial support for the Soul Empire. Of course, this was only within the Soul Empire's sphere of influence. In the Star Luo Empire, the influence of Soul Hall had been minimized. Now, with war imminent, the people of the Star Luo Empire were unwavering in their support for their own country. In the camp of the martial Soul Empire, Your Majesty, the original 4 legions of the Heavendo Empire have assembled and await your orders. Your Majesty, the Heavy Cavalry Legion has arrived at the battlefield and is ready to engage in combat. Your Majesty, the Soul Master Legion has fully assembled and is ready to strike. With strategic deployment, the martial Soul Empire has now gathered a formidable force of 1.2 million soldiers and 30,000 soul masters near the city of Balak, their presence formidable and overwhelming. This massive display of power naturally affected the camp of the Star Luo Empire across the field. Within the Star Luo Empire's camp, several figures stood, including the Emperor of Star Luo, the Crown Prince Davis, the Marshal of the Star Luo Empire's forces, and several top commanders. Among them, a young figure also stood, whose position seemed quite significant. Even the Crown Prince Davis appeared to defer to him. Your Majesty, the martial Soul Empire has been deceitful. They recruited troops during the negotiation period and have now amassed an army of 1,000,000, reported a general of the Star Luo Empire. Upon hearing this, the faces of all present turned serious. All the troops of the Star Luo Empire, even including the urgently conscripted veterans, amounted to only 600,000. Thus, in terms of numbers, the Star Luo Empire was clearly at a disadvantage. What's more crucial was that since the predecessor of the martial soul empire was the martial soul hall. In terms of both the quantity and quality of the soul master legions, the Star Luo Empire was outmatched. Seeing the unease among his people, the marshal of the Star Luo Empire spoke up to analyze, what does a million-strong army amount to? The martial soul empire has just integrated the forces of the Heaven Do Empire. With their troops merged, their morale is unstable and their combat effectiveness greatly reduced. Our Star Luo armies morale is soaring and we can match 100 with 1. It was true the strengths of the martial soul empire currently lay in the heavy cavalry and soul master legions. The heavy cavalry could be likened to tanks of the era of cold weapons, especially in such flat terrains. They were an unstoppable force. Crown Prince Davis spoke with the martial soul empire and Heaven Do Empire merged. Their forces have greatly increased. Although the number of heavy cavalry has increased, our Star Luo Empire's heavy cavalry is not without a chance. The key lies with their Soul Master Legion. A sigh echoed through the hall. There was no denying that in terms of the number of Soul Masters, the martial Soul Empire had a significant advantage. Just when everyone felt helpless, the young figure spoke up. If it's just about dealing with the Soul Master Legion, I might have a way. As the young man spoke, all eyes turned to him. No one in the Star Luo Empire dared underestimate him, for he was a chosen one of the gods and also the most revered god of war of the Star Luo Empire. The Emperor of Star Luo also looked towards the young man. Tang San, my young friend, you say you have a way to deal with the Soul Master Legion of the Martial Soul Empire. That's a grand legion composed of 30,000 Soul Masters. If it were anyone else claiming to be able to handle a Soul Master Legion of 30,000, the Emperor of Star Luo might scoff, but for Tang San he held a glimmer of possibility. Tang San first bowed respectfully to Emperor Xingluo and the various marshals and commanders above him, and then he said slowly, what is the strength of the opposing Soul Master army? The general in charge of intelligence quickly replied, due to time constraints, the Soul Master army currently assembled by the Martial Soul Empire mostly consists of Soul Masters at the Soul Honor and Soul Sec levels, level 30, level 50. Tang San nodded slightly, a flicker of light passing through his slightly purple eyes. Hearing this, he seemed even more confident, his tone becoming firmer. If that's the case, then I'm even more confident. With it, he saw Tang San's hand as smooth as white jade move across his waist, pulling out a sophisticated hand crossbow made of a black quiver and a silver crossbow. He began to introduce it to the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, this weapon is called the Zhuge crossbow, a hand crossbow with extremely powerful lethality. At this moment, the Zhuge crossbow in Tang San's hand naturally attracted everyone's attention. Looking at the Zhuge crossbow in Tang San's hand, someone asked aloud, could this be your reliance against the Martial Soul Empire's Soul Master army? Tang San nodded and manipulated the crossbow, twisting his wrist and aiming it outward. Why not? If the opponent's Soul Masters are only at the Soul Honor and Soul Sec levels, this crossbow can completely break through their defenses. With this crossbow, even an ordinary person has the capability to kill the opposing Soul Masters. As he spoke, Tang San aimed the crossbow at a general nearby and pulled the trigger. General Dai, no offense, talking is useless, only practical experience is convincing. As the trigger was pulled, a dull mechanical sound rang out and bolts shot towards General Dai. With Soul Saint strength and a warning from Tang San, he naturally wouldn't be accidentally injured by the Zhuge crossbow. Initially, General Dai casually swatted with his hand, creating a gust of wind, but it did not hinder the bolts at all. After the first interception failed, General Dai's expression changed, becoming serious. Martial soul fusion. With a surge of soul power bursting out, the general's skin turned to a brownish yellow, seemingly also a type of tiger soul beast. He grabbed with both palms, finally intercepting the incoming bolts with his soul power. The harsh rules of the Xingluo Empire also meant that these high-ranking officials all possessed extraordinary strength, and they naturally realized the significance of the bolts, able to push a battle-hardened soul saint to this extent. It was naturally sufficient to deal with the enemy's Soul Master army that was generally at the Soul Honor and Soul Sec levels. Young brother Tang San, this crossbow, the Zhuge crossbow, how many do you have? How many can you equip? Tang San replied, Your Majesty, in preparation for the confrontation with the Martial Soul Empire I had made preparations long ago. However, with Senior Lao Gao from the Blacksmith Association now dead and the Blacksmith Association siding with the Martial Soul Empire without craftsmen and her support, we only have about 2,000 Zhuge crossbows, only 2,000. Emperor Xingluo looked somewhat disappointed. If we could equip a corps of tens of thousands, perhaps the enemy's million-strong army wouldn't be a problem. Your Majesty, the distinguishing features of the Zhuge repeating crossbows are their rapid firing speed in large quantity. Although there are only 2,000 of them, they are more than capable of contending with the opponent's Soul Master legions. Moreover, this war was never about large armies from the start. The true outcome depends on the high-end combat powers of both sides. As the martial Soul Empire's troops completed their assembly, Guan Yu did not give the Star Luo Empire much time to prepare and immediately ordered an attack on the Star Luo Empire's army. Even though many generals from the martial Soul Empire suggested a brief rest to thoroughly perfect the battle plan before striking, Guan Yu rebuffed all these suggestions. It is known that villains have two fatal flaws: they talk too much and they hesitate, clearly having a significant advantage but still giving the enemy a chance to survive by dallying. Although Guan Yu is not defined as a villain, he cannot afford to make the mistakes typical of one with the martial Soul Empire's overwhelming advantage. Why not strike first? Additionally, maintaining such a large army is hugely expensive every day. Those who do not manage household affairs do not realize the cost of rice and firewood, and now in control of the martial Soul Empire, Guan Yu realizes that the empire's finances are not in good shape, thus the war with the Star Luo Empire should not be prolonged. Roar, roar, roar. The martial Soul Empire's army advances, similar to the original story. The vanguard consists of the Soul Master legions, the Holy Dragon Sect's Holy Dragon Legion and the Elephant Armor Sect's Mammoth Army move out simultaneously, their massive dragons and mammoths emitting lofty roars each step they take, shaking the ground incessantly. The Sparrowbee Sect and the Windsword Sect take to the skies, the Fire Leopard Sect, the Rock Antelope Sect and the Black Tiger Sect follow. After these 7 major sects comes Guan Yu's Soul Master Legion, followed by the Heavy Cavalry Legion. The Star Luo main army comes last, 100,000 strong army fully deployed. The sight is truly magnificent. Fortunately, the vicinity of Barak City is a vast plain which can accommodate such a large force. If it were a canyon, the Star Luo Empire's army might not be able to deploy at all, only able to employ a fueling strategy which would squander the Star Luo Empire's great advantage. Moreover, to hell with probing attacks. The first battle is the decisive battle to settle the universe. This is Guan Yu's plan. Guan Yu's sudden strike naturally also disrupted the Star Luo Empire's arrangements. Seeing the Grand Martial Soul Empire army, the Star Luo Empire couldn't help but panic, especially at the sight of the towering holy dragons and mammoths. The innate fear of huge beasts was also triggered. The high ranks of Star Luo were also extremely anxious. They did not expect the martial Soul Empire to strike so decisively, giving them no time to respond. At the high tower of the Star Luo Empire's camp, Tang San also watched the martial Soul Empire's army, his hands tightly clutching the railing in front of him. He also saw the state of the Star Luo army and knew that the first thing to reverse was the morale of the Star Luo Empire to prevent the martial Soul Empire from continuing to affect his own army. Thus, the first to be dealt with was the opponent's frontline Soul Master army. Tang family army, heed my command. Following Tang San's loud shout, 2,000 figures tumbled out from the formation, then knelt on one knee at the front of the Star Luo army, hands holding up, as one Zhuge repeating crossbow after another appeared in their hands. Due to the influence of Guan Yu, Tang San's impact on the continent was not significant. Apart from the Star Luo Empire, other places were not very aware of him, at most only aware of his third-place finish in the Elite Continental Soul Master Academy competition. In such competitions, people typically only remember the first-place winner, who even recalls the second-place team, let alone the third. Tang San's reputation was not prominent and his hidden weapons did not have much influence. Therefore, when facing the 2,000 Tang family army soldiers armed with Zhuge crossbows, the Soul Master army of the martial Soul Empire didn't take them seriously and charged directly into battle. The charging holy dragons and mammoths, the very epitome of heavy cavalry, continued until the 2,000 Tang family soldiers pulled their triggers, and only then was the momentum of the martial Soul Empire contained. Seeing the front lines of the Star Luo Empire with 2,000 soldiers wielding Zhuge crossbows, Guan Yu intended to change the formation, but unfortunately, with a million-strong army, orders were delayed in transmission. By the time Guan Yu's order to change formation was issued, the 7 major sects of the martial Soul Empire had already suffered a minor setback, but fortunately it was the sects that suffered, not their own troops. After this setback, these sects, initially eager to prove themselves, sobered up and steadfastly followed Guan Yu's instructions to slow their assault. Immediately, the Soul Master army of the Martial Soul Empire surged forward to replace the front lines. The Martial Soul Empire's change in formation was clearly observed by the Star Luo Empire. Although the Zhuge crossbows had caused the Seven Sects some trouble, the situation between the two sides had not fundamentally changed. However, as the enemy shifted formations, the Star Luo Empire also became more vigilant. The Tang family army was indeed a crucial asset for the Star Luo Empire in countering the opposing Soul Master army. They had already shown their effectiveness against the Seven Sects, and now, as they observed the replacement Soul Master army of the Martial Soul Empire, the Star Luo side couldn't help but be skeptical. The Soul Master army of the Martial Soul Empire did not seem stronger than the sect teams. Could it be that they were worried about the Seven Sects suffering too much loss, making it difficult to explain later? This thought crossed the minds of the Star Luo Empire. The Tang family army at the forefront of the Star Luo Empire also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, quickly reloaded their crossbows and prepared for another wave of attacks. Although they had resisted an attack by the Seven Sects, whose assault was visually imposing, it always left a bit of panic. In contrast, the Soul Master army of the Martial Soul Empire, without those large beast soul spirits, seemed somewhat calmer. Just as the Star Luo side relaxed a bit and morale began to rise, about 1,500 soldiers from the Martial Soul Empire's leading Soul Master army pulled out sausages, and these were not just any sausages but crystal clear ones looking as if they were made of ice. The appearance of the Tang family army did indeed surprise Guan Yu a little, if only just a little. Guan Yu, monopolizing the Blacksmith Association and controlling the steel and ore supplies, naturally also limited the mass production of Tang San's hidden weapons. The 2,000 Zhuge crossbows were already the maximum. However, even with the Zhuge crossbows, it was not enough to change the course of the war, because in Guan Yu's hands was the continent's most promising food system, Soul Master Oscar, and there, in the hands of those 1,500 warriors, were the crystal stone sausages, which were none other than Oscar's mirrored sausages. For Oscar's sixth spirit ability, mirror replication, Lightfeather specifically had someone search for a 10,000-year-old mirror beast. Although no mirror skull appeared, the mirror ability was preserved. Having reached level 79 and mastered his spirit true body, Oscar's mirrored sausage now had its preservation time increased from 1 year to 2. However, because the mirrored sausage consumes a large amount of spirit power, it could not be produced in large quantities like the recovery sausages, and there were only 2,000 available. Moreover, the function of the mirrored sausage was to replicate others' abilities based on their blood. When the original owner of the blood had stronger spirit power than the replicator, the mirrored sausage would exhibit 70% effectiveness. The mirrored sausages consumed by these people replicated the abilities of no other than Lightfeather, the current master of the Spirit Empire. Although Lightfeather was not a titled Douluo, his total spirit power, spirit ability effects and overall strength were considered the strongest in the Spirit Empire. Even the current 1000 Dao flow could not confidently suppress Lightfeather. The spirit ability effects of Lightfeather replicated into these 1,500 people even at only 70%. Effectiveness was imaginable. After consuming the mirrored sausages, the 1,500 warriors were enveloped in a forbidding aura of red and black spirit power, and each of their hands also brandished a repeating crossbow. Without a second word, all 1,500 of them lifted their crossbows and pulled the trigger simultaneously. Bolts shot out, then split in the air, and each bolt exploded with a booming sound. In an instant, the front ranks of the Star Luo Empire's army, particularly the Tang clan's camp, were turned into a bombing zone. Not just the Tang clan, the Star Luo army was also affected by the explosions. After completing the first wave of attacks, the 1,500 Soul Masters were gasping for air. Even though they had briefly replicated Lightfeather's spirit abilities, such high-level abilities consumed a vast amount of spirit power, and due to the gap in strength between Lightfeather and Oscar, the effect of the mirrored sausage lasted only a minute and a half. A minute and a half is short, but also long, especially when combining all of Lightfeather's spirit abilities. In the next moment, the 1,500 vanished from the forefront of the Spirit Empire's army and reappeared amidst the Star Luo army. Lightfeather's 8th spirit ability, the sinister flying stamp. The effect of this ability in battle is well known, especially when 1,500 people act simultaneously. The minute and a half of instant movement was indeed lengthy. The 1,500 warriors, like gods of the crossbow, wreaked havoc within the Star Luo army. Each booming sound meant that numerous, even dozens of Star Luo soldiers were swept away. As for the initially boastful Tang clan's army, Now, if one were to dig through the soil beneath those military formations, perhaps they could still find some ashes. The grand display of power by these 1,500 soul masters not only shocked the Star Luo Empire but also the Spirit Empire, especially the initially disadvantaged 7 great clans. Considering the hierarchy of the 7 great clans, Tang Clan's army, Soul Master Legion, the outcome was naturally Tang San was thrown into disarray. His painstakingly organized Tang Clan's army was blasted to smithereens. Even Tang San found it hard to accept the situation in that moment. At this point, the Grand Marshal of the Star Luo Empire had no choice but to issue the command to attack. The Star Luo Empire's army pressed forward in full force, knowing that if they didn't commit all their forces now, their formation would be completely disrupted by the mere 1,500 soul masters from the opposing side. As the Star Luo army launched their full-scale assault, those 1,500 soul masters swiftly retreated back to the Martial Soul Empire's camp. In just a minute and a half, they had annihilated Tang's army and shattered the enemy's formation, inflicting heavy casualties on tens of thousands of the Star Luo troops. This achievement was remarkably conspicuous. The visible results were impressive, but the invisible effects, such as morale, were equally significant. After this brief but intense battle, the morale of the Martial Soul Empire was soaring. At the command of Guangyu, the Martial Soul Empire's forces also surged forward. Soon, nearly 2 million troops were entangled in combat. At this moment, the Balik Kingdom resembled a meat grinder, churning through the lives of soldiers from both sides, but primarily those from the Star Luo Empire. Everyone, particularly on the Star Luo side, watched the unfolding events with eyes wide and faces displaying disbelief and even despair. Behind the Martial Soul Empire's army, there appeared to be a group of over 500 individuals led by a serene young girl. This girl, also a soul saint, possessed the 9-heart begonia as her soul spirit. The 500 people behind her summoned the same 9-heart begonia spirit. Tang San recognized the 9-heart begonia, aware of its capabilities. He remembered Rongrong's words. This spirit was supposed to be inherited within a lineage. How could there be 500 in one of them? Indeed, the 9-heart begonia was supposed to be inherited, but one must not forget about the 2,000 mirror intestines, the 1,500 strands of Guan Yu's blood distributed among the Soul Master Legion, and the 500 strands that were kept in reserve. The leader of this group, Yi Lingling, had soul power at the level of a soul saint, comparable and even superior to Oscar's. Hence, the replication effect and duration from the 500 mirror intestines were extended. The healing powers of the 9-heart begonia were terrifying. Coupled with Guan Yu's mastery over the 7 treasures, glazed tile school, various medicinal herbs, and the distraction control manual, each person reached a triple orifice level. Not only was their soul power consumption efficient, but they also could heal 3 individuals per second. Thus, the 500-strong team could heal 1,500 people per second, 15,000 in 10 seconds, and nearly 100,000 in a minute. Watching the petals of the 9-heart begonia settle on the bodies of the Martial Soul Empire soldiers, instantly healing their wounds, the Star Luo Empire was plunged into despair. In contrast, the Martial Soul Empire was exhilarated. With such a robust medical squad, their wounded could be quickly healed. What could possibly frighten the soldiers of the Martial Soul Empire? Thus, after just over 10 minutes of battle, the Star Luo forces collapsed like a house of cards. Already at a numerical disadvantage, they first suffered heavy casualties from the enemy's Soul Master Legion and then faced the terrifying 9-heart begonia team. In those 10 minutes, the Star Luo Empire's army lost 300,000 men. In contrast, the Martial Soul Empire's army suffered only a loss of 20,000 men, although the 9 hearts begonia team has now lost the effect of the mirror intestine and only Yi Lingling is still exerting soul power. According to Guan Yu's arrangement, the 9 hearts begonia team should have taken the field at the beginning of the great battle to maximize their effectiveness. This strategy preserved their own strength and inflicted heavy damage on the enemy with minimal casualties. Now, the Star Luo Empire's army has dwindled to just over 200,000, while the Martial Soul Empire's forces still number over 1,200,000. The disparity in numbers between the two sides has widened significantly and morale has also shifted dramatically. The importance of morale in a great battle cannot be overstated, with the Soul Master Legion wreaking havoc and the 9 hearts begonia team providing frantic healing. The morale of the Star Luo Empire's army continued to wane, while that of the Martial Soul Empire surged even without the 9 hearts begonia team, most likely unaware that their rear support couldn't keep up because most were too engaged in the fray. Tang Sen with bloodshot eyes looked towards the martial Soul Empire's camp, realizing that if the battle continued like this, Star Luo Empire was doomed to defeat. Guan Yu, dare you come out and fight? Just as Tang San's words fell, Guan Yu, under the gaze of countless eyes, calmly stepped forward. His body surged with soul power, and both Asura and evil god forces awakened within him, their formidable aura displayed without reservation. A red and a gray halo of divine power shone behind him. As Guan Yu floated into the sky, appearing before everyone, countless eyes suddenly narrowed. Even among the martial Soul Empire, many faces showed notable changes. They had heard of Guan Yu's various glorious battle achievements, such as single-handedly defeating 7 masters including Ningfengji of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Clan and Jin Bone Douluo, successfully annihilating the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Clan, fighting alone against the sect master of Haotian Clan and 5 elders, successfully wiping out the Haotian Clan, and more. But hearing of it was just that, hearing. They had heard of Guan Yu's strength, but they had no understanding or recognition of it. Only when Guan Yu truly appeared before them, personally experiencing the powerful pressure he brought, did they realize just what level of power he possessed. The Grand Bishops of the Martial Soul Hall, even several patrons, now had flickering eyes. In just a few years, what they once saw as a junior had become someone they needed to look up to. Meanwhile, Hulaina Yen and Xiaoyu on the battlefield, staring at Guan Yu in the sky, fell into prolonged silence. The gap between the two sides had exceeded their imagination. The one who had called Guan Yu out, Tang San, even swallowed his saliva unconsciously. Tang San had not anticipated that Guan Yu could be this powerful. Over the years, due to the inheritance of the war god, Tang San's soul power had greatly increased, now reaching level 85. Although just at the Soul Douluo level with numerous methods at his disposal, he was not inferior to a titled Douluo. Moreover, because of the divine inheritance, Tang San had come to understand the existence of gods in this world, broadening his horizons, and his reverence for titled Douluo had also diminished. After all, having received the legacy of the gods, did Tang San still care about the title of Douluo? However, upon seeing Guan Yu, Tang San felt a power from him that transcended that of any soul master. Divine power, and it seemed to be of even higher quality than that of a war god. Due to Guan Yu's presence, the storyline of Douluo underwent changes under the butterfly effect caused by him. Tang Hao's death, the destruction of Haotian sect, the defeat of Tiando, and many other changes, all were credited to Guan Yu. Thus, among Tang San's greatest adversaries in the Spirit Empire, Guan Yu had inadvertently replaced Bibi Dong in Tang San's heart, now with the Star Luo Empire at a disadvantage. In their clashes with the Spirit Empire, Tang San's last opportunity was to personally take on Guan Yu. Amidst many shocked gazes, Tang San's figure suddenly burst forth, his speed like thunder, charging forward. As his figure flashed, everyone saw in Tang San's hands a giant sword exuding a wild aura, a divine weapon, the war god giant sword. As soon as the sword appeared, the divine power within Tang San was fully mobilized, and even his soul power surged towards the war god giant sword. Instantly, a deafening roar seemed to emanate from the sword. The appearance of the war god giant sword drew many admiring gazes, especially from the Star Luo Empire, as it was indeed a genuine divine artifact. Seeing Tang San wielding the giant sword, Guan Yu naturally realized that the former had received a divine legacy. This made Guan Yu somewhat resentful. Despite his interference, Tang San had not inherited the legacies of the Asura god and the sea god, yet in the end a god had still chosen Tang San. Was the protagonist's halo really that powerful? However, it wasn't surprising, given that in the current Douluo continent, when it came to talent and potential, Tang San truly exceeded others. But even with a divine legacy, how could it be stronger than the evil god, stronger than Asura? Guan Yu had yet to complete 2 trials of the Asura 9 tests, and Tang San had also not completed the war god's trials. Even if Tang San did complete them, Guan Yu was not afraid of his initial entry into godhood. Without summoning his soul weapon, Guan Yu simply gestured with his right hand, and a giant sword-shaped red sword appeared in his hand. The Asura demon sword, once drawn, resonated with the Asura divine power within Guan Yu, its aura becoming even colder and a murderous intent sweeping out, creating a hell of killing intent around. In this hell of killing intent, the state of enemies would be weakened, making it hard for them to exert their full combat strength, and even low-strength soul masters would be suppressed and unable to use their soul skills. However, Guan Yu noticed that Tang San seemed unaffected by the hell of killing intent. Perhaps due to the special nature of the war god, Guan Yu was hardly impacted. With the war god giant sword in hand, both soul power and divine power stirred like a storm spreading. Despite Guan Yu's strength being beyond Tang San's expectations, Tang San had no intention of retreating. The war god giant sword carrying immense might seemed to unfold everything as it slashed towards Guan Yu. Slash! Tang San's shout was like thunder. The domineering sword light poured down, heading straight for Guan Yu. This strike from Tang San, even a titled Douluo's complexion would turn serious, feeling a strong sense of crisis from this sword. They had not anticipated that this young and fearsome soul fighter Tang San could wield such formidable power. Although Tang San's soul power was only at the soul fighter level, he gave his all in that single strike. After that sword thrust, Tang San had no further opportunities. It was his only sword attack. Numerous eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the imminent clash in the arena, but just as he was about to make contact with Guan Yu's light feathers, Tang San's purple eyes clearly saw Guan Yu gripping his red giant sword, his gaze calm as a deep pool, his divine power surging. Driven by the red giant sword, he too slashed fiercely forward. A white and a red light streaked through the void, colliding directly. A violent storm of energy swept through the area. However, in Tang San's eyes at that moment there emerged a hint of terror and despair, for he realized that at the moment of the power's collision his sword light was almost unimaginably disintegrating and dissolving. Impossible! Tang San cried out in shock. He had exerted his utmost strength in that strike. How could it possibly be so easily crushed head-on by the opponent? Yet, harsh as reality was, it remained the truth. The red light roared, releasing a cold, murderous intent, shredding everything. It struck Tang San, leaving a deep mark about 1,000 feet long on the ground. Guan Yu stood in place, leaning on his sword. He glanced in the direction Tang San had retreated, his eyes also showing doubt. Because just now it seemed a slight mishap had occurred, allowing Tang San, who should have been slain, to survive. Thump! The sound of Tang San falling was particularly jarring in the silent atmosphere. On the battlefield, the people of the Star Luo Empire were all petrified. Tang San, the inheritor of the war god, yet he was cut down by a single sword. Tang San fell with his body weakly collapsing amidst the ruins. Although he could not move his body, his spiritual power was not constrained. Guan Yu, I admit defeat. I can give you my life, but please end this cruel war, Tang San said weakly, looking at Tang San before him, who seemed saintly. Guan Yu shook his head. What a joke! Although Tang San had not been slain by a single sword, he was already at his last gasp. What right did he have to negotiate terms? Was he worthy? However, just as Guan Yu was about to refuse, a special golden flame suddenly surged from Tang San. From this golden flame, Guan Yu felt a threatening aura. This was divine power. A type of divine power completely different from the previous war god's power, a new divine power. Watching the golden divine power swirling around Tang San's body, Guan Yu couldn't help but sigh internally. Why did this guy have so much divine power? Just because he was Tang San? He seemed to forget that he too was favored by the gods, also cherished by them. Even considering the temptation of the Rakshasa god, Guan Yu had been chosen by 3 deities. This time, a golden silhouette appeared behind Tang San, and as it gradually became clearer, the silhouette stepped forward, passing through Tang San's body to stand before him, its right hand moving lightly, wielding a massive golden trident with formidable power. Meanwhile, within Tang San's spiritual world, this towering figure also existed. At the same time, the war god's apparition appeared. See God, what are you playing at? Tang San is the candidate I had chosen for the divine assessment. What do you mean by stepping in? The golden apparition smiled as if narrating a fact. He is an enemy of both the Shura god and the evil god's heirs. Are you sure you want to choose him as your heir? The war god's apparition frowned. In the divine realm, both the Shura god and the evil god were naturally superior in strength and status to him. To be precise, as a second-tier deity his status was quite low. The war god then spoke loudly. A war god fears nothing, however this young man is too reckless. A war god does not choose a reckless person as his heir. Saying this, the war god's apparition turned away, and simultaneously the residual divine power of the war god also began fading from Tang San. Even before Tang San could speak, the apparition of the war god and even all traces of the war god's presence vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Tang San, already lacking in momentum, looked even more disheartened. From the unfamiliar golden apparition, it was not hard for Tang San to discern that gods also have their hierarchies, and his opponent Guan Yu seemed to be the heir to 2 deities even more powerful than his own war god. Losing the war god meant losing his hope for revenge and perhaps even his hope for life. However, the golden apparition spoke up. Young man, your selfless and tolerant heart has moved me. Would you be willing to accept my divine heritage assessment? Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes sparkled anew. You are the sea god, are you? More powerful than the deities Guan Yu has inherited from? The sea god grinned and finally, without blushing or skipping a beat, said, I have roamed the oceans for thousands of years. The power of the ocean is endless. I am willing to accept your heritage, Lord Sea God. The sea god seemed relieved and nodded, then spoke, Young man, the complete heritage of the sea god is on Sea God Island. If you wish, I can transport you to Sea God Island, but without the heart of the sea god to guide you, your sea god assessment will be extremely difficult. Tang San faced a dilemma. He could leave, but what would become of the Star Luo Empire? However, Tang San had not completely lost his cool and judgment. Being here seemed to change nothing. If he left, there was still hope, still a chance for revenge. Thus Tang San looked up at the golden apparition with unwavering determination and said, Lord Sea God, I am willing. No matter how difficult, I will definitely pass the assessment. At that, the apparition waved its right hand and a golden light enveloped Tang San. This golden light was warm, and from within it Tang San felt an incredibly sacred aura. The golden light pulled him, moving him towards a distant place. Tang San's transformation was naturally witnessed by everyone. How could Guan Yu let him leave? If he did, he would be cursed to death by some overbearing lords. Thus, Guan Yu raised his crossbow spirit and pulled the trigger, sending a dense barrage of crossbow bolts towards Tang San. Just as the bolts were about to strike Tang San, a golden apparition stepped in to block them. Spare others when you can, young man. Your aggressive spirit is too strong. With the continent in your hands, I fear it will lead to widespread suffering. Gazing upon the golden apparition before him, although Light Feather did not recognize it, seeing the iconic golden trident in its hands, he could guess that this was likely the sea god, often intervening in mortal affairs. I have roamed the Douluo aquatic world for over 1,000 years and finally ascended to the position of sea god. Now I intervene for the sake of all creatures on the continent. A deep, powerful voice filled with authority rang out, echoing in everyone's ears, quelling any thoughts of resistance and leading all to gaze and worship at the golden figure. Goodness, could this actually be a true god? The golden apparition took another step forward, and with that step everything around instantly turned into brilliant gold. Little Feather, watching the transformation, the most anxious was Light Feather Douluo. Just when everyone thought the tide was about to turn, they witnessed an unbelievable scene. The young man, constantly redefining strength for them, now raised his crossbow soul weapon, aiming directly at the god they revered. Hypocrisy, a mere divine thought dares to meddle too much. As his soul power surged, 3 black and 5 red 8 soul rings appeared around Light Feather. Seeing this terrifying configuration of soul rings, everyone was shocked, yet still dared not disrespect the god. However, Light Feather didn't care. If it were truly the sea god, he might not be a match, but he knew that this golden apparition was not some nonsensical sea god, just a divine thought left by the sea god in the mortal realm, and moreover, its energy was limited. Use a bit, lose a bit. In the original story, Bibi Dong once faced the sea god's divine thought and was killed by it. If not for her 9th soul skill, the end would have come much earlier. Therefore, the strength of this sea god's divine thought could be somewhat inferred. But Light Feather was fearless. Firstly, he possessed a revival skill akin to Bibi Dong's, so he was not afraid of being killed accidentally by the sea god's divine thought. Secondly, Light Feather had means to threaten a god. From among his 8 soul rings, the 7th and 8th, both intensely bright red, melted away like snow, transforming into 2 streams of red light that infused into his crossbow soul weapon. Absorbing these 2 streams of red light, the crossbow also turned a vivid red as if bathed in blood, while an astonishing aura of destruction emanated from it. Others were merely shocked, but the priests of the spirit hall on the battlefield had their eyes slightly raised, seemingly deep in thought. Why do I feel a hint of the Haotian school's great Mount Shumi hammer? The golden apparition also looked solemn, sensing danger from Light Feather. The golden apparition spun around in midair, and with a swift action, the sea god's trident was launched, trailing a phantom-like golden light. Golden trident, 3rd form, point of no return. As the 2 soul rings' powers compressed, Light Feather watched the golden apparition before him and also directly pulled the trigger. This technique, named Slaying the Gods. The golden sea god's apparition threw its hand. Every movement, every frame filled with immense force. As the phantom of the sea god flung his arm, the golden trident in his hand was launched like a cannonball. However, much like the phantom itself, the throned sea god's trident was not a real entity but a phantom as well. The true sea god's trident should currently be resting on the Isle of the Sea God. The golden trident trailed a long streak of golden light as it headed straight for Guan Yu. Although Guan Yu verbally underestimated the sea god's phantom, it was after all a manifestation of the sea god's divine will. In the original story, Bibi Dong was once slain by this divine will of the sea god. And had it not been for her resurrection abilities, the sea god might have already intervened to create a major conclusion. Facing the swiftly approaching golden trident, Guan Yu felt a sense of oppression and the instinctual threat posed by immense danger. Despite this, Guan Yu took the initiative, condensing his last 2 soul rings into a crossbow bolt and firing it off. Having his own resurrection abilities as a safety net, Guan Yu felt the pressure, but he was not panicked. In fact, he was even keen on testing his own strength at this moment. Currently, Guan Yu could instantly defeat an ordinary title Douluo. Although he lacked a 9th soul ring, the quantity and quality of his soul bones and the caliber of his soul rings meant he could maintain an unbeatable position even against several priests of the Spirit Hall. What Guan Yu truly wished to compare himself against were great figures like the Grand Priest Qian Douluo and the sea god Douluo Poseidon, who were currently the strongest under the heavens on the continent. However, without the opportunity to do so, the intervention by the sea god's divine will presented a good alternative. The crossbow bolt shot forth, striking precisely against the golden trident hurled by the sea god's phantom. A blinding white light filled everyone's vision, followed by a massive roaring sound as if the heavens and earth were tearing apart. The disturbance lasted for several seconds, and when the sound dissipated and the white light faded, what appeared before everyone was a huge mushroom cloud. Stunned, the onlookers' mouths hung open, unable to swallow their astonishment. Is this the power of a god, so strong? That's a god, so what is Guan Yu? Is he still human, He has already surpassed the bounds of humanity. The high ranks of the Spirit Hall were equally shocked as Guan Yu once again shattered their understanding of their own limits, and with each breakthrough his influence and prestige within the Spirit Hall had reached a terrifying level, even reaching the point where he could shake the angelic faction. If Bibi Dong in the original story could reach such heights, why couldn't Guan Yu? In the sewer of Douluo, the upper limit was not high, and this collision had already exceeded people's conventional understanding. Even soul masters with stronger abilities had their worldviews shaken, let alone the hundreds of thousands of soldiers. At this moment, both sides had already stopped fighting, turning their attention to the duel in the sky, which was the key to everything. Compared to them, the battle of the large armies seemed utterly pointless. As everyone's gaze shifted between Guan Yu and the sea god's phantom, they saw the former's face pale, a look of extreme weakness evident. Yet even so, no one dared to underestimate him. After all, he had just clashed with a god and survived a cataclysmic collision. The fact that he was merely weakened now was a testament to Guan Yu's formidable strength. As for the deity on the other side, something seemed amiss when everyone looked over. Their gazes shifted across the phantom of the sea god, finally settling on the heart of the majestic golden figure, where a different white light flickered. No, it wasn't just a white light, it was a void. At that moment, the heart of the sea god's phantom was eerily empty, as if it had been pierced through. The sea god's spirit avatar also looked down at it, and for the first time, a complex expression arose in the majestic golden eyes. Being merely a spirit, the real sea god couldn't die, but having the spirit pierced was definitely not a good sign. From the hollow at the heart, cracks began to spread across the imposing golden phantom of the sea god, becoming more numerous and denser, slicing the spirit avatar into countless fragments that grew smaller and smaller until, with a loud bang, it completely exploded. The sea god's spirit avatar did not utter a word, its golden eyes intently staring at Guan Yu as if trying to see through something. Guan Yu was weak, but the test of firepower had been achieved. Using the principle of the explosive ring from the Haotian sect's Mount Sumeru hammer, Guan Yu had utilized his strongest 2 soul rings accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years to shoot and kill the sea god's spirit avatar, a feat never accomplished in the original story. Guan Yu's act of shooting down the sea god's spirit also shattered the last hopes of the Star Luo Empire's army and soul masters. If even the gods were defeated, how could they possibly win? Thus, this great battle came to its conclusion. The Star Luo Empire was defeated, the nation fell. The martial Soul Empire henceforth completely unified the continent. At this time, amidst the focus of all eyes, Guan Yu did not believe he truly possessed the power of the gods. The sea god's spirit could be considered demigod level, and while Guan Yu could slay a demigod, the true gods remained an unknown. However, the experience of this battle, although it had consumed a great deal of his soul power, made Guan Yu feel that his soul power level had finally, effortlessly reached level 90. Once he recovered from his injuries, he could begin selecting his 9th soul ring. Indeed, battle proved to be the best cultivation. As the epic battle drew to a close and the Star Luo Empire was annexed, the workload for the Martial Soul Empire was enormous, with the entire imperial mechanism operating at full speed. However, as the regent of the Martial Soul Empire, the powerful Guan Yu was now like a shopkeeper who hands off responsibilities, quietly focusing on his cultivation. Guan Yu's strength had deterred everyone, so he had no worries about anyone interfering with his cultivation. After 2 months, the energy expended in that battle had fully recovered. Leaving his room, people quickly came to report various matters to him. After making decisions on some major issues, Guan Yu delegated most matters to other high-ranking officials of the Martial Soul Hall. This not only eased his own burden but also satisfied those in the Martial Soul Hall who craved power, as they felt empowered, not realizing that this was simply Guan Yu being lazy. They only knew that they now held decision-making power, true power. Another person came to report to Guan Yu, "Your Highness, there is a message from the Temple of Offerings. The Grand Offering wishes to meet with you." Upon hearing that Qian Douluo wanted to meet him, Guan Yu was initially puzzled. He knew that Qian Douluo was assisting Qian Rengshu in inheriting the angel god's legacy, so during this period Guan Yu had focused solely on dealing with the Haotian sect and the Star Luo Empire. As for Qian Douluo, it seemed to Guan Yu that waiting for his demise was all that was left to do. More than a month had passed, and given the simplicity of the angel god's trials, Qian Rengshu's assessment should have reached its final stage. Why would Qian Douluo during the angel god's trials seek him out instead of concentrating on protecting Qian Rengshu? Was it to make final arrangements, or perhaps to eliminate him? Guan Yu couldn't help but speculate. Now Guan Yu's influence spanned the entire Martial Soul Empire and even the continent. The downfall of the top 3 sects either originated from him or was indirectly related to him. With the final battle against the Star Luo Empire, Guan Yu's prestige had reached its peak. If Qian Rengshu intended to succeed the Martial Soul Empire in the future, there was no doubt that Guan Yu would be seen as a significant threat. The saying goes, no one who outshines their master comes to a good end. This wasn't mere paranoia on Guan Yu's part. Power struggles are inherently ruthless. Moreover, based on Guan Yu's understanding of Qian Douluo, he would certainly eliminate Guan Yu to secure Qian Rengshu's control over the Martial Soul Empire later on. Even if Qian Rengshu became a god, Guan Yu also possessed his own legacies. The fact that Guan Yu was the grandson of the Martial Soul Hall's Guanling Douluo was irrelevant in the face of the power transitions and intricate calculations that define relationships in this evolved Martial Soul Hall, now a state that unified the entire continent. So should he not go? After weighing his options, Guan Yu teleported directly from the capital of the former Star Luo Empire to the Temple of Offerings at Martial Soul Mountain. Even if Qian Douluo wanted to eliminate him, he wouldn't be able to. Guan Yu had fully matured, and his soul bone skills and soul ring abilities were now so formidable that he no longer feared Qian Douluo as he once did. With just the demon god's imprint, Guan Yu could maintain an unbeatable position, not to mention his soul bone fusion skill, Resurrection. On the current continent, perhaps only a god could kill him. As he entered the Temple of Offerings, Guan Yu felt Qian Douluo's guidance. Following it, he arrived at the angelic battle platform. Since the platform was used for Qian Rengshu's divine inheritance, there were no members of the Angelic Legion practicing there at the moment. Only Qian Douluo and Qian Rengshu were present. Qian Rengshu stood at the center of the platform with a golden longsword planted in front of her. At a glance, Guan Yu guessed it to be the true divine artifact, the Sword of Angels. Not far from Qian Rengshu, Qian Douluo stood in his golden robe and blonde hair, but he seemed somewhat dimmed. Upon Guan Yu's arrival, Qian Douluo turned his head to look at him. From that single glance, Guan Yu could tell that the Qian Douluo before him seemed to have lost his vital energy compared to before. Guan Yu also felt assured that Qian Douluo was not planning to eliminate him, or perhaps in his current state he simply couldn't have the issues with the upper 3 sects and the Star Luo Empire been resolved. Chen Douluo asked with a light smile. Guan Yu nodded. They have essentially been resolved. Even though some remnants remain, they no longer pose a threat. Currently, integration efforts are underway and the main army is still in the Star Luo Empire. Hearing this, a trace of melancholy seemed to appear on Qian Douluo's face. With such achievements, you could certainly make a name for yourself in the Martial Soul Empire to be remembered across the continent, he continued. Guan Yu naturally did not doubt this. After all, if his achievements weren't enough to be remembered, then probably no one else's would be either. Tell me, will you eventually hand over the martial soul empire to Shuer? Chen Douluo asked, turning to a more serious topic. If she wants it, I will give it to her, Guan Yu replied decisively and directly. Upon hearing this, Chen Douluo pondered for a moment before slowly nodding, his expression unreadable. Chen Douluo then continued to probe, after you pass the Azura God's trial in the future, will you inherit the Azura God's legacy? Faced with this significant question, Guan Yu responded, just as before, of course, but to me the Azura God's legacy is merely a safety net. A safety net? Chen Daolia's face finally showed a hint of surprise. The Azura God's legacy is considered superior even to the angelic gods. Do you perhaps harbor greater ambitions? Perhaps sensing that Chen Douluo was nearing the end of his life, Guan Yu decided to clear up any doubts for the dying man. The Azura God is powerful, but after all, he is just one deity. It seemed Chen Douluo caught something unusual in Guan Yu's words. Could it be that you have other deities in mind? He asked, his gaze drifting westward unintentionally. A person cannot inherit from two deities at once, so even if you have other choices, you would ultimately have to choose only one, and it's hard to find a deity more powerful than the Azura God. As a spokesperson for the angelic god, Chen Douluo was naturally more knowledgeable, and Guan Yu was aware of this too. Indeed, a person cannot inherit multiple deities. Tang San had provided a method embodying both the Azura and Sea gods, using Xiao Wu as a sword sheath to manage two deities in two bodies, averaging to one deity per person. Moreover, during combat, the powers of two gods cannot coexist. The power of the Azura god and that of the Sea god must be used alternately. Thus, this method was merely a backup plan for Guan Yu, intended to carry the powers of the Azura god and the evil god. Literally speaking, if one can inherit from two deities, then just inherit from one and become a god to create another that makes two. If one could become a god and create a new deity and then use Tang San's method to find a carrier, wouldn't it be possible to achieve a trinity of the Azura god, the evil god, and a self-created deity? A trinity of gods, isn't that even more prestigious than a duality? It was as if Chen Douluo could read Guan Yu's mind, his face showing astonishment. Do you intend to become a god on your own? Why not? Guan Yu's words were tinged with deep ambition. Hearing this, Chen Douluo also knew his guess was correct. The path to godhood is extremely challenging, but if both the sea god and the angelic god were once humans who ascended to godhood, if they could achieve it, why can't I? Chen Douluo instinctively replied. Both of them were extraordinary talents, and yet it took them hundreds of years to ascend to the status of deities. His gaze shifted towards Guan Yu and his voice gradually trailed off. Yes, the sea god and the angel god were both prodigies, and isn't this young man before us just as remarkable? Not even 20 years old, and he has already reached such a stage. It's possible that even the sea god and the angel god might not have been better than him at this age. What is the greatest difficulty on the path to godhood? Since Chen Douluo seemed to know Guan Yu's thoughts and hadn't shown any malice towards him, Guan Yu decided to ask Chen Douluo. After all, Chen Douluo as a spokesperson for the gods certainly knew more than the average person. Chen Douluo seemed to realize that Guan Yu wouldn't give up and shared his knowledge. As for the future, that was beyond Chen Daolia's concern or vision. To ascend to godhood on your own, you need the faith of all living beings to purify your body, not just humans, but also numerous spirit beasts, plants, and other creatures. Guan Yu pondered this. Indeed, the angel god earned the power of people's faith by saving them from plagues and diseases, bringing light to the world. The sea god, on the other hand, calmed the seas, earning the faith of the myriad spirit creatures of the ocean. Beyond this, one's own faith must evolve into a divine sense. His own faith. Chen Douluo nodded. Exactly that, your own faith. Simply put, it's about why you want to become a god. The angel god became a deity to eradicate disease and bring light, thus his power is that of light. The sea god ascended because of his inclusive power, embodying peace and tolerance. So to become a god, you need to find your true faith. On the path to godhood, if you can forge a new path, you will succeed. If you cannot, you will only follow in the footsteps of others to an end. Guan Yu's thoughts were entirely focused on the key to becoming a god that Chen Douluo had outlined, the faith of others versus his own faith, a nebulous concept indeed. But then again, if it were easy, the original texts wouldn't have recorded only the sea god and the angel god as those who ascended independently. Seeing Guan Yu deep in thought, Chen Douluo kindly reminded him, even though you have such thoughts, now is not the time. After all, you haven't yet secured your 9th spirit ring. Consider it after you've obtained that. Guan Yu subconsciously nodded but didn't really take it in. Wait until later, that wouldn't do. Guan Yu needed to plan ahead. He didn't know how long the sea god and angel god spent cultivating their faith, but according to the original texts, both existed among humans for hundreds of years, so Guanyu must start as early as possible. Xian Douluo added, Xiaoyu, no matter what happens in the future, I hope you won't harm Xiaoshui. Guanyu was surprised. Xian Douluo wasn't going to eliminate him, was he entrusting him with a duty? But wouldn't entrusting him mean asking him to take care of Qian Rinxue? Why then ask him not to harm her? Damn, after all this time in Xian Daoliu's eyes, I'm still a traitor and a rebel. On reflection, Guanyu also came to understand something. If Qian Douluo really made his move against me, it would mean tearing off the mask, leaving no room for maneuver. However, Qian Douluo did not take me down personally, so he dared not tear off the mask. Guanyu couldn't help but admire himself, thankful for not skimping on palace dramas and political intrigue series in his previous life. Yes, it must be so. Once she completes the assessment, she will become a deity. How could I possibly harm her? Is this your answer? Looking at Qian Douluo, Guanyu's expression darkened, then he quickly changed his tone. Regardless, I will not harm her. Hearing this, the stern look on Qian Daoliu's face finally faded. I still owe you a promise, don't I? I'm afraid I won't have the chance to fulfill it myself. Let Xiao Shui do it for me. Guanyu naturally knew what Qian Douluo was referring to, which was the previous promise to grant him a request for every 10 levels of soul power he improved. Indeed, Qian Douluo still owed him a promise. Previously, Guanyu needed Qian Daoliu's help, thus he mentioned the promise. Now, it's hard for Guanyu to ask anything from Qian Douluo, so the matter of the promise had somewhat faded from his mind. Now that Qian Douluo mentioned it, Guanyu felt even more conflicted. Looking at the figure he once had to look up to, Guanyu felt he was an even more complex person. For Qian Douluo, what really matters, is it the martial soul hall, the angelic lineage, the Chen family, or Qian Rinxue? As the conversation ended, Guanyu understood this was their last meeting. There were no feelings involved, the emotional one was Lightwing Douluo, not Guanyu. As Guanyu turned to leave, Qian Douluo shifted his gaze back to the silhouette standing before the angelic holy sword, Xiao Shui, his hand slowly resting on Qian Rinxue's shoulder. Angelic assessment illusion. Qian Rinxue had passed several judgments, and with the voice of the angelic god falling, the toughest judgment for Qian Rinxue finally appeared. Qian Douluo, bound in the angelic illusion, appeared before Qian Rinxue. Although Qian Douluo did not give Guanyu a specific path, he provided him with a direction to ascend to godhood. The biggest impact and change was that halls started being built all over the continent, singing praises of Guanyu. Besides, the whole continent began to extensively glorify Guanyu's achievements. They downplayed the forces that once opposed the martial soul empire to elevate Guanyu's positive influence in unifying the continent, a tide of public opinion sweeping across the land. The original residents of the martial soul empire were fine, as they had long held Guanyu in high esteem. The challenge lay with the original inhabitants of the Star Luo Empire and some from the Heavendo residents. After the propaganda tasks were distributed, Guanyu no longer invested much energy into it. Instead, as his soul power reached level 90, his thoughts turned to his 9th soul ring. Meanwhile, 5 days after seeing Qian Douluo, one of the remaining 2 soul bones, Guanyu had the sky blue bull python soul bone ascended to a divine level soul bone. Qian Douluo died. Now, the only soul bone in my body that hasn't reached the divine level is the Azura God's 8th trial, leaving only Tang San alive. If I'm not mistaken, Tang San should have already set off for Sea God Island by now. Although the journey to Sea God Island is perilous, with the help of his aura, Guanyu does not believe that Tang San will perish on the way there. Moreover, if Tang San were to die, his own Titan giant ape spirit bone should ascend to a divine level, so whether Tang San is dead or alive, Guanyu is actually the clearest about it. Whether it's Sea God Island or his own 9th spirit ring, it seems necessary for him to take action once again. Setting sail, the preparations took 10 days, and the Spirit Empire dispatched 5 giant ships accompanied by more than 20 titled Douluo. Holding the most detailed sea chart obtained from coastal fisherman Guanling, Douluo came to Guanyu's side. This is your 2nd time at sea, isn't it? More than 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The only 2 times you went to sea, the first was naturally when you went to hunt for your first spirit ring with me and we searched for the sunken fish. Guanyu smiled and said, Grandpa, when did you also become sentimental? Guanling Douluo was not as playful as before but said lightly, previously it was just a small boat that could accommodate a few people, but now it has become a giant ship that can hold hundreds. The kid who just hunted his first spirit ring has now become a major player across the continents. Grandpa, what are you trying to say? Guan Yu gradually felt something was off. Guangling Douluo finally spoke directly. Guan Yu, after the young master completes the angel god assessment and comes out, he will be able to take charge of the spirit empire and then you can relax a bit. Hearing this, Guan Yu suddenly felt uncomfortable. Perhaps Guan Yu could mobilize a part of the Spirit Empire's people to be completely loyal to him. With his own prestige, he would definitely have followers, this was certain. But among those who would stand by him, there would not be those few priests from the Spirit Hall, not even Guangling Douluo. Their loyalty from beginning to end was only to the angel lineage. Looking at Guangling Douluo's inquiring gaze, Guan Yu immediately smiled. That's fine, I'm not a diligent person anyway, I've long wanted to shake off the mess of the Spirit Empire. Guangling Douluo then also revealed a cynical smile and then even more cheerfully said, little you marry the young master. By doing so, not only do you not lose anything, but you actually gain a lot. Although the young master will become an angel god, you have also undergone the divine assessment and in the future you can also become a god, so you two are very suitable. Looking at Guangling Douluo in front of him, the only one who truly had real feelings for him, Guan Yu, was also clear that these days Guangling Douluo had also endured a lot of psychological pressure. What he least wanted was for Guan Yu to not be able to let go of power. After all, Guan Yu was now the highest power holder of the Spirit Empire, but all this was predicated on the angel lineage's Qian Dao Lu Qian Rinxue not coming out. The legitimate line was always Qian Rinxue, and if Guang Yu and Qian Rinxue were to fight, the most difficult position naturally would be Guangling Douluo. Well, Guan Yu was always going to become a god, and the Spirit Empire didn't really have much significance to hold on to. Besides, just like Guangling Douluo said, if the Spirit Empire was given to Qian Rinxue and he married Qian Rinxue, then everything would be settled. Before becoming a god, Qian Rinxue was already stunning with a tall and graceful figure. After her ascension as a goddess, well, just the thought of it is thrilling. After some other chatter, Guangling Douluo turned to ask Guan Yu, little you, what soul beast do you plan to hunt on this sea voyage? Such a grand preparation. The sea is ultimately more vast than the land, and suitable soul beasts for Guan Yu on the continent are hard to find nowadays. Soul beasts old enough could probably only be found in the sea. Guan Yu always had a specific target for each of his soul beast hunts, and his absorption of soul rings was always reckless, making everyone anxious. But now, with Guan Yu's formidable strength, even soul rings from soul beasts of several 100,000 years did not worry Guangling Douluo. Guan Yu didn't keep it a secret and directly said the deep-sea demon whale. Guangling Douluo was also familiar with the deep-sea demon whale. No wonder, according to the grand worship that creature has cultivated for 990,000 years, I guess there's no other soul beast on the entire continent that's older than it. But fortunately, it's still at 990,000 years. If it were to go further and complete its transformation into a dragon, then we'd be in real trouble and would have to give up. By the way, little you, how do you plan to deal with that guy? Guan Yu turned his head towards Guangling Douluo, a smile still hanging on his face, a smile that Guangling Douluo found somewhat familiar. This guy is planning to stir up trouble again. Guan Yu then said, I plan to feed it first. Feed it? Guangling Douluo was stunned. Although he wasn't clear about what Guan Yu exactly meant, seeing that smile on Guan Yu's face, he saw a familiar yet long-lost madness. This is not good, this kid is going to cause trouble again. But this time it's not feasible. The deep-sea demon whale king is a formidable soul beast of 990,000 years, almost at the peak of humans and soul beasts, and except for true gods, no one can really handle it unless cheating. With the current lineup of about 20 titled Douluos at the Spirit Hall, plus Guan Yu's strength to shoot down the sea god's consciousness, Guangling Douluo felt confident that even if they couldn't defeat the deep-sea demon whale king, they had a chance to escape given they could fly. But if Guan Yu causes trouble not playing by the rules and creating unexpected situations, then this delicate balance might be disrupted, and if something goes wrong, they could all end up in the belly of the deep-sea demon whale king. In the sea area, the territorial consciousness of sea soul beasts is stronger than that of land soul masters. At this moment, the Empire's giant ship of the Spirit Empire is docked in a relatively calm sea area. Sea soul beasts have their own territories, and these territories are not exactly adjacent, which significantly reduces the incidence of accidental intrusions. If even the buffer zones are crossed, only then will the sea soul beasts truly become enraged. The original journey of Tang San and his companions to the Sea God Island led them deep into the territory of the deep-sea demon whale king and also woke it up, leading to a series of events. Looking at the sea chart in his hand, Guan Yu carefully distinguished the territories of different sea soul beasts ensuring the safety of his own fleet before finally stepping out of the cabin onto the deck. They were still more than 10 kilometers away from the territory of the deep-sea demon whale king. Why suddenly stop here? Guan Yu turned to look at Guangling Douluo and said, as I mentioned earlier, our target is the deep-sea demon whale king, but I plan to feed it first. You all rest here, I will go and scout ahead. Without giving Guangling Douluo a chance to respond, Guan Yu immediately used his external spirit bone, the Shura 9 wheels, and headed straight for the territory of the deep-sea demon whale king. With the speed of the Shura 9 wheels, Guangling Douluo couldn't catch up even if he wanted to and could only watch as Guan Yu disappeared into the horizon of the ocean. As he ventured deeper into the territory of the deep-sea demon whale king, Guan Yu felt his calm heart begin to flutter with anxiety, but soon it settled back into calmness. Upon arriving above the territory, Guan Yu immediately formed a flying evil god seal. This seal was crucial for the grand plan that Guan Yu had in mind. Without it, he wouldn't dare to execute his plan. At this moment, the waters of the deep-sea demon whale king were eerily calm, and upon closer observation, one could notice that there were no sea spirit beasts present. Most likely, this was due to the fearsome reputation of the deep-sea demon whale king, who was probably resting at the seabed. After confirming everything was as expected, Guan Yu quickly moved towards another sea area. About 2 hours later, he arrived at a new sea region. Although the surrounding sea surface looked indistinguishable from any other, it was different from the territory of the deep-sea demon whale king. There were still a few sea spirit beasts in this area, and a thick scent of blood permeated the waters. A powerful spiritual force spread throughout the sea, and Guan Yu could see several robust sea spirit beasts swimming around. Their bodies were dark yet full of strength, with unusually large heads. Occasionally, when they opened their mouths, they revealed terrifyingly huge teeth like swords, and their dark red eyes were filled with a fierce aura. These were the evil demon orcas. This sea region was the domain of the evil demon orcas. Unlike the solitary deep-sea demon whale king, the evil demon orcas were social creatures led by a 100,000-year-old evil demon orca king overseeing more than 200 others. Evil demon orcas are extremely bloodthirsty sea spirit beasts. Because they are social creatures and have virtually no natural enemies, their numbers are quite substantial. In the ocean, the evil demon orcas are unrestrained, constantly killing even when they do not need food, mercilessly tearing apart any creature they encounter. Adult evil demon orcas are about 20 to 25 meters long with strong bodies, sharp teeth, and powerful abilities. A single evil demon orca could match 2 adult demon soul great white sharks. They possess a ripple detection method that allows them to detect any energy-bearing creature within 10 miles, making it impossible for them to escape detection. Thus, when Guan Yu spotted the evil demon orcas, they also noticed his presence. Although somewhat surprised by the sudden appearance of a human, the evil demon orcas displayed a brutal and playful attitude. With powerful tail flicks, several evil demon orcas swiftly swam towards Guan Yu. There were 6 of them, their cultivation ages ranging from 20,000 to 30,000 years. With his calculative eye, it wasn't difficult for Guan Yu to discern the cultivation ages of these evil demon orcas. For such a level of soul beast, with Guan Yu's current strength, he directly summoned his crossbow soul. With the crossbow in hand, 6 crossbow bolts were fired simultaneously, each targeting a demonic killer whale. Watching the tiny crossbow bolts, ridiculously disproportionate to their own size, shoot towards them, the 6 demonic killer whales didn't even bother to dodge. They didn't take it seriously at first and continued to charge forward. It was only when the bolts made contact that the demonic killer whales felt an odd sensation. They felt a chill throughout their bodies. A sea soul beast feeling cold in the sea? What kind of joke was that? But why was this coldness so peculiar? And how did the crossbow bolts end up behind them, and why was there a feeling of drowsiness coming over them? Why? This final sensation perhaps was only shared by the fierce gods team in the original story, who were killed by the Zhuge crossbow. In the moment the 6 demonic killer whales were slain, deep within the sea in the demonic killer whale tribe's lair, a much larger, over 100 meters long, gigantic demon whale suddenly opened its huge evil eyes and looked towards the sea surface, which was empty except for the lingering scent of blood and a faint trace of presence. And indeed, 6 demonic killer whales were missing from the tribe. By this time, Guan Yu had already left the territory of the demonic killer whales, reappearing in the domain of the deep-sea demon whale king using the flying evil seal. The bodies of the 6 slain demonic killer whales were also brought along by Guan Yu and thrown into the water below. Accompanied by huge waves and fresh wounds, blood kept emerging. With the massive disturbance and the stimulation of fresh blood, Guan Yu didn't believe the deep-sea demon whale king could remain asleep. As time ticked away, half an hour passed and the sea surface remained calm. Just as Guan Yu was about to stir up more trouble, a sudden sense of crisis overcame him, an instinct developed from years of warfare. His gaze shifted downwards, and for the first time Guan Yu felt fear. The vast sea surface remained calm, but beneath Guan Yu a nearly circular 100-meter-wide shadow appeared, its color deepening as it drew closer. Splash! As the shadow deepened sufficiently, the calm of the sea surface was finally broken as the circular edges suddenly lifted and began to close together, the sea water churning and a massive amount of water being enveloped. Damn! Without even time to think further, Guan Yu immediately used the flying evil seal, not even bothering to choose a location. Just aiming to leave the area immediately. However, even as he left his calculating eye gave an analysis of the massive creature he hadn't observed closely. Deep-sea demon whale king, age 999,640 years, absorption success rate 40%, bodily damage 50%, death probability 0%. Guan Yu didn't get a clear look at the enormous creature, but its sudden growth and abrupt appearance had left him somewhat shaken, and it was the calculating eye that revealed the true nature of this massive creature. The terrifying black shadow was none other than the ocean's overlord, the deep-sea demon whale king. Surveying his surroundings, Guan Yu in a moment of urgency utilized the flying evil god seal to arrive on the enormous ship of the martial spirit empire. After waiting for nearly 2 hours, Guan Yu once again used the flying evil god seal to appear within the territorial waters of the deep-sea demon whale king. By then the sea surface had gradually returned to calm. Guan Yu's gaze swept across the sea surface as if he could see through it, piercing the water below. As his spiritual power delved deeper, the eye of calculation finally registered new data changes. Deep-sea demon whale king, age 999,646 years, absorption success rate 40%, bodily damage 50%. Mortality probability 0%. With the information from the eye of calculation, Guan Yu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the age of the deep-sea demon whale king had increased from 999,640 to 999,646 years, a full 6 years more, at the cost of 6 10,000-year evil demon orcas. By feeding, the lifespan of the deep-sea demon whale king could be quickly increased. This was possible due to the deep-sea demon whale king's devouring abilities. Perhaps to other sea spirit beasts, a corpse is merely a large meal, but for those with devouring powers, it is not just a meal to satiate hunger but a significant boost of energy. As for why the deep-sea demon whale king does not go out to hunt and devour other sea spirit beasts, there could be various reasons. Perhaps any movement by the deep-sea demon whale king would alarm other sea spirit beasts, causing them to flee in advance. It might also be due to a trauma taught by the sea god, deterring it from recklessly stirring trouble in the vast ocean. Or perhaps there are other reasons. Ultimately, this led the deep-sea demon whale king to carve out a territory of its own in the sea where almost no other sea spirit beasts reside. Either they are devoured by the deep-sea demon whale king or they have fled in advance. Indiana contrast. The delivery Guan Yu provided to the deep-sea demon whale king offered it a taste of long-missed fleshly desire. Confirmed after that, Guan Yu once again used the flying evil god seal to transport to the region of the evil demon orcas, and using the method once employed by Tang San, he stealthily hunted 3 evil demon orcas. Before alarming the evil demon orca king, he left with the bodies of the 3 orcas. Upon arriving in the territory of the deep-sea demon whale king, Guan Yu tampered with the bodies of the evil demon orcas. He injected the juice of the blazing apricot jiao into the bodies of the evil demon orcas, using just the blazing apricot jiao without injecting the juice of the octagonal frosted herb. When blazing apricot jiao and octagonal frosted herb mix, their medicinal properties greatly diminish, so using them together would also weaken their individual toxicities. The original Tang San took advantage of this opportunity to fortuitously absorb the medicinal properties of both herbs. Among the two, the octagonal frosted herb is a cold-natured poison herb and a terrifying sea spirit beast like the deep-sea demon whale king, which can freely dive into the sea's depths, has a certain resistance to cold. Thus, the octagonal frosted herb is less effective than the blazing apricot jiao. As the blazing apricot jiao juice was injected, the bodies of the evil demon orcas also underwent changes. the black skin on their bodies seemed to gradually fade, casting a shadowy red glow from beneath the skin as if it was about to glow red-hot, especially when Guan Yu tossed the carcass of the triple-headed demonic orca whale into the sea. The waters through which the creature had passed began to boil, buzzing, perhaps because it was not long since the last feeding. The moment Guan Yu dropped the triple-headed demonic orca whale, that heart-palpitating sensation suddenly appeared. Then, beneath the sea surface, a shadow grew larger and larger, eventually becoming a fearsome sight hundreds of meters in size. The strange transformation of the orca whale's corpse did not delay. A gigantic whale mouth opened directly from beneath the sea, swallowing the triple-headed demonic orca along with a vast amount of seawater, creating a spectacle that could not be described as anything less than magnificent. To better observe the changes in the deep-sea demon whale king, Guan Yu did not retreat as he had before, but instead flew up to a height of 100 meters to observe. Perhaps because Guan Yu did not leave after the deep-sea demon whale king swallowed the triple-headed demonic orca, it did not immediately dive back to the ocean floor. Instead, its massive body twisted, stirring up tremendous waves in the sea. In the front of its colossal body, where its eyes should be, there were fierce scars covering, no doubt the result of being blinded in the left eye by the sea god. As the body twisted, the injured left eye, obstructed in vision, was immediately replaced by the intact right eye. Turning its head, the deep-sea demon whale king's massive right eye disdainfully glanced at Guan Yu. At this moment, the deep-sea demon whale king realized that the mysterious young man before it was behind these two feedings. However, the deep-sea demon whale king did not seem overly concerned, nor did it show much anger or malice towards Guan Yu. Although the deep-sea demon whale king did not know Guan Yu's intentions, the act itself was beneficial to it. It was now difficult for the deep-sea demon whale king to swallow other sea spirit beasts, and the small fish and shrimp it managed to eat were not enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. The larger spirit beasts were even harder for it to capture. Therefore, Guan Yu bringing these powerful demonic orca whales even as corpses allowed the deep-sea demon whale king to enhance its cultivation through its swallowing ability. As for what Guan Yu was plotting, the deep-sea demon whale king did not care in the slightest. Being only a few hundred years away from a million-year lifespan, and with the dragon transformation process nearly beginning, once completed, the strength of the deep-sea demon whale king would see an absolute increase. In the face of absolute power, whatever the mysterious young man was scheming would turn into mere bubbles. Compared to the thoughts of the deep-sea demon whale king, Guan Yu was likewise observing his counterpart. With each soul ring falling into place for Guan Yu's 9th soul ring, there was no more suitable existence among the many soul beasts of Douluo than the deep-sea demon whale king. Yet, compared to his own power increase, Guan Yu also felt an ambition growing within him. The 990,000-year-old deep-sea demon whale king could indeed serve as Guan Yu's 9th soul ring, but perhaps the deep-sea demon whale king, if he completed the final step, would be even more suitable. No one knew how powerful the deep-sea demon whale king would be after transforming into a dragon, so this was a huge gamble. But as Guan Yu approached, which soul ring wasn't a gamble? The 9th soul ring, how could it settle for being left behind? Moreover, Guan Yu was not just driven by passion without any preparation, not to mention in the battle against the sea god's consciousness, Guan Yu had actually gained a clear understanding of his own strength. If he could overcome the sea god's consciousness, then the transformed deep-sea demon whale king might also have a fighting chance. Additionally, there was the fierce poison of the fire apricot jiaoshu on the corpse of the demon tiger whale. Although the deep-sea demon whale king showed no problems at the moment, it didn't mean the fire apricot jiaoshu had no effect on it. It was merely a matter of dosage. Compared to the massive size of the deep-sea demon whale king, a little bit of fire apricot jiaoshu wasn't enough to affect it. However, the poison of the fire apricot jiaoshu was difficult to digest and expel, so as Guan Yu continued to feed, the poison would accumulate more and more within the body of the deep-sea demon whale king. This was a process of toxin accumulation, and once it reached a certain level, it would naturally erupt, transform into a dragon, a grand scene never before seen in the original work. Let it be fully displayed this time. For a good while, Guan Yu stopped the massive ship of the Soul Empire just outside the territories of various powerful sea soul beasts, and then repeatedly traveled between the deep-sea demon whale king and other sea soul beast territories using the flying evil god seal. Guan Yu's series of actions naturally aroused the curiosity of the people of the Soul Empire, but no one raised questions about it. as it stands now, with various battles coming to an end and the Seoul Empire unifying the continent, Guanyu's status had also risen with the tide. On the other hand, the deep-sea demon whale king, having planned in his heart, was not rejecting Guanyu's feeding and continuously devoured the sea soul beast corpses brought by Guanyu, in the territory of the demon tiger whale species. The demon tiger whale king roared angrily. Initially, the demon tiger whales had not noticed anything, but as members mysteriously disappeared one after another, to date the number of demon tiger whales had decreased by more than 100. Just when the demon tiger whale king was extremely angry and prepared to thoroughly investigate this matter, the soul shark appeared nearby. The demon tiger whales and the soul sharks were natural enemies, and there were frequent minor frictions between them. However, due to differences in size and species, a single adult demon tiger whale was stronger than the soul shark. At least 2 adult soul sharks were needed to match one demon tiger whale, so in battles between the two groups, the soul sharks were always at a disadvantage. But this time, the battle was initiated by the soul sharks. Logically, it was unwise for the weaker soul sharks to attack the demon tiger whales, but this time the soul sharks declared war on the demon tiger whales anyway. One reason was that the younger brother of the soul shark chieftain Xiaobai had been killed by a demon tiger whale. Being weaker, the soul sharks naturally suffered more casualties in battles with the demon tiger whales, and the hatred and pain were relatively greater, making the desire for revenge deeply ingrained. Moreover, the soul sharks had discovered that strange phenomena had recently occurred among the demon tiger whale group, with many adult demon tiger whales mysteriously disappearing, causing their numbers to shrink by nearly half. In this dire situation, the demon soul great white shark could no longer contain its vengeful fury. It bravely entered a blood battle with the evil spirit orca. Perhaps the demon soul great white shark should have endured a bit longer, waited for the evil spirit orca to suffer more losses, or even be annihilated. However, burdened with a blood feud, the demon soul great white shark felt a pressing need to vent its own rage. While the mysterious disappearance of the evil spirit orca might have served as revenge, there's a significant difference between avenging oneself and others avenging on one's behalf. Therefore, the demon soul great white shark made its move. With the activation of the flying evil seal, Guanyu appeared above the territory of the evil spirit orca. It didn't take long for Guanyu to realize that something was amiss. The waters below were dyed red with blood, and the corpses of many demon soul great white sharks and evil spirit orcas floated on the surface, the smell of blood reaching the heavens. Originally, the number of evil spirit orcas was insufficient to fulfill the age advancement of the deep-sea demon whale king, but Guanyu never expected that the demon soul great white sharks would suddenly wage war against the evil spirit orcas. With both marine factions engaged in battle, Guanyu found it relatively easier. During the conflict, Guanyu, using the flying evil seal, continuously collected bodies to deliver to the deep-sea demon whale king. The fierce evil spirit orca king clashed violently with the demon soul great white sharks. "Darn it, how dare you attack us, evil spirit orcas? Do you no longer wish to live?" The largest of the demon soul great white sharks, Xiaobai, who still had bloody teeth in its mouth, was filled with disdain for the orcas. "Orcas, stop bluffing. No matter what, you all will be annihilated today." With that, the two sides tore into each other once more. This time, the demon soul great white sharks took advantage of their enemy's weakness, aiming to completely resolve the nuisance of the evil spirit orcas. Pushed to the brink, the evil spirit orcas fought back desperately. This battle was the most intense in the decades of conflicts between the two, and also the most damaging. The fight lasted half a day, and the combined numbers of both sides had already dropped to less than 50. Only a dozen evil spirit orcas were left, with about 30 demon soul great white sharks remaining. With the population initially mysteriously disappearing and now severely damaged by the demon soul great white sharks, the evil spirit orca king was on the verge of rage. This great battle had both sides seeing red, with Xiaobai fighting fiercely without fear of death. Just as they clashed again, whoosh, whoosh, sounds tore through the water. Both the evil spirit orcas and the demon soul great white sharks could sense their surroundings through the water currents. However, this time the attack was much faster, and even though they sensed danger and quickly dodged, they soon felt as if they were targeted. Then 2 beams of light chased after and penetrated their bodies. 200,000-year-old sea soul beasts. At this moment, their bodies gradually began to lose warmth. The sudden change shocked and impacted the remaining members of both the evil spirit orcas and the demon soul great white sharks, who couldn't believe and struggled to accept that their leaders had been mysteriously struck down in one hit. Whoosh, another sound, as both the evil spirit Orcus and the demon soul great white sharks feared that they might be next. They saw that with that sound a stream of light shot towards the sky, then the beam exploded above their heads and a barrage of flaming crossbow bolts descended like a shower of arrows, densely packed. Given their massive bodies, the demonic orca and the spectral great white sharks had no chance to dodge. All escape routes were blocked, leaving them with no choice but to dive deeper into the ocean. However, to their surprise, the crossbow bolts continued to burrow into the seabed, their speed barely affected by the water. Astonishingly, the flames on the bolts defied logic by remaining alight underwater, relentlessly pursuing them. Sounds of piercing and explosions were muffled by the water, and it didn't take long for Guan Yu to realize that the life forces of the demonic orca and the spectral great white sharks had been extinguished. The complete annihilation of the demonic orca was part of Guan Yu's plan, but the unexpected involvement of the spectral great white sharks was an added bonus. Soul bones and soul rings began to appear on the bodies of the deceased beasts. After retrieving the 100,000-year soul bones from the king of the demonic orca and Xiaobai, Guan Yu fed the rest of the bodies to the abyssal demon whale king. The abyssal demon whale king swallowed the corpses of over 300 demonic orcas and spectral great white sharks in one gulp. As its devouring function activated, the aura of the abyssal demon whale king began to rise, reaching a peak within just an hour, akin to hitting a bottleneck. Meanwhile, the previously clear sky and sea surface now darkened with dense clouds and waves tens of meters high swept across, accompanied by thunder and lightning reminiscent of a powerful typhoon, a storm, and even bearing a hint of a cultivator's tribulation. The sea churned, gradually forming a massive vortex. Abyssal demon whale king, dragon transformation, age, 1 million years, absorption success rate, 10% physical damage, 100% death probability, 0%. From Qiandaoliu, Guan Yu had gleaned some insights into the opportunities for divinity facing the divinity of soul beasts, especially with the current transformation of the abyssal demon whale king. Guan Yu felt somewhat puzzled. The divine consciousness and divinity of human ascension seemed entirely unrelated to the dragon transformation of the abyssal demon whale king. Yet why could the abyssal demon whale king still achieve a divine demon-like status? Moreover, the heavenly dream ice silkworm, also a million-year soul beast, why isn't it divine? Is it a matter of differing paths of cultivation, or are there limited divine positions available? It is evident that ascending to divinity does not necessarily involve inheriting a divine position, as seen from the ascension processes of the angel god and the sea god. It can be said that as the number of deities in the divine realm increases, the emergence of new gods becomes increasingly difficult. Additionally, while gods have long lifespans, the heavenly dream ice silkworm's life was nearing its end upon its appearance. Thus, although the heavenly dream ice silkworm is a million-year soul beast, it still lacks something crucial for divinity, a leap in the level of life. The difference between the abyssal demon whale king and the heavenly dream ice silkworm lies in this process of dragon transformation, which is key to the evolution of life levels. Perhaps the divinity of soul beasts is akin to a physical ascension, possessing their unique evolutionary paths. Meanwhile, for the unique species of humans, reaching the 100th level of soul power also requires a sublimation of the spiritual level. As Guan Yu was lost in thought, digesting his own speculations and ideas, the transformation of the deep-sea demon whale king into a dragon officially began. Within the massive vortex, the enormous body of the deep-sea demon whale king, hundreds of meters in length, slowly surfaced. What awaited the demon whale king were fierce winds, heavy rain, and thunder. The forces of nature seemed magnified several times over at this moment. As nature unleashed its power, the deep-sea demon whale king roared continuously, its roars piercing through heaven and earth. On the giant ship of the martial soul empire, everyone felt the oppressive power of the roar, even stronger than that of the grand priest. What exactly was Xiaoyu up to? Changluan, Douluo, and others stood on the deck, staring at the distant sky filled with dark clouds, lightning, and the confluence of wind and rain akin to a scene of the heavens collapsing. Utterly astonished, Guanling Douluo's face was marked with seriousness. Xiaoyu said before he left, "If there is a major disturbance, we must stay away from this sea area." Changluan Douluo opened the sea map, locating the sea area ahead. The deep-sea demon whale king? Did Xiaoyu arrange this in advance? Is this turmoil related to him? Zhang Douluo laughed. Chen Jun Douluo said, "Isn't the deep-sea demon whale king our target for this trip? This creature is even more powerful than we imagined." Even Xiongshi Douluo, a warrior of his rank, became solemn after feeling the immense pressure emanating from the deep-sea demon whale king. Chengluan Douluo closed the sea map. since Xiaoyu has made arrangements in advance, let's follow his plan. As for Xiaoyu with his mysterious spatial soul skill, ordinary dangers cannot harm him. Although Guangling Douluo was worried, he knew that Guang Yu now possessed strength far superior to his own and was no longer the youth who needed his protective concern. Still, observing the commotion, Guangling Douluo couldn't help but mutter under his breath, the stronger his power, the bigger the trouble he stirs. Although I don't know what exactly Guang Yu is doing, I can guess that he's once again making things more challenging for himself. This ninth spirit ring is likely to shock us old folks again. On Sea God Island, a figure walked out of the Sea God Temple, his gaze fixed on the distance, his face wrinkled with gravity. Wearing black-framed glasses, Ouya looked worriedly at the figure before him. Since the man who had visited Sea God Island over a decade ago and stayed with the Grand Priest for 3 days before passing away, the Grand Priest had suffered an unprecedented blow. Once beautiful, she had now aged significantly, her heart weakened. After so many years of calm, the crisis of the sea had come again. Lord Sea God. At the same time, surrounding the larger 7 islands around Sea God Island, beneath each divine glowing pillar, figures slowly stood up, their gazes equally grave. Everyone seemed to sense that a new crisis was imminent. Whether Douluo was a cultivator or not was uncertain. However, from a scientific perspective, Guang Yu had once read in a book called Biology that the initial form of life was born from the unique lightning characteristics of the world's beginning, a process difficult to replicate and verify. In the midst of the thunderstorm's fury, the cries of the deep-sea demon whale king grew ever more piercing, yet within those cries Guang Yu could sense the creature's strength surging precipitously. After its transformation into a dragon, no one could predict the extent of its newfound power. For safety, Guang Yu had already instructed the inhabitants of the Martial Soul Empire to retreat further from these waters. Under the storm's tempestuous trials, the once dark, tough skin of the deep sea demon whale king began to harden further. Its original skin gradually transformed into dark, scale-like armor, visibly enhancing its defensive capabilities. The change was not limited to its skin. Its eyes, massive mouth, and indeed its entire body underwent a transformation. While the width of the deep-sea demon whale king remained unchanged, its length stretched from hundreds of meters to over a kilometer. Though it appeared leaner, it paradoxically seemed even more massive. With a thunderous crash, the deep-sea demon whale king plunged back into the ocean, its impact sending waves rippling outward. Only when the anomalies in the sky began to recede did Guang Yu confirm that the transformation process was complete. At that moment, the right eye of the deep-sea demon whale king met Guang Yu's gaze. Guang Yu did not pause for even a second, immediately using the Fei divine seal to escape. Left without a target, a mix of reluctance and anger began to rise in the right eye of the deep-sea demon whale king. It knew Guang Yu was the one who had fed it the corpses of various sea soul beasts and had assisted in its transformation, but would that make the deep-sea demon whale king feel grateful to Guang Yu? Impossible. The deep-sea demon whale king could never understand Guang Yu's motives, and this lack of clarity only fueled its wrath further. Cursed spatial soul skill. The deep-sea demon whale king, unaware of the specifics of Guang Yu's soul skill, could not contemplate blocking Guang Yu, only helplessly watching as Guang Yu disappeared freely as before. Fortunately, the deep-sea demon whale king's hatred for Guang Yu was not profound, so it soon shifted its gaze from the direction Guang Yu had fled towards another. That direction was where the island of the sea god lay. Thinking of that person, the left eye of the deep-sea demon whale king throbbed with a vague pain. Sea god, roar! Meanwhile, Guang Yu appeared in the waters previously dominated by the demonic killer whale, with the calculating eye providing simultaneous data feedback. Deep-sea dragon whale king, demon god, age, 1,100,000 years, absorption success rate, 5% physical damage, 100% probability of death, 0, island of the sea god, temple of the sea god. Eurus slowly walked in. Lord Passes, the residents of the island of the sea god, have begun to evacuate. Eurus reported, upon which the seated Lord Passes, holding his scepter, nodded in relief. And the residents of the surrounding islands? Eurus replied with a troubled expression which only deepened Lord Passes' concerns. Lord Passes, those islands are somewhat distant from us and communication takes time. It will require more time for them to evacuate. Besides them, the island of the sea god, is there still someone who hasn't left? Before Eurasia could speak, a figure slowly walked into the great hall. The newcomer was clad in blue with blue hair and a somewhat handsome face. If the members of the Light Feather and the Martial Soul Empire were here, they would recognize this person as Tang San, who had once fled the battlefield, or rather was forcibly taken away by the sea god. Upon seeing the newcomer, Poseidon's voice grew louder. Tang San, didn't I tell you to leave Sea God Island? Tang San was not cowed by Poseidon's tone. On the contrary, he could feel the goodwill from the people of Sea God Island, which might have originated from the sea god himself or perhaps others. Tang San stepped forward and spread his hands, saying, Lord Poseidon, my life was saved by the sea god. Over these days, I have been under the care of the seniors on Sea God Island. The sea god and Sea God Island have shown great kindness to me. Now that Sea God Island is in trouble, how could I possibly leave first? Although my strength is limited, I am still willing to face this together with the seniors of Sea God Island to do my modest part for Sea God Island and the sea god. Seeing Tang San's determination, whether it was Poseidon or Eurasia, both felt somewhat gratified. Although Tang San had not yet completed the inheritance of the sea god, his character alone justified the sea god's choice. In the face of danger, to still uphold righteousness, such a person might seem foolish, but is indeed admirable. However, Poseidon did not agree easily. Tang San, you are the designated heir of the sea god. If you were given more time once you received the sea god's inheritance, you could naturally resolve the current crisis and protect Sea God Island. But right now your strength is not enough to handle all this. Even if Sea God Island were to be destroyed, only you could rebuild it, restore the marine order, and bring back the peace of old days. Tang San retrieved the heart of the sea god. Once your strength is sufficient, return here, take up the trident of the sea god, and become the new sea god. That is what you need to do. Although you have the inheritance of the war god, your war god inheritance has not been successful, and your power is simply not enough to shake the impending enemy, for it has already become a god. Regarding deities, Tang San knew only a few people associated with them, such as the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong, the angel god Qianrenshuet, and the one he hated the most, the Azura god Lightfeather. Hearing the word god again, Tang San couldn't help but think of some painful experiences. And that most hated name. Tang San said, Lord Poseidon, as the inheritor of the sea god, shouldn't I be sharing the hardships with Sea God Island at this time? If I leave Sea God Island now, even if I survive, how could I face the people of Sea God Island or the marine creatures? With my mind troubled, I think it would be very difficult for me to inherit the mantle of the sea god. Poseidon looked at Tang San, who steadfastly refused to leave. You and your great-grandfather are equally stubborn. Eurasia, you should leave too. At this point Eurasia knelt down. Lord Poseidon, my life was saved by you and seahorse Douluo. I will not leave. Just as Poseidon was about to forcefully demand Ouya to leave, a thunderous boom echoed from afar. Poseidon quickly rose from his seat and vanished from the sea god's hall in an instant. Upon stepping outside, he was met with a colossal wave surging towards the isle of the sea god. The wave, towering over 300 meters high and eclipsing the sun, threatened to obliterate everything on the island if left unchecked. With a lift of his trident, Poseidon channeled his formidable soul power through it, erecting a barrier of light above the island. Boom, boom, boom. The mighty wave roared and rolled, then crashed down onto the isle with tremendous force. As the wave struck, Poseidon's figure staggered backward. The wave's power was even greater than he had anticipated, but fortunately, the island's residents had already evacuated Blue-Silver Domain. Tang San, unwilling to remain a mere spectator, activated his Blue-Silver Domain. At that moment, Tang San was like a battery charging up, and soon blue-silver grass surged from within him, aiding Poseidon in sustaining the light barrier. Amidst the island's crisis, the figure of Guan Yu appeared high in the sky, watching the turmoil below with keen interest. On one hand was the deep-sea whale king, and on the other, the isle of the sea god. This was an opportunity for him to benefit as a bystander. If the whale king prevailed, the destruction of the isle would pose no loss to Guan Yu, and even if the island were to be destroyed, the Whale King would not return to his peak condition. If the isle won, then Guan Yu would need to strike the Whale King opportunistically. After such turmoil, the isle would surely be severely damaged, leaving Poseidon and the Seven Pillars greatly weakened. At that time, the Martial Soul Empire could launch a full assault, washing away the shame they suffered decades ago. If both sides ended in a draw, meaning both were equally injured, that would be Guan Yu's most desired outcome. In the case of mutual damage, he would strike at whoever was less injured, for the more injured would need more time to recover. The massive volume of seawater, pushed aside by the light barrier, flowed back into the ocean around the isle. But before Poseidon and Tang San could catch their breath, another massive wave swept in, its force not only matching but perhaps even surpassing the previous one. Fortunately, at this moment, the 7 pillars of the sea god had also arrived at the sea god's hall. Lord Poseidon, Tang San, why haven't you left yet? Tang San then acted again. As the successor of the sea god, where else should I be if not on the Isle of the Sea God? Upon hearing this, Tang San undoubtedly gained more favor from the 7 pillars. Poseidon, focusing on the approaching wave, spoke with urgency. Everyone, the Isle of the Sea God depends on us now. We cannot shirk our duty. As everyone was filled with fervor, Tang San inexplicably looked up towards the sky. His purple demon eye pierced through the waves and everything else, spotting Guan Yu high above. Tang San's expression changed drastically: anger, reluctance, worry, fear. Could all this be his doing? Or was it merely a coincidence? Why was he here? As Tang San's thoughts grew chaotic, Poseidon seemed to sense the change in Tang San's blue-silver grass and cautioned Tang San, be careful. The appearance of Guan Yu naturally impacted Tang San. Would Guan Yu launch a sneak attack? Despite his worries, Tang San still seriously faced the impending crisis. As for Guan Yu, Tang San was concerned but unable to intervene due to Guan Yu's high position. Even with the flying capability of the blue-silver legbone, Tang San couldn't reach such heights, and besides, the situation on Sea God Island was dire. A thunderous roar that shook heaven and earth snapped Tang San back to reality. Anger filled the roar. Servants of the Sea God, I shall bury you all in the ocean deeps, angry deep sea waves. With the furious roar of the deep-sea demon whale king, both Poseidon and the 7 sacred pillars grew stern. Sometimes strength can indeed be demonstrated through a shout. At this moment, even though the deep-sea demon whale king had not yet appeared, its voice had already pierced through the intense fluctuations of its soul power, causing ripples in their own soul power. The group exchanged looks, each seeing a grave seriousness in the other's eyes, indicative of a difficult foe. Facing a new wave, the 7 sacred pillars would naturally not leave Poseidon to handle it alone. Poseidon's condition had worsened over the past decade. Although still a level 99 title Douluo, this was just a number on paper. A weak-hearted Poseidon could hardly be expected to perform well. A significant concern. Note: the soul skills used in this battle are not original creations of the author but are adapted from the original novel, animation and games, with some skills modified for the fight scenario. 6th soul skill, Oceanic Tempest Shield. The seahorse Douluo placed his hands together and a sea blue crystal shield appeared before him. As the seahorse Douluo continued to channel his soul power, the shield rapidly enlarged, bracing against the light screen created by Poseidon. Following the seahorse Douluo, the starfish Douluo also made his move, directly using his 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. Though titled Starfish, his Martial Soul True Body was a gigantic creature resembling a sea monster with 5 tentacles. As a control system soul master among the 7 sacred pillars facing the enormous wave, he could play a far more significant role than Poseidon. The starfish Douluo raised his arms, confronting the hundreds of meters high wave, and poured out his soul power. 9th soul skill, Gravitational Tide. The huge Martial Soul True Body of the starfish Douluo fluttered its 5 tentacles, and a moment later a formidable repulsive force spilled out, acting upon the wave and effectively suppressing it. Seeing the giant wave thwarted once again, everyone inevitably felt a moment of relief. Mayfly shakes the tree, devil whale torrential slash. That terrifying voice fell again, and a soul power-formed 100-meter light blade flew directly towards them, striking Poseidon's light screen, the seahorse Douluo's Oceanic Tempest Shield, and a large amount of Tang San's blue-silver Emperor. With a crisp and decisive thud, all barriers shattered under the light blade. The group quickly dodged as the blade continued to sweep past, grazing the great hall of the sea god temple and shearing off a corner of it. After the light blade, a giant wave rose again in the distance, but this time, amidst the wave, the people of Sea God Island saw a huge dark shadow. Behold, the dragon whale king of the deep sea. Poseidon and the 7 sacred pillars would not allow the dragon whale king to approach easily. The people of Sea God Island decided to take the initiative. The sea witch Douluo and the starfish Douluo exchanged glances. With a flick of her jade hand, the sea witch Douluo summoned a sea flute, her 9th soul skill, Concerto of the Sea. She unleashed her most powerful strike. Among the 7 sacred pillars, only the starfish Douluo possessed a sound-based soul skill. He acted as well, using his 4th soul skill, Feral Scream. Inside the belly of the sea monster, a bizarre sound was emitted, but it did not interfere with the sea witch Douluo's Concerto of the Sea. Instead, the feral scream of the starfish Douluo merged with it, greatly amplifying the effects of the Concerto of the Sea. The intense sound waves even affected the light feathers above them. Disturbed by these troubling sound waves, even a being as powerful as the light feathers felt the impact. Had it been a priest from the spirit hall, the effect would have been even more severe. However, the primary target of the sea witch Douluo's concerto of the sea was not the light feathers but the surging dragon whale king. Amidst the giant waves, the massive maw of the dragon whale king slowly opened, and a tremendous roar burst forth. Demon whale's furious roar against the sound wave attack of the concerto of the sea. Physical attack seemed rather insignificant, and the dragon whale king responded with its own soundwave soul skill. Its roar was even more explosive and violent, causing the sea surface to burst open continuously. Alas, Poseidon was the first to detect the intensity of the dragon whale king's mental power and pointed his scepter. His second soul skill, Wave Ripple, with Poseidon's gesture, ripples formed in the void in front of him. The roar of the dragon whale king merged with the concerto of the sea, quickly disrupting its rhythm and melody. It was as if someone suddenly shouted during a well-played performance, breaking through the concerto of the sea. The powerful mental attack accompanied by the dragon whale king's roar targeted the people of Sea God Island. However, as it passed through the spatial ripples created by Poseidon, it was significantly weakened. Yet even so, the sea witch Douluo and the starfish Douluo, who bore the brunt of the attack, suffered from the spiritual assault and the rebound of their own soundwave attacks, causing them to involuntarily spit out blood. After this wave of attacks, the figure of the dragon whale king completely emerged from the surrounding sea water, fully visible to all. However, Light Feather could feel the dragon whale king's gaze on him. So this is the transformed dragon whale king. The sea witch Douluo looked at the terrifying body and appearance of the dragon whale king. Even as a spirit of the sea, it was her first time feeling that a sea spirit beast could be so fearsome. Poseidon's aged face stared directly at the dragon whale king, puzzled by how quickly it had completed its transformation. According to Lord Sea God's arrangement, without food as an energy source, the transformation of the demon whale king should have taken decades, if not 100 years. Why had it transformed so quickly? However, this is all a story for later. The current challenge is how to deal with the deep-sea demon whale king, who has reached the level of a demon god. The seventh soul skill, Sea God True Body. As the sea god Douluo, when Poseidon she unleashed his martial soul True Body, a vast azure shadow of the sea god appeared behind him. Seeing the shadow of the sea god, not only the seven sacred pillars and Osha but also Tang San, who was saved by the sea god, showed great respect. After deploying the seventh soul skill Poseidon, she also unleashed another soul skill. The eighth soul skill, Sea God's Radiance. With the bloom of the Sea God's Radiance, the seven sacred pillars and Tang San wrapped in the light experienced a rapid increase in soul power and mental strength. The seven sacred pillars of Sea God Island actually lacked a support-type soul master for amplification, but this terrifying support ability resided in Poseidon she the sea god Douluo. Moreover, compared to the normal 9 soul rings of the 7 sacred pillars, Poseidon she's configuration of 8 black and 1 red soul rings also made his soul skill significantly stronger. Truly one of the 3 greatest combat forces, this amplification was leagues beyond the 7 treasure glazed tiles sect. Feeling the power of Poseidon she's 8th soul skill Guan Yu, who had also witnessed the amplification of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, couldn't help but look down on what was touted as the premier support type sect. A 70% amplification in front of Sea God Douluo Poseidon she was really child's play. Moreover, Guan Yu noticed that Poseidon she was not yet done. After all, these were just support-type soul skills, and alone they could not subdue the deep-sea dragon whale king, who had completed its transformation. Indeed, then following the activation of the 7th and 8th soul rings, that unique crimson soul ring also began to flash a dazzling red light. The 9th soul skill, Sea God's Imprisonment. After Poseidon she activated his 9th soul skill, numerous huge orbs of light appeared in the sky and on the sea surface. Following the appearance of these strange orbs, chains shot out from them, targeting and binding the deep-sea dragon whale king with their locking ability. Despite the whale king's size breaking a kilometer, it was completely bound by the chains. Watching the deep-sea dragon whale king bound by chains below, Guan Yu couldn't help but feel impressed. Not only was it a restraint of form, but it even imprisoned soul power and mental strength. Poseidon she was truly remarkable. No wonder he could surpass Qian Douluo and Tang Chen. Although Poseidon she had the geographical advantage over Qian Douluo and Tang Chen, it must be said the sea god Douluo's soul skills were truly extraordinary. After completely binding the deep-sea dragon whale king with chains, Poseidon she did not relax his guard but instead directly commanded, "Strike!" Unlike before, where only giant waves were seen and not the body of the deep-sea dragon whale king, this time with the whale king fully revealed, all the 7 sacred pillars naturally joined the battle. Apart from the sea star Douluo, who had already used his martial soul true body, the other 6 also deployed their martial soul true bodies. After the Whale King was bound, they skipped the preliminaries and directly used their strongest moves. The seahorse Douluo was the quickest to act, his fists glowing blue, and with the output of the 9th soul ring he struck at the massive body of the deep-sea demon Whale King from afar. A magic formation appeared, and a series of fist shadows pounded towards the deep-sea demon Whale King. Thanks to the amplification of Poseidon Douluo Bo Saishi, the seahorse Douluo, who was only at level 90. 3-inch, seemed as strong as a level 97 in the eyes of Guan Yu. The boost from Poseidon truly was enviable. Following Seahorse Douluo, it was the turn of the Spear Douluo, who had been holding back his energy. Before making his move, Spear Douluo first displayed his domain skill, which also had a devouring effect. However, unlike the deep-sea dragon Whale King, who devoured the energy of sea spirit beasts, Spear Douluo's innate domain devoured the energy of the seawater. After accumulating energy, the now much more powerful Spear Douluo possessed the strength not inferior to a level 98 Soul Master from the Spirit Hall. Spear Douluo, already one of the 7 sacred pillars just below Sea Dragon Douluo, now enhanced by the light of Poseidon, surged in power to rival the high ranks of Spirit Hall. Spear Douluo's sea spear, originally a whale hunting spear, reached its current level only with Poseidon's enhancement. As the golden spear shot out, it seemed to pierce through the void itself. Among the 7 sacred pillars, Hai Wang Douluo, whose spirit was a mental domain sea phantom beast somewhat resembling a sea snake, also did not hold back and launched his strongest attack technique. The 8th soul skill, Dance of 1,000 Snakes. Sea Star Douluo still relied on his enormous sea monster spirit true body. The 8th soul skill, Fusion. The 6th soul skill, Annihilation Spin. 5 tentacles twirled together, and at high speed they shot towards the deep-sea dragon Whale King like a lightning-fast poison dragon drill. Sea Maiden Douluo, not a strong offensive soul master, was internally injured after her 9th soul skill, Sea God's Melody, was broken and could not use it again for some time. However, Sea Maiden Douluo also gave her utmost effort. With the sea flute in hand, she switched to a different tune. Compared to the grandeur of Sea God's Melody, this piece was sharp and urgent. 7-star Demon Sound, Furious Sea Howl. Unlike the other pillars, Sea Dragon Douluo began with rapid punches, and a crackling sound came from within his body. This was a unique technique of Sea Dragon Douluo, which in Guan Yu's memory seemed to be his self-created soul skill, the Sacrifice Technique. It was said to increase his own attack power by 200%, and with Bo Saishi's amplification, Sea Dragon Douluo now charged towards the deep-sea dragon Whale King like a warrior in battle. With 6 of the 7 sacred pillars already in action, the yet inactive Sea Ghost Douluo became noticeably conspicuous. However, neither Bo Saishi nor the other pillars said anything. Instead, the puzzled Guan Yu and Tang San took a closer look at Sea Ghost Douluo. Poison, this old and cunning member of the sea God's 7 sacred pillars, was indeed potent. Perhaps because it related to poison, Tang San was the first to notice something off about Sea Ghost Douluo. This guy was a master of poison, and he had already made his move using at least a dozen different poisons, among which 2 were so potent that even Tang San, a master of using and countering poisons, couldn't help but be impressed. Beneath the mask of Sea Ghost Douluo, his lips moved slightly, muttering words that others couldn't hear. The 8th soul skill, Phantom Demon Heartpiercer. Lost in dreams, the fallen have no return. The 9th soul skill, Nether Starfall Execution. After figuring out the details of the Sea Ghost Douluo, Tang San was anything but idle, and he too took action against the deep-sea demon Whale King. However, this time it was not with the blue-silver grass, but with the Sky Hammer instead. And after picking up the hammer, Tang San made a move that even Guan Yu found astonishing. Tang San, holding the Sky Hammer, smashed it mightily towards the sea surface. The 8th soul skill, Heavy Hammer Spark. Guan Yu could sense the age of the 8 soul rings on Tang San's Sky Hammer. Each was over 10,000 years old. Because Guan Yu had earlier destroyed the Sky Hammer sect, Tang San lost the inheritance of the Sky Hammer sect's 9 ultimate Sky Hammer and the Great Sumuro Hammer. As a result, Tang San's progress with the Sky Hammer was not as advanced as in the original story. However, during his time on Sea God Island, Tang San was far from idle and had already fully applied all 8 soul rings of the Sky Hammer. The 8th soul ring in particular was from an electric eel and was over 90,000 years old. The sizable Sky Hammer, when it struck the sea surface, was as if it struck solid ground, and bizarrely a twisted bolt of real lightning emerged, rushing towards the deep-sea demon Whale King. At this moment, the people of Sea God Island were like they were strategizing against a major boss, quickly attacking the controlled deep-sea demon whale king. Boom, all attacks converged at one point, flipping the body of the deep-sea demon whale king. However, this battle was not as simple as a game, and Guan Yu could feel the soul power and mental strength of the deep-sea demon whale king rapidly recovering. Poseidon's control might have reached its limit, and Guan Yu did not believe that their recent attacks had been successful. Roar! As if confirming Guan Yu's guess, the deep-sea demon whale king let out an angry roar. Despicable humans, you have thoroughly enraged me. With that, the deep-sea demon whale king completely turned its body around and then began to forcefully break free. The first to escape Poseidon's sea god restraint was its tail. The whale's tail swung, providing balance for the deep-sea demon whale king and at the same time being the source of its strength. Its body shook and the chains on it were quickly broken by the deep-sea demon whale king. What struck the people of Sea God Island the most was the location they had previously attacked on the body of the deep-sea demon whale king. The strongest strike had only caused a piece of scale armor to shatter. Behind the scale armor, the skin of the deep-sea demon whale king was similarly tough, completely blocking the people's attacks. That is to say, their attacks had not broken through the defense of the deep-sea demon whale king. Their most powerful strike, exerting so much effort, had not penetrated the defense. Poseidon, watching the coordinated result, knew like everyone else that they had expended a great deal, and the harsh reality before her seemed to confirm a fact that already existed, that the deep-sea demon whale king before them was no longer the previous deep-sea demon whale king. He is the first demon god of the ocean. The deep-sea dragon whale king, he is a true god, a god like the sea god himself. As the battle below carried on, Guan Yu too began to worry. The defense of the deep-sea dragon whale king was beyond Guan Yu's expectations, and Guan Yu even wondered if such a level of defense, if faced by himself, could be broken. If they could not break through, wouldn't their plans be in vain? Compared to the light feather, the formidable defense of the deep-sea dragon whale king brought despair to the people of Sea God Island. Their strongest attack couldn't fully penetrate the defenses of the deep-sea dragon whale king, let alone draw blood. What other methods could they possibly have to deal with the deep-sea dragon whale king? After some thought, Light Feather in the sky suddenly came up with an idea. Simultaneously, Tang San below also had a plan. The eyes, the mouth. What Light Feather saw was the deep-sea demon whale king's sole right eye. Even after transforming into a dragon god, the left eye, blinded by the sea god, had not healed. Moreover, why had the sea god blinded the deep-sea dragon whale king's left eye initially? When the sea god fought the deep-sea dragon whale king, he had not yet ascended to godhood, otherwise dealing with the deep-sea dragon whale king would have been effortless. Perhaps the sea god also found the physical defense of the deep-sea dragon whale king troublesome at the time, which is why he targeted the whale's weakest defended area, the eyes. Tang San chose the deep-sea dragon whale king's mouth because the giant mouth opened wide was a large target. Naturally, the flesh inside the mouth couldn't possibly be more resilient than the skin outside the mouth. Targeting the gaping maw of the deep-sea dragon whale king, I believe that would be its weakest defensive spot. After Tang San pointed this out, the 7 sacred pillars thought about it and found some sense in it, regaining their shaken confidence. As the deep-sea dragon whale king roared and opened its mouth, the 7 sacred pillars launched their attack again, this time, Sea Spear. Douluo, in his spirit true god form, merged his body into the spirit of the sea spear. As the sea spear flipped, a red figure appeared. This red figure was none other than Sea Dragon Douluo, the strongest among the 7 sacred pillars. Sea Dragon Douluo grasped the sea spear and shot towards the deep-sea dragon whale king's huge mouth. Facing the giant mouth, he charged in, or rather was swallowed by the deep-sea dragon whale king, entering the whale's mouth although unsure if it could severely harmed the deep-sea dragon whale king. The journey of Sea Dragon Douluo and Sea Spear Douluo was fraught with immense danger. They might not come out unscathed. The 7 sacred pillars still began to provide cover for Sea Dragon Douluo and Sea Spear Douluo from outside. Sea Star Douluo, with his giant sea monster spirit beast, extended 5 tentacles that began to wrap around the deep-sea dragon whale king. The tentacles, covered in numerous suckers, firmly adhered to the body of the deep-sea dragon whale king, preventing it from escaping the entanglement immediately, devouring. The suckers exerted suction, beginning to absorb the soul power of the deep-sea dragon whale king, and with this energy replenishment, Sea Star Douluo's depleted soul power was quickly restored. However, before Sea Star Douluo could rejoice, a change occurred. Agitated by Sea Star Douluo, the deep-sea dragon whale king's massive tail crashed down fiercely, causing the ocean to tremble ceaselessly. The next moment, black light flickered on the body of the deep-sea dragon whale king, and a terrifying devouring power also acted towards Sea Star Douluo. Sea Star Douluo could devour soul power, and the deep-sea dragon whale king had the same ability. The best way to counter devouring was with devouring. For a moment, Guan Yu could feel that when the deep-sea dragon whale king employed its devouring ability, a tug-of-war ensued between it and the sea star Douluo. As the struggle unfolded, the initial advantage of sea star Douluo was quickly overturned. The gap between them was simply too vast. Seeing this, even Guan Yu began to wonder if it were him, could he contend against the deep-sea dragon whale king? Guan Yu's right leg bone also possessed the devouring ability, which had benefited him greatly over time. Indeed, while the deep-sea dragon whale king had reached the level of a demon god, Guan Yu's right leg bone had also attained a divine level. Between divinities, he should not be at too much of a disadvantage. Guan Yu would not suffer, but at this moment Sea Star Douluo was taking a heavy loss. As the advantage gradually shifted towards the deep-sea dragon whale king, not only did it reclaim the energy previously devoured by Sea Star Douluo, but it also absorbed all the remaining soul power of Sea Star Douluo as if collecting interest. Moreover, having ascended to godhood, the deep-sea dragon whale king did not just absorb the soul power of Sea Star Douluo, it even began to devour his life force. The massive sea monster soul beast was visibly aging. At the critical moment, it was Poseidon who intervened. With a wave of his scepter, despite having already expended a lot of his soul power, a divine golden radiance swept between the deep-sea dragon whale king and the true body of Sea Star Douluo, severing their devouring link. Directly, thwarted by Poseidon, the newly promoted demon god, the deep-sea dragon whale king swelled with rage. However, suddenly, it opened its massive jaws again. From within that dark abyss, a resonant voice echoed across the river: "Subdue the ocean, shatter the heavens with one spear." Amidst the brilliant blue glow shining from the pitch-black maw, the dragon's shadows churned, and the body of the deep-sea dragon whale king trembled. With a violent spurt, it expelled not only the sea dragon Douluo and the sea spear Douluo, but also a vast amount of blood like rain. The method of Tang San proved successful. They had indeed wounded the deep-sea dragon whale king, but on second thought, nearly wounding it seemed to change little. Sea dragon Douluo floated in the air, his sea spear transforming back into the sea spear Douluo to inflict damage on the deep-sea dragon whale king. Both had nearly exhausted their soul power, barely able to fight any longer. Although Tang San, like the others from Sea God Island, was unsure how to face the situation, he still forced himself to remain calm. As a disciple of the Tang sect, he must keep his composure at all times. The poisons and hidden weapons of the Tang sect despise rashness. That's right, poison hidden weapons. Without the inheritance of the Haotian clan, Tang San had his unique edge, the legacy of the Tang sect. Touching his cheek, both his index and middle fingers were stained with fresh blood. The look in Tang San's eyes changed, no longer perplexed or timid. His twin spirit Blue Silver Emperor and Haotian hammer appeared simultaneously, each flashing with 8 spirit rings, and the powerful soul power fluctuations crazily drained Tang San's soul power reserves. Even the inhabitants of Sea God Island were startled. What was this young man up to? Tang San had no opportunity to explain to the crowd at this moment, as they witnessed all the terrifying energy in his body converge into his right hand. Tang San twisted his right hand into an orchid finger gesture, with a drop of fresh blood suspended at his fingertip. Even Poseidon and the others were puzzled by this action. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San flicked his finger, and the drop of blood shot towards the deep-sea demon whale king. It entered the whale's mouth just before it could close. The deep-sea demon whale king, perhaps underestimating the significance of the recent changes, paid little attention. However, Light Feather saw it clearly. The drop of blood was the Bodhi blood. With a roar, Tang San struck the deep-sea demon whale king with his most powerful hidden weapon, the Bodhi blood. The whale's enormous mouth was injured once again, and when it opened, its oral cavity was covered with wounds from which a large amount of blood gushed. The blood vessels in the whale's mouth were highly developed, making it difficult for the whale to stop the bleeding. When releasing the Bodhi blood, Tang San also infused it with various potent poisons. Since he had never had the chance to obtain the ice-fiery Yang Eyes, most of his poisons were derived from Sea God Island and the southern poison forests of the mainland. These were not particularly outstanding poisons, so Tang San was not completely confident that he could poison the deep sea demon whale king. However, the injuries in the whale's mouth facilitated the entry of toxins into its body. The deep-sea demon whale king roared incessantly, its body thrashing and churning the sea. Seeing this, it launched its unique domain ability, the whale domain. Upon activation, countless small deep-sea demon whales, each several meters long, appeared in the water and rushed towards Sea God Island. At this point, not many on Sea God Island were left with the strength to fight. Among the offensive soul masters, only Seahorse Douluo was still able to act, but he struggled to fend off the swarm of demon whales. Poseidon stepped forward, stood in front of everyone and raised his scepter. The bright red ninth soul ring glowed once more, but after this glow the soul ring's bright red color faded to pitch black. The ninth soul skill, summoning the sea god, accompanied by the fluctuation of soul power, a majestic figure appeared bathed in golden light, almost tangible. This was the real sea god, not just a spiritual manifestation. However, the sea god summoned by Poseidon was not at his full strength. He only possessed 20% of his full power. Upon his appearance, the sea god first glanced at Light Feather and with just one look quickly shifted his focus to the massive deep-sea demon whale king. Wretched beast, have you forgotten the lesson from 100 years ago? With this furious roar from the sea god, the deep-sea demon whale king instinctively felt fear, but soon reason overcame fear. Sea god, stop bluffing. She can't bring your complete form here. If you were at your peak, you wouldn't be talking so much. Even if you descended in your complete form, I would not fear you this time. Having evolved into a dragon god, the deep-sea demon whale king, now more rational due to its increased strength, would not be scared off by a mere apparition of the sea god as it had been in the original story. The sea god raised his hand and shouted, "Trident, come forth!" Answering the call of the sea god, the golden trident housed in the temple of the sea god began to quiver. With a whooshing sound, the golden trident flew from its resting place, sweeping through the air to land firmly in the raised right hand of the sea god. Adorned with the golden trident, the towering and muscular figure of the sea god appeared even more imposing. The trident spun several times as if getting accustomed to its master's grip. Then the sea god hoisted the golden trident high, causing it to emit a brilliant golden radiance. Simultaneously, the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island, as if responding to the trident, also burst forth with the light of the sea god. The gentle light of the sea god surged from the pillars and infused into the bodies of the 7 sacred pillar Douluos on Sea God Island. With the light entering their bodies, the injuries of the 7 sacred pillar Douluos and their consumed soul and mental energies were fully restored, and their strengths astonishingly soared, each reaching level 98. Follow me into battle, the sea god roared. Just when all seemed nearly lost, this turnaround by the sea god filled everyone on Sea God Island with renewed confidence. The sea dragon Douluo and the seahorse Douluo met the sky full of dragon whales with bare fists. The sea star Douluo, a sea monster, lashed out with his tentacles, while the sea maiden Douluo played her sea flute. This time, the sea lance Douluo held his sea lance himself, his arm trembling as he split into 3 figures. Third soul skill, splitting lance shadows. The sea delusion Douluo and the sea ghost Douluo sought to protect themselves while the sea snake and devil fish spiraled around them. As the group counterattacked fiercely, the initially overwhelming numbers of dragon whales seemed less terrifying. After withstanding the Dragon Whale King's deep-sea domain head-on, they bizarrely discovered that the Dragon Whale King had stopped using his powerful soul abilities to maintain the domain and instead had abandoned it, charging headlong towards them. The sea god frowned, puzzled by the Dragon Whale King's intentions, but even a direct charge from the massive body of the Dragon Whale King would cause significant damage to Sea God Island. The golden trident held horizontally in front of him, the sea god alone stood in front of the oncoming Dragon Whale King. Boom! A huge muffled sound echoed as the Dragon Whale King was stopped, but the sea god was shaken, retreating more than a dozen steps, only possessing a fraction of his strength. The sea god's weakening was undoubtedly exposed. Meanwhile, the Dragon Whale King, having failed in his initial attack, launched another. His whale tail rose and slammed down, his fins stirred the water. Suddenly, the Dragon Whale King's attacks became erratic and undisciplined. Not only did he not use his soul power, but he also seemed irrational. The group was puzzled by the Dragon Whale King's behavior until Tang San, who was most familiar with poisons, noticed something. It's poison. The Dragon Whale King has been poisoned. Tang San knew it wasn't his poison, as he was well aware of his capabilities. Turning to look at the sea ghost Douluo, who had previously used his poison silently, he indeed saw a triumphant smile on the sea ghost Douluo's face. The poison of the sea ghost Douluo was a mental toxin, also a type of hallucinogenic poison. In the original story, Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong had silently succumbed to the sea ghost Douluo's poison, falling into a hallucinatory state. Ultimately, it was thanks to the main character's ability to recognize and overcome the illusion that they freed themselves from the hallucinogenic poison. Solely on its own, the sea devil Douluo's poison shouldn't have affected the deep-sea demon whale king. However, due to the injuries in its mouth, the spread of the poison was accelerated. This, combined with the copious amounts of lethal fire apricot scourge poison already accumulated within the demon whale king's body, led to a violent eruption of mixed toxins. Even the mighty deep-sea demon whale king fell victim, plunging into a hallucinatory state induced by the poison. The severity of the hallucinogenic poisoning correlates closely with the obsessions of the poisoned, and the deep-sea demon whale king's obsessions run very deep, trapping it utterly in its delusions. Perhaps it was for the best that the demon whale king was thus subdued, but the sea god seemed still uneasy. Despite its massive size offering some resistance to the toxins, the demon whale king wouldn't die from the poison but was lost in a toxic delusion, causing it to thrash about chaotically in reality, which was clearly inappropriate. Therefore, the sea god and the inhabitants of Sea God Island decided it was time to thoroughly resolve the issue with the deep-sea demon whale king. What if it were to suddenly come to its senses? In a decisive move, the sea god drew his arm across his trident, causing the sea god trident to blaze with golden light at its peak. At the same time, everything on Sea God Island, the energy of Poseidon, the 7 sacred pillars Douluo, and all of the sea god's power, seemed to converge into the trident held by the sea god. At this moment, the sea god retracted all the divine light of the Sea God Island back into his trident, causing its brilliance to surge once more. The light was so intense that it obscured the form of the trident itself. From a distance, one could only see a rough outline of golden light held aloft in the sea god's hands. Raising this golden light height, the sea god looked towards the deep-sea demon whale king, marking it as the target for his strike. The first thing he noticed was the whale's blinded left eye. His gaze then shifted to the tumultuous right eye of the whale, and without any hesitation the sea god hurled his trident. A streak of golden light tore through the air, a swift flash that struck the deep-sea demon whale king with pinpoint accuracy, even piercing through it. Due to the incredible speed of the trident, it was only after a few moments that the demon whale king began to howl in agony. The pain allowed the demon whale king to momentarily escape the grip of the sea devil Douluo's hallucinogenic poison, though the cost of this escape was severe. The penetration wound in its eye severely injured the whale, and the lingering divine light of the sea god continued to purify and torment it. Although the intense pain broke the hallucinogenic effect, the toxins from the lethal fire apricot scourge remained, escalating their erosion as the state of the deep-sea demon whale king rapidly deteriorated. Meanwhile, the onlookers from Sea God Island, witnessing this awe-inspiring strike, felt a momentary surge of relief. However, their only regret was that the deep-sea demon whale king was not slain but merely severely wounded. After becoming a demonic god, killing the deep-sea demon whale king had become an incredibly difficult task. After shaking off the hallucinogenic poison, the demon whale king was also immediately aware of the changes within its body. Apart from the penetrating wound from the sea god trident and the erosion by the divine light, another unbreakable burning force continued to corrode its body. At this moment, the mighty sea dragon king reverted to his previous cautious disposition towards the sea god. His state deteriorated, and with his eyes destroyed, he no longer had the courage to confront the sea god directly. Having attained divinity after much struggle, the sea dragon king cherished his hard-won status all the more, which made him increasingly fearful of death. With a mighty slap of his tail, he stirred up a massive wave, the deep-sea fury, and turned to flee from the sea god's island by diving deep into the ocean's abyss. With a swing of his golden trident, the sea god effortlessly dispersed the gigantic wave. Watching the direction in which the sea dragon king escaped, a hint of helplessness appeared on the sea god's face. Just as the sea maiden Douluo among the 7 sacred pillars was about to remind the sea god not to let the tiger return to the mountain and to seize the opportunity to kill the sea dragon king once and for all, the sea god looked upwards instead. The others were puzzled, but Tang San realized immediately that although the issue with the sea dragon king was temporarily resolved, there was still a formidable enemy above. Holding his golden trident, the sea god turned and hurled it with great force, the golden 13 trident, never to return. As the sea god's strength had increased even when facing him, Guan Yu remained calm. Facing the trident hurled by the sea god, Guan Yu merely smiled slightly, unconcerned, and used the flying evil god seal to depart. As the sea god made his move, everyone on the sea god's island turned their gaze in that direction. Only then did the 7 sacred pillars realize that during the recent great battle there had always been a spectator in the high skies. Failing to hit his target, the sea god's majestic face could not hide his deeper sense of helplessness. The departure of the sea dragon king was not due to the sea god's reluctance to pursue, it was because he simply could not. the residual divine consciousness of the sea god, the light of the sea god, combined with the sea god trident, had done well to severely injure and repel the now divine sea dragon king. The sea god no longer had the strength to pursue and kill the sea dragon king, facing Guan Yu. The best solution for the sea god would naturally have been to first use the indeterminate storms of the same Golden 13 Trident series to completely lock down Guan Yu and then strike him powerfully with the irreversible technique. But after another battle with the Sea Dragon King, the Sea God had only enough power left for one more throw of the Golden 13 Trident. Thus, this one strike, never to return, depended purely on luck to hit Guan Yu. Sadly, even gods can lose bets. After Guan Yu vanished, the Sea God somberly looked at the people on Sea God's Island, just as the Sea Horse Douluo and the Sea Dragon Douluo were preparing to help retrieve the thrown Sea God Trident. The Sea God's deep voice slowly resonated. The divine power of the trident has been exhausted, and the light of the sea god on this island was completely drained in the battle just now. People of the sea god's island, from now on you must rely on yourselves. Tang San, the enemy is very powerful and you don't have much time left. As the sea god's voice gradually faded away, the islands surrounding the sea god's island, which had always been illuminated by the light of the sea god signifying glory and status, also became dim and lightless. Cracks began to climb up the 7 sacred pillars, continuously splitting until they were covered entirely. Boom! With the final resounding crash, the 7 sacred pillars completely collapsed. The collapse of the sacred pillars left the 7-pillared Douluos at a loss. Just as they were about to ask the sea god Douluo for guidance, they found that the sea god had dissipated. Poseidon, who had summoned the sea god, was exhausted and fell backward, swiftly caught by Europa and the mermaid Douluo. The others on Sea God Island quickly came forward to show their concern. Poseidon's weary gaze swept over the group, finally resting on Tang San. Tang San, to calm the storm you must ascend to the position of Sea God. Only by becoming the new Sea God can you restore peace to the ocean. Without the heart of the Sea God and the trident of the Sea God, it will be extremely difficult to achieve this divine position, but this is the responsibility you must bear as the heir to the Sea God. Watching the weakened Poseidon, Tang San promised resolutely, Lord Poseidon, I will ascend to the position of Sea God as soon as possible to bring prosperity back to Sea God Island and the ocean. Poseidon nodded, slightly comforted. The countless lives of the ocean are entrusted to you. Then Poseidon slowly closed his eyes. Though he did not die, the great toll of the battle had exhausted him, given that the arrival of the Sea God was essentially one of Poseidon's soul skills. Facieshanin arrived at the Soul Empire's giant wheel, and although he left early, he was aware that Sea God Island had suffered unprecedented damage. Although there were no casualties, the light of the Sea God on Sea God Island was completely depleted. Due to Tang Chen's actions, Poseidon, already severely weakened, had likely seen his strength diminish even further after this battle. Relying on the power of the ocean had become a farce. Not to mention dominating over Qian Douluo and Tang Chen, 2 peak 99 level Douluos, it was questionable if he could even defeat the Green Phoenix or Golden Crocodile Douluos. The other 7 sacred pillar Douluos, having lost the light of the sea god and Poseidon's enhancement, were merely title Douluos with soul power not exceeding level 95, with perhaps only more special soul skills, but no match for the Soul Hall's envoys. Tang San, hardly worth mentioning. The only concern was Tang San's hidden weapons. The original Soul Hall envoys and the Angel Legion had suffered greatly from Tang San's hidden weapons. Although the Blacksmith's Guild had now merged into the Soul Empire and the supply of fine iron and steel was controlled by the Soul Empire, one could not guarantee that Tang San wouldn't create 1 or 2 special hidden weapons. Guan Yu, immune to poison and fearless of death, was not worried for himself. But the other members of the Soul Hall were vulnerable. Thus, this remained the only concern, as Sea God Island and the Deep-Sea Dragon Whale King both suffered heavy losses. Guan Yu chose to deal with the Deep-Sea Dragon Whale King first. Sea God Island was ruined, completely losing divine protection, but the Deep-Sea Dragon Whale King had already transformed into a divine dragon. The poison of Lai was Xiang Jiaoshu was insufficient to kill it outright, and as time passed, the Deep-Sea Dragon Whale King could withstand the poison's corrosion, gradually recover, and even fully adapt to the demonic god's power, so Guan Yu would not give the Deep-Sea Dragon Whale King any time or opportunity. When Guan Yu returned to the giant wheel of the Soul Empire, the high-ranking officials of the Soul Empire gathered around him. Xiao Yu, what was that tremendous commotion from the direction of the ocean just now? It didn't seem like a natural phenomenon, but rather like people were clashing. If that's true, then the strength of both parties involved must be extraordinary. As the curious onlookers watched, Guan Yu didn't hide anything and simply shared what had happened, also revealing the initial strategy he had set up. My goodness, you dared to gamble so big. Upon hearing this, Guanling Douluo couldn't sit still anymore. You're not satisfied with having the 990,000-year-old deep-sea demon whale king as your ninth spirit ring. You even want to feed it until it becomes a million-year-old demon god. Perhaps because he is his grandson. Guanling Douluo felt a bit of fear after hearing Guan Yu's confession. However, it was Jiaming Douluo who burst into laughter. Xiao Yu is not only powerful, but his skills in scheming are also remarkable. He can solve the problem of the ninth spirit ring and even take care of Sea God Island in passing. Truly satisfying. After being defeated at Sea God Island years ago, the Spirit Hall had thought about striking at Sea God Island again, but for prudence, Xian Douluo invited Tang Chen to join him at Sea God Island. That's when the subsequent events unfolded. Only after fully understanding the foundational strength of Sea God Island did Xian Douluo hold back the second action against it. As everyone spoke one after another, it was only after a while that Qingwan Douluo spoke. Xiao Yu, now that both Sea God Island and the deep-sea dragon whale king are both injured, which should we clean up first? Guan Yu smiled. Compared to Sea God Island, I actually care more about my ninth spirit ring. Previously in the Demon Whale Sea, the weakened state of the deep-sea dragon whale king slowly swam back to its lair. As the deep-sea dragon whale king moved, a strange phenomenon followed. That is, under the black skin of the deep-sea dragon whale king, a faint red color emerged and the surrounding sea water also boiled with whiteness churning between the giant mouth's breaths. The deep-sea dragon whale king never expected to end up so embarrassed in its first battle after transforming into a dragon god. With both eyes destroyed, although it could still probe its surroundings with powerful spiritual power. Spiritual power is after all not as convenient as eyes. The deep-sea dragon whale king had not yet relaxed back in its lair when it suddenly turned towards a certain direction. Although it couldn't see, it could feel the presence of someone approaching in that space. Guan Yu suddenly appeared in the demon whale sea, this time more relaxed and comfortable than ever before. It's you. The deep-sea dragon whale king could sense by the aura that the person before it was the human who had brought the 10,000-year-old sea spirit beast, helping it to transform into a dragon god ahead of schedule. I've gone through so much trouble to help you ascend to godhood, and this is how you treat me? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? At this moment, not only was the deep-sea dragon whale king severely injured, but the fierce fire of spiritual poison continued to erode its vitality, and if this continued, the cost would be too great. Even gods are not immortal. The deep-sea dragon whale king urgently needed to rest and heal its injuries to rid its body of toxins, so even though the deep-sea dragon whale king was easily irritable and furious at this moment, it was also unusually patient, saying, "Human, I can feel that you have not only no respect for Sea God Island but also hold resentment towards it. We can join forces to destroy Sea God Island. Destroy Sea God Island, ruin everything related to the sea god, and in this vast ocean, this king is willing to share it equally with you. After all, I am not one to be ungrateful." Guan Yu nodded with a smile. "That's a tempting offer, but I'm not particularly interested. I didn't help you transform into a divine dragon just for such trivial rewards." "Then what did you do it for?" the deep-sea dragon whale king asked unconsciously. Guan Yu's gaze landed on the massive body of the deep-sea dragon whale king. The deep-sea dragon whale king, demon god, severely injured, aged 1,100,000 years, with a 35% success rate of absorption, a 100% probability of injury, and a 0% death rate. As the eye of calculation analyzed, Guan Yu calmly stated, "Your soul ring and soul bone, roar." Upon hearing this, the deep-sea dragon whale king immediately let out an angry roar. Realizing he had been tricked, he immediately flipped the table and began to fight. Accompanied by the roar, huge waves suddenly rose. Watching the 100-meter-high waves, Guan Yu sneered. Poseidon and the others had to forcibly withstand the giant waves caused by the deep-sea dragon whale king in order to protect the safety of the Sea God Island. As for Guan Yu, he had nothing to care about here, so naturally he didn't need to withstand it forcefully. With just a flick of the evil god's seal, Guan Yu appeared behind the giant wave. Realizing Guan Yu's bizarre spatial soul skills, the deep-sea dragon whale king roared again. However, with this roar, Guan Yu suddenly felt that he was targeted. Many sea soul beasts can lock onto their prey through the scent, and the deep-sea dragon whale king, being at the top of the pyramid among sea soul beasts, naturally possess this ability. Moreover, the strength of the scent locking ability naturally also relates to the soul beast's strength and mental power. upon receiving Guan Yu's favors swallowing those sea soul beast corpses, the deep-sea dragon whale king maintained his hostility and vigilance towards humans, especially after witnessing Guan Yu's bizarre spatial soul skills. He quietly laid a scent trap. As Guan Yu fed the deep-sea dragon whale king multiple times, Guan Yu also unintentionally acquired the special scent of the deep-sea dragon whale king. Deep-sea dragon slash. Seeing that he successfully locked onto Guan Yu, the deep-sea dragon whale king swung his giant tail and a dark light blade slashed towards Guan Yu. With no place to hide, Guan Yu had to face it head-on. With his right hand he summoned a blood-red giant sword into his grip, the Azura demon sword. Facing a demon god-level deep-sea dragon whale king, how could Guan Yu not have a divine weapon in hand? With a swing of his right hand, the Azura demon sword also slashed out a red blade, directly colliding with the black light. As the two forces collided, an intense explosion echoed through the demon whale sea. The tremendous impact forced Guan Yu to retreat several meters. Even so, the deep-sea dragon whale king also regarded Guan Yu with a more serious demeanor. Initially, he thought Guan Yu was just a speculator relying on that bizarre spatial soul skill, but after their exchange, he realized that the opponent was more troublesome than he had thought. Just based on the fighting power from earlier, the 7 wastes of Sea God Island combined were no match. And the blood-red giant sword in his hand was actually a divine weapon, even more powerful than the sea god trident. The murderous and fierce aura from the sword, even the typically brutal deep-sea dragon whale king felt a shiver of fear. The deep-sea dragon whale king was shocked by Guan Yu's true combat power, while Guan Yu had already witnessed the strength of the deep-sea dragon whale king in the great battle at Sea God Island, so Guan Yu quickly took the initiative. After the recent attack, the deep-sea dragon whale king's internal injuries worsened. Blood continuously spilled from its mouth, and the spilled blood quickly dried under the high temperature. The fiery poison of the Liehuaxing Jiaoshu was enhanced simply by fire and high temperatures. Revealing his left-hand crossbow spirit, the 6th spirit ring shone with a bright red light. Guan Yu pulled the trigger and a crossbow bolt shot up into the sky. The bolt split into numerous smaller bolts, which then exploded, pouring down a torrent of heavenly fire. The gigantic body of the deep-sea dragon whale king could not escape the deluge of heavenly fire. The crimson flames fell upon the dragon whale king, quickly covering its entire body. The damage from the heavenly fire was not severe for the dragon whale king, but the torment was unbearable. Even as the dragon whale king stirred its body in the sea or dove deeper, it could not extinguish the flames, which even ignited the seawater. Its scales, though tough, could not withstand the continuous burning of the heavenly fire. With external heavenly fire and internal fiery poison working together, the already weakened state of the deep-sea dragon whale king further deteriorated. At this moment, Guan Yu somewhat understood why in some tales Itachi could defeat the 4th Mizukage with Amaterasu. Considering the divine dragon whale king was suffering so, the torment must be unimaginable. Unless one could be immune or extinguish the heavenly fire right from the start, one's condition would only worsen. Meanwhile, Guan Yu also ignited heavenly fire on himself. Although unclear how the deep-sea dragon whale king targeted him, he was certain that the enemy had done something to him. Burning with heavenly fire should cleanse it. Considering the properties of heavenly fire and Guan Yu being immune to fire naturally ignored its damage, as Guan Yu turned into a man of fire, he felt the targeting on him weaken until it completely disappeared. Then he extinguished the flames on his body. Dragon whale domain, the deep-sea dragon whale king tormented inside and out launched another desperate attack. Watching the myriad dragon whales, Guan Yu was unfazed. It's time to end this. In a flash, Guan Yu escaped the dragon whale king's targeting, using the flying evil god seal to disappear once again. When he reappeared, he was in a pitch-dark space accompanied by a nauseating corrosive stench. This was inside the deep-sea dragon whale king. Guan Yu had done more than just apply the fiery poison on the corpse fed to the dragon whale king, or rather he had marked it with his unique flying evil god seal. The corpse of the sea spirit beast would be devoured and absorbed by the deep-sea dragon whale king, but the poison of the Liehuaxing Jiaoshu would accumulate inside its body. All 8 spirit rings on his body shone with an incredibly dazzling light. The explosive ring principle of the Hao Tian sect was used by Guan Yu once again. 5 black and 3 red, the 8 terrifying spirit rings transformed into a massive torrent of energy that surged into the crossbow spirit, then turned into a colorful arrow. The bowstring was drawn slowly, the air tensing under the compression of energy. The deep-sea dragon whale king felt a change stirring within its body. Humans, cease your foolish acts. However, Guan Yu disregarded the dragon whale king's warning and decisively pulled the trigger. Whoosh! the small arrow exploded quietly inside the body of the Dragon Whale King, followed by a burst of dazzling white light. Guan Yu, appearing outside the body of the Dragon Whale King, saw white light spilling from multiple wounds on its body. Boom! A loud muffled explosion sounded as the Dragon Whale King, now in the sea, triggered a massive explosion, causing waves as high as 100 meters. As the waves reached their peak and then cascaded down, it resembled a torrential downpour. The sea water roared as it fell, kicking up thick mists. Suddenly Guan Yu felt a chill in his heart. Unbeknownst to him, within the mist a huge dark shadow appeared behind him. As Guan Yu turned around, the enormous shadow once again revealed its face. It was the deep-sea Dragon Whale King. Had the previous attack been ineffective? No, Guan Yu's planned attack had indeed succeeded. Although the Dragon Whale King wasn't dead, its body had been blasted full of holes. The skin and flesh that had been glowing with white light were now blasted messily from the inside out. Such injuries should have been sufficient to end the life of a soul beast, but Guan Yu had greatly underestimated the tenacity of a demon god's life. Gods could be killed, but not easily, and a demon god transformed from a soul beast into a deity was even harder to kill. What shocked Guan Yu even more was that the fire poison inside the deep-sea Dragon Whale King had disappeared. Human, the poison within me originated from your hand, didn't it, The moment you entered my body to launch your sneak attack, I had already gathered the toxins in my flesh and blood. With your attack, I expelled all the poison flesh and blood from my body. Guan Yu hadn't expected the deep-sea Dragon Whale King to have such a strategy. Now, with the complete depletion of his 8 soul rings, Guan Yu's soul power was utterly spent. He could see that the deep-sea Dragon Whale King was also at its limit, but he was unable to make a move. If he were to give up now, the next time the deep-sea Dragon Whale King would recover. Just as Guan Yu hesitated, he didn't notice a giant dark red door slowly opening behind him. As the door fully opened, a cold, powerful figure appeared behind it, and the Shura demon sword in Guan Yu's right hand emitted a resonant sound. Guan Yu's eyes, no longer clear, turned a cold dark red, and his black hair turned to gray-white as he gripped the Shura demon sword even tighter. A cold aura emanated from Guan Yu, enveloping the deep-sea Dragon Whale King completely. What is that? Looking at the scene behind Guan Yu and the mysterious figure, the deep-sea Dragon Whale King was shocked beyond measure. Such a terrifying, murderous aura. Is this a domain? Enduring the extreme discomfort of the cold, the deep-sea Dragon Whale King couldn't help but exclaim. It couldn't understand how such a human so young could have so many unfathomable tactics. The Dragon Whale King of the deep sea had a cultivation age of 1,000,000 years and a true lifespan of over 300,000 years, as mentioned in both anime and manga. Despite living for over 300,000 years, he was no match for a human who hadn't even reached 20 years. In the next moment, the icy domain suddenly changed, becoming even more terrifying. Emotions such as slaughter, cruelty, and fear filled the area, and even the seawater and air seemed affected. Douluo domain. At the same time, with a swing of his sword in his right hand, Guan Yu executed a move without grandiose momentum, just a single slash, without even a chance for a second, creating an arc in the air that sapped all the life force from the Dragon Whale King of the deep sea. Realm of gods, Douluo, your excessive intervention is against the rules. After all, you are still an enforcer of the divine realm. A figure cloaked in dark red and purple, emanating a chilling and stern presence, appeared behind Guan Yu during his battle with the Dragon Whale King. God of Douluo, the deep-sea demon whale king cannot become a god, and since it has come to this, remedies must be made. As God Douluo explained, the voices of doubt in the divine realm also weakened, but the fearless evil god laughed at this moment, saying, "The reason the deep-sea demon whale king could become a god is all because of your successor's involvement. Otherwise, according to the sea god's plan, it wouldn't have been so easy for the deep-sea demon whale king to transform into a dragon and ascend to godhood." As God Douluo turned his head, the evil god quickly added resentfully, "It was our successor, Poseidon Island." After a brief rest, Poseidon too woke up from a faint brought on by exhaustion. At this time, the 7-pillared Douluo, including Tang San themselves, were anxiously guarding beside him, and the residents of Poseidon Island had also gradually returned. Just as everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction, Poseidon suddenly turned his head sharply towards the ocean. The direction Poseidon looked towards was familiar to everyone on Poseidon Island. It was the direction from which the deep-sea Dragon Whale King had fled, also the location of the Demon Whale Sea. Especially after the recent great battle, it was easy for everyone to think of the deep-sea Dragon Whale King. What's wrong, Lord Poseidon? Has the deep-sea Dragon Whale King returned? asked the sea woman Douluo urgently. Although the other pillar Douluos did not speak, their faces simultaneously turned grave. The deep-sea dragon whale king was indeed the most formidable enemy they had faced since becoming the guardians of the pillars, and despite their all-out efforts, they had gained little advantage. Tang San was also well aware of the strength of the deep-sea dragon whale king. On land, 100,000-year soul beast was at the pinnacle of the soul beast pyramid, but in the vast ocean strong soul beasts were far more plentiful. The power of the million-year-old deep-sea dragon whale king had left an indelible impression on Tang San. Poseidon's brows furrowed, almost twisted together, and his worried expression was evident. It's not that the deep-sea dragon whale king has returned, but rather that his presence has vanished. As the grand offer, even though her strength was compromised, Poseidon still had a faint ability to sense the ocean, and she clearly felt that the presence of the deep-sea dragon whale king had just disappeared. Disappeared? What does that mean? Could it be? Tang San also voiced his doubts. The deep-sea dragon whale king was a true god who had transformed into a dragon and ascended to godhood. How could he? The sea ghost Douluo's eyes shifted, suddenly interjecting, could it be that the deep-sea dragon whale king was severely injured by Lord Sea God and died from his wounds? I could sense a fiercely intense poison already present within the body of the deep-sea demon whale king. Tang San glanced at Sea Ghost Douluo and couldn't help but admire him as a master of using poison. Tang San also noticed that the deep-sea demon whale king had been struck by an even more violent poison. He thought he was the only one who had noticed, but it turned out that Sea Ghost Douluo had already been aware of it. Poseidon slightly shook his head. As the presence of the deep-sea demon whale king disappeared, a terrifyingly powerful aura suddenly appeared. It was a horror and strength I had never seen before. Clearly, Poseidon's words meant to inform everyone that the deep-sea demon whale king was not just severely injured but had been killed after escaping. Suddenly, Tang San thought of the person he hated the most. Could it be him? If it was him, Guan Yu felt a chill down his spine. Poseidon's expression turned stern again. Ladies and gentlemen, someone is heading towards Sea God Island. From their aura, it seems they are foes, not friends, Sea Lance Douluo coldly said. Seeing our Sea God Island damaged, some are looking to take advantage of the situation. Although we did not gain much from the deep-sea demon whale king, we are not something any Tom, Dick, or Harry can bully, Seahorse Douluo echoed. However, Poseidon did not become more confident because of their words. Instead, he told them the truth directly. Among this group, there seemed to be no fewer than 20 titled Douluos. With this statement, the entire place was in uproar. The faces of the 7 sacred pillar Douluos changed. If it were before, with the blessing of the sea god and the enhancement of the light of the sea god, they could have fought, but now, hearing that more than 20 titled Douluos had descended, Tang San was even more certain that all this, including the fall of the deep-sea demon whale king, was related to Guan Yu. After all, which power other than the continental spirit empire could field so many titled Douluos? Guan Yu could travel anywhere at any time with his spatial soul skills, but for these titled Douluos to appear so quickly and at the weakest moment of Sea God Island, it could only mean that the opponent had premeditated this, using the transformation of the deep-sea demon whale king into a god as the spearhead to attack Sea God Island. What a daring series of moves by Guan Yu, setting a tiger to devour the wolf, the snipe and the clam grapple. At this moment, Tang San once again felt despair. In the demon whale sea, as the deep-sea demon whale king fell, a huge whirlpool of seawater appeared, and the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king was within this whirlpool. Before harvesting the deep-sea demon whale king, Guan Yu looked doubtful and clenched his fist, because he himself did not understand why just moments ago his Azura god assessment, the killing domain, had inexplicably evolved into the Azura domain, a true god-level domain. Not only suppressing in strength within the Azura domain, it even had the ability to influence the minds of people's soul masters with insufficient mental strength could even be driven mad or turned into imbeciles by Guan Yu. As such, all that was left for Guan Yu's Azura god assessment was to kill Tang San. Guan Yu split into more than a dozen physical clones, all of which jumped into the sea whirlpool, then firmly grasped onto the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king, all the clones simultaneously using their devouring ability to absorb the massive energy from the body of the deep-sea demon whale king. A whale falls and myriad life forms flourish. Light Feather wasn't concerned with such sentimentality. Light Feather wanted it all. Accepting the entire inheritance of the deep-sea dragon whale king, no other sea spirit beast would get a share of the benefits. As Light Feather frantically devoured everything, both its main body and its physical avatars gradually inflated into bloated figures. When they could no longer bear it reaching the limits of their bodies, Light Feather began to digest the absorbed energy, digesting after devouring, and then devouring after digesting, endlessly cycling this process. Every part of the body, including the soul bones of Light Feather, was nourished by the energy of the deep-sea dragon whale king's body. For the first time, Light Feather and its avatars felt such immense reserves of soul power within them. As Light Feather and its dozen avatars continued their frenzied consumption, the massive body of the deep-sea dragon whale king began to shrivel after holding firm for a moment, becoming emaciated until it was nothing but skin and bones, and then finally disintegrated into powder. After the corpse of the deep-sea dragon whale king dissipated, only 4 orbs of light floated where the body had once been. One was a golden ring, predominantly golden in hue, but upon closer inspection one could see the violent dark red gold threads within. A million-year soul ring, more precisely a 110,000-year soul ring. Another was a set of torso bones, the bones snow-white and similarly enveloped in golden light. Coincidentally, it was the piece of torso bone, soul bone, that Light Feather was missing. And it was of the highest quality among all of Light Feather's soul bones. It didn't even require the Azura God's assessment to upgrade, for it was inherently a God-level soul bone. There was also a pearl, blue and white in color, containing energy not weaker than that of the deep-sea dragon whale king's body. Light Feather speculated about this pearl, the whale pearl, equally an indispensable treasure. Originally in the texts, this item could repair the sea god's trident, acting as the heart of the sea god. The last item was an irregularly shaped block, its surface marked with twisted and irregular patterns. Was this the whale brain? So small, Light Feather didn't care too much. After all, the smaller size was convenient for carrying. Collecting the whale pearl and whale brain, Light Feather first turned its attention to the radiant piece of torso bone. Absorbing a soul bone compared to a soul ring carried less risk, and after absorbing the torso bone, absorbing the soul ring would become easier. This was a tactic Light Feather often used. Upon touching the torso bone, Light Feather instantly felt the emotions within the bones. This piece of torso bone, seemingly with a mind of its own, Light Feather could be certain that it was definitely not the consciousness of the deep-sea dragon whale king, as the intelligence within the bone felt relatively simple and pure, perhaps due to it being a god-level soul bone. After establishing a connection with the deep-sea dragon whale king's torso bone, the bone merged into Light Feather's body, and Light Feather could clearly feel a powerful presence entering. The most noticeable sensations were in the chest and the internal organs. In moments, Light Feather's chest cavity and encompassed organs seemed to have been transformed, and even by internal inspection one could see that the frequency and amplitude of the internal organs had drastically increased, and the flesh also gradually suffused with the same pale golden glow as the torso bone. As the foreign sensation in his chest cavity gradually diminished and his body ceased to reject the trunk bone started to establish a unique connection with the other soul bones throughout Guan Yu's body. The skull, left arm bone, right arm bone, left leg bone, right leg bone, the external soul bones of the golden feathered eagle and the 9 fox tails. All of these soul bones, now through the trunk bone, established an unprecedented connection. Previously, even though the individual soul bones were united through soul fusion techniques, there was no substantial connection. However, the presence of the trunk bone now provided a tangible fleshly link, and due to its high quality, it effectively suppressed the other soul bones, allowing all to merge and interconnect in a balanced state. Following this connection, the other soul bones even became stronger under the influence of the trunk bone. The entire process was relatively smooth, much smoother than Guan Yu had anticipated. With just these changes, Guan Yu already felt a revolutionary transformation in his strength. Even the usually greedy Guan Yu felt quite satisfied after sensing his own transformation, and the most important soul ring had not yet been absorbed. If the soul ring were to be absorbed, as the soul power connected to the million-year soul ring of the deep-sea dragon whale, the golden soul ring instantly transformed into a torrent of golden energy that surged into Guan Yu's body. Unlike the smooth integration of the soul bones, as this torrent of golden soul ring energy surged into Guan Yu's body, a violent surge of emotion assaulted his spirit. Wrapped in golden light, Guan Yu was suddenly engulfed by a fierce and murderous red aura. Roar, detestable humans, damn you, how dare you scheme against this king? You try to absorb this king's soul ring, I will make you die without a burial place. The assault from the deep-sea dragon whale was more of a mental attack. In this mental struggle between Guan Yu and the deep-sea dragon whale, the state of the deep-sea dragon whale returned to its peak, showing no signs of the weakness it had before death. Its ferocious expression and massive body, instilling innate fear, seemed even more brutal and violent than the actual deep-sea dragon whale, perhaps because it was slain by Guan Yu. The hatred was doubled. After being killed and having its soul ring absorbed, besides a few individual soul beasts, most soul beasts harbored intense anger and hatred. Guan Yu had never underestimated the deep-sea dragon whale, which had also counterattacked Tang San in the original story, although it was resolved by the sea god. Therefore Guan Yu was always prepared for the mental onslaught from the deep-sea dragon whale. Moreover, the substantial increase in strength after absorbing the flesh, blood and trunk soul bone of the deep-sea dragon whale also boosted Guan Yu's confidence immensely. In the spiritual world, Guan Yu faced the challenge head-on without fear. Alive, I was not afraid of you. Dead, I fear you even less. Roar. Faced with Guan Yu's taunting, the deep-sea dragon whale grew even more furious. However, as Guan Yu employed his mental power, a twist occurred. A chilling power that was both familiar and strange to Guan Yu bizarrely emerged. This chill was different from the cold of ice. It was a cold emanating from murderous intent, murderous aura. This powerful murderous intent even began to affect Guan Yu's rationality, turning his eyes blood red and his long gray-white hair stood on end. His face, once marked with smiles, now stern and serious, gazing at the luminous feathers before him. The deep-sea dragon whale king was thrown into panic. It was these very feathers that had slain him, instilling an instinctive fear of their appearance within him. The dragon whale king had died, but his death was shrouded in mystery. Unable to comprehend how his opponent had delivered that irresistible blow, if even this last flicker of consciousness were to be erased, then the deep-sea dragon whale king would truly vanish from this world completely. Unlike his previous fury, the dragon whale king was subdued, and the luminous feathers did not linger either. Lifting his right arm, the entire spiritual realm was enveloped in white frost. This was the physical manifestation of murderous intent, so potent that even as its bearer, the luminous feathers were somewhat taken aback. Was this amplification from the Shura realm? The only thing comparable to this mastery of murderous power was the technique of the Shura god, and the most significant recent change in the luminous feathers was the inexplicable evolution of the killing domain into the Shura domain. To wield such powerful murderous intent, even the luminous feathers felt they had strength to spare. Result, perhaps it was time to witness the strongest state of the Shura domain. This time, instead of just one arm, both arms were raised, unleashing a terrifying murderous aura so intense it defied description. As this dreadful aura spread, the entire spiritual realm froze over the physically manifested murderous intent, turning everything to ice just like frost. Even the massive body of the deep-sea dragon whale king couldn't prevent itself from being encased in ice. At this moment, where was the fury of the deep-sea dragon whale king? He was downright terrified, facing the same force that had killed him. He struggled and roared. Why, what exactly is this power? Why can a human possess such strength? As soon as these words fell, the massive body of the deep-sea dragon whale king was completely frozen, turning into a sculpture of ice. The luminous feathers approached, and with a gentle touch, the massive ice sculpture shattered into countless pieces. Thus the spiritual battle induced by the residual consciousness of the deep-sea dragon whale king ended in such a farcical manner. With the residual consciousness resolved, the million-year-old soul ring born from the deep-sea dragon whale king also lost its resistance and was completely absorbed by the luminous feathers. With a gesture of his right hand, his crossbow martial spirit appeared, and around him 9 soul rings emerged one by one. First was the familiar configuration of 5 black and 3 red, and finally a novel 9th soul ring appeared. This 9th soul ring, once it appeared, dominated the previous 8 soul rings, floating above them level with the shoulders of the luminous feathers, emitting a brilliant and dazzling golden light, the initial red blood streaks having vanished. Could the 9th soul ring overwhelming the previous 8 signify that those were inferior? The previous 8 soul rings of the luminous feathers were already a terrifying force, only to say that this 9th soul ring was even more fearsome. That unprecedented golden color was enough to explain everything. 5 black, 3 red, 1 gold. Following the absorption of the entire strength of the flesh and bones of the deep-sea dragon whale king, the million-year-old trunk and soul ring, the luminous feathers also received an all-around enhancement. At this moment, Guan Yu was unaware of how powerful he had become. With a single punch, a 100-meter reef in the demon whale's domain was obliterated into rubble. As he marveled at his own terrifying destructive power, Guan Yu felt no pain whatsoever. His fist was merely coated with some crushed stones and gravel, which he wiped away without any damage. Guan Yu clearly understood what this meant. The deep-sea dragon whale king not only endowed him with immense destructive power but also significantly enhanced his physical defense. Now Guan Yu was truly a humanoid behemoth, yet the most crucial test had not been tried at the skills brought by the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king. The original descriptions of the soul ring and soul bone abilities of the deep-sea demon whale king were sparse, but being a dominant force in the realm, its skills could not be anything less than extraordinary. Now that the deep-sea demon whale king had transformed into a divine dragon, its strength was distinctly different from that in the original story, even akin to a demonic god, a true demonic god. How could the soul ring and soul bone skills of such a god be anything but extraordinary? Feeling carefully, Guan Yu first experienced the skill information transmitted from the million-year trunk bone in his chest. Million-year trunk bone soul bone skill. 1. Divine skill. Title: Heaven's Pull. Harnessing the cycle of heaven and earth, capable of controlling gravitational forces. 2. Divine skill. Title: Heaven's Repulsion, utilizing the cycle of heaven and earth, capable of controlling repulsive forces. With a barely perceptible squint in his eyes showing no hint of emotion, Guan Yu began to feel his million-year soul ring skills, which, like the 100,000-year soul ring, had two abilities. Million-year soul ring skills. 1. Divine skill. Summon Demon God, a summoning type soul skill, consuming 50% of one's soul power to summon a demonic god, deep-sea dragon whale king, to assist in battle. The strength of the summoned demonic god, deep-sea dragon whale king, is 70% of the original. 2. Divine skill. 1. Whale falls, all things live, at the cost of one's life, reverses the flow of time to forcefully resurrect multiple deceased individuals. For a soul master, the most thrilling moment isn't just obtaining the most suitable soul ring. Experimenting with soul skills is even more exhilarating. Feeling the 4 newly acquired skills, they had already transcended normal soul skills and were classified as divine skills. The functions of these 4 skills were not hard to understand. Now Guan Yu was eager to discover how powerful these 4 divine skills were. Closing his eyes slightly, feeling the unique pulsation of the million-year trunk bone in his chest, Guan Yu suddenly extended his right hand, making a pushing gesture. As his intention transmitted, a powerful repulsive force exploded from him as the center. Since there was no reference point, there was only the sound of the wind until Guan Yu directed the force towards the sea surface. This repulsive force was so strong that it pushed the seawater around, even revealing a glimpse of the seabed. The demon whale's domain was rocky and rugged, but the depth of the sea was about a kilometer. This force pushed the sea nearly a kilometer away, illustrating the magnitude of its power. The palm transformed into a claw, and in the next moment a sudden opposing gravitational force emerged. In an instant, a water tornado was dragged up, pointing straight at Guan Yu. It wasn't until Guan Yu removed the gravitational effect that the vast amount of seawater crashed down. After a simple experiment, Guan Yu could feel that both the thrust and gravitational forces were even stronger than the mightiest strikes of the 98th level gold crocodile Douluo and the blue phoenix Douluo. As for the 99th level Douluo, there were originally only 3 in the Douluo continent, and each of them had their unique trump cards and were closely linked with the gods, making them difficult benchmarks for comparison. However, Tang Chen had perished and Qian Douluo had also died not long after for the sake of achieving Qian Rinchua's transformation. Of the original 3 super peak Douluo, now only Poseidon remained. Poseidon was nearly at the end of his strength, so soon Guan Yu would be the only super Douluo left at the extreme 99th level. Indeed, after absorbing the soul ring, soul bone and body energy of the deep-sea whale king, Guan Yu's soul power level soared directly to level 99 and his body was brimming with abundant soul power. There was once a combination of the sucking palm and the blowing fire palm which produced an effect greater than the sum of their parts. Thinking of this, the million-year-old trunk bone within Guan Yu pulsed once again. This time both gravitational and thrust forces were activated simultaneously. The 2 forces collided, creating a compressive force that exploded the space around, blasting a circle of water spray hundreds of meters across. If these 2 forces were to suddenly attack a person, the result could be well imagined. After experimenting with the soul bone skills, when Guan Yu was ready to test the soul ring skills, he found it inconvenient to experiment with the soul ring skills. One of the soul ring skills was a summoning ability. In the world of Douluo, summoning abilities were common, but most were unremarkable. The only impressive one was Poseidon's 9th soul ring summoning the sea god, but Poseidon rarely made a move. Poseidon's summoning of the sea god was a 100,000-year soul ring, so the summoned sea god only retained 20% of its original strength. However, Guan Yu's ninth soul ring was a million-year soul ring, a genuine god-level soul ring. His ninth soul technique summoned a demon god, retaining 70% of its strength. Enormous difference by any measure. As for the other skill of the soul ring, it left Guan Yu utterly helpless. Sacrifice oneself to revive another? Why go to such lengths? Guan Yu was not a person of great altruism, let alone perform an act of revival shouting "my love." Why should he sacrifice his own life to revive another? Wait a minute, just as he was criticizing this ninth soul technique, a sudden inspiration struck Guan Yu. The ninth soul technique required sacrificing his own life to revive another, but Guan Yu's soul bone fusion technique had a self-resurrection feature. To defeat Guan Yu, one must first break his soul bone fusion technique. If limbs were severed and the soul bone fusion technique's resurrection feature was in play, then the life sacrificed by Guan Yu's ninth soul technique could potentially bring him back to life, making the so-called sacrifice no longer a price to pay. Therefore, being on the same side as Guan Yu might be a wise choice. After all, many knew that it was better not to be brothers with Tang San. Having digested and mastered the four divine techniques, Guan Yu then turned his gaze towards the sea in the direction of the sea god island. As the snipe and clam grappled, the old fisherman Guan Yu had already seized the opportunity to capture one. Naturally, he couldn't let the other prey slip away. To confront the deep-sea dragon whale, Guan Yu chose to go alone without the company of the warriors from the Soul Empire. After all, the deep-sea dragon whale was a demonic god-level creature and its death throes were unpredictable. Even if facing unexpected dangers with the deep-sea dragon whale, Guan Yu could still escape using the evil god's mark, or at worst use his soul bone fusion skill to resurrect. If the soul masters of the Soul Empire were to participate in the encirclement and suppression of the deep-sea dragon whale, casualties were inevitable. Should things go awry, the high-level combat power of the Soul Empire could be entirely lost there. Conversely, the risk posed to the people of Sea God Island was far less than that of the deep-sea dragon whale. Moreover, in terms of timing, Guan Yu could use the evil god's mark to teleport directly to the coordinates of Sea God Island, a feat the people of the Soul Empire could not achieve. By now my grandfather should have also engaged with Sea God Island. Sea God Island, Poseidon along with the 7 sacred pillar Douluos and Tang San were prepared for battle. Opposite them more than 20 figures gathered, each emanating powerful soul force fluctuations, all of whom had reached the title Douluo level. Poseidon's gaze shifted from these individuals and he slowly said, "Members of the Spirit Hall have come with great momentum, seemingly with ill intentions. Sea God Island and Spirit Hall have not had conflicts for many years. I wonder why you have suddenly visited today and what exactly are your intentions?" In the past, even if faced with over 20 title Douluos, unless it was someone of Tang Chen's level from the Thousand Streams, Poseidon would not be afraid. However, things were different now. Poseidon had temporarily lost the support of the sea god and the divine light of the sea god. Even with soul force at level 99 and 9/10,000 year black soul rings, his extraordinary setup could only handle a few title Douluos together and not more than 10. Even so, his side was still at a disadvantage. Harboring criminals from the Spirit Empire is equivalent to being enemies with the Spirit Empire. The Spirit Empire. Poseidon first noticed the opponent's reference, then asked, "The criminal you mentioned is?" "It's the one next to you, Tang San, a title Douluo from the Spirit Empire camp," responded. Hearing this, the people of Sea God Island couldn't help but glance at Tang San. Although the sea god had saved Tang San's life, it was only the sea god, and initially Tang San was guarded against Sea God Island and did not fully disclose his background or the changes happening on the continent. After all, with so many people on Sea God Island, if anyone was intimidated by the power of the Spirit Empire and acted against him, his situation would become extremely dangerous. "The elders, it was not my intention." Just as Tang San was about to explain, Poseidon interrupted. "Tang San has been on Sea God Island for some time now, and I have come to understand his character and moral fiber. I am unaware of any wrongdoing Tang San may have committed to warrant such a grand deployment from the Spirit Hall." The 7 sacred pillar Douluos also nodded their heads, guessing Tang San's cautiousness, but they had to admit Tang San's conduct and maturity were beyond reproach, even possessing a maturity that belied his age. As the highest-ranking official present, it was naturally the Qinghuan Douluo who was most suitable for negotiations. Tang San was accused of hindering the unification of the continent. Faced with this novel accusation, the expressions of the 7 sacred pillars varied with the sea maiden Douluo even covering her mouth to laugh. "Unify the continent? What grand ambitions the Spirit Hall has!" Do you mean to say that without Tang San you could unify the continent? Do you really believe that the Star Luo and Heaven Do empires, along with the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects, don't exist? Xinguan Douluo responded with a light laugh. It seems the folks on Sea God Island have been out of touch, unaware of the changes on the continent. The Star Luo, Heaven Do, the upper 3 sects, and the lower 4 sects you mentioned no longer exist. Now, there is only one power, one empire on the continent, known as the Spirit Empire. Hearing Xinguan Douluo's words, the people of Sea God Island were greatly shocked. They were indeed unaware of the changes on the continent, and now their eyes once again turned to Tang San, who was the only one among them from the continent. Seeing anger and unwillingness on Tang San's face, but no denial, they found it even harder to believe that such significant changes had occurred on the continent. Poseidon muttered to himself, has my Hautian sect also ceased to exist? Did Qin Douluo make his move after Tang Chen's death? This was the only possibility Poseidon could think of. Among them 3-inch without the other two to balance, any one of them possessed the strength to unify. The people of the Spirit Empire said nothing, but Tang San angrily spoke up. It was Guan Yu, the grandson of a Spirit Hall official. Poseidon looked at Tang San, initially thinking that it was fortunate for the Hautian sect to have such an outstanding third generation like Tang San, but now it seemed that the third generation of the Spirit Hall was even more terrifying. Xinguan Douluo, not wanting to continue arguing, issued a final ultimatum. Sea God Island must hand over Tang San and submit to the Spirit Empire to avoid death. Big talk, retorted the Sea Dragon Douluo. Even Qin Douluo wouldn't dare to do such a thing. What makes you think you can eat? Xinguan Douluo replied publicly. Sea God Island harbors a fugitive of the Spirit Empire. Privately, it's been 75 years since the Angel Legion lost over 1,000 lives. Sea God Island owes an explanation. The Sea Spear Douluo, holding his spirit spear, declared, if it's a battle you want, then it's a battle you'll get. Just as the situation was about to escalate into a full-blown conflict, Guan Yu also arrived above Sea God Island as previously marked. 9th Soul Skill, Summon Demon God. Guan Yu's voice was not loud, and the confronting parties below did not hear his soft call. They only looked up in surprise as the sky was suddenly obscured. Each side guessed whether this was the other's trump card. As the massive object appeared overhead and plummeted down, both sides inwardly cursed and scrambled to evacuate. Poseidon was no exception. If it had been Poseidon at his peak, perhaps he could have attempted to hold back the massive object, but now he was powerless. With a loud crash, the massive object fell onto Sea God Island, its impact echoing like the sky was collapsing, leaving everyone trembling in its aftermath. Soon, they were even more shocked to see a figure standing atop the massive object. The figure stood with arms crossed, surveying the surroundings with a piercing gaze. Noting that they were surrounded by an ocean, the figure finally turned their attention towards the people of the Spirit Empire. The coordinates were correct, several elders were present. At last, looking towards Guanling Douluo, the figure asked, Grandfather, where is Sea God Island? Hearing Guan Yu's question, Guanling Douluo opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Is Sea God Island under that giant whale you're standing on? Indeed, not just Guanling Douluo, but all the people from the Spirit Empire were astounded as they gazed at the enormous creature beneath Guan Yu's feet, recalling how this colossal being had suddenly fallen from the sky. The visual impact was simply the deep-sea demon whale king? Perhaps the people of the Spirit Empire were unaware of the origins of the giant whale under Guan Yu's feet, but the inhabitants of Sea God Island were all too familiar with this massive creature. The people of Sea God Island were shocked to see the deep-sea demon whale king appear once again, and they were also puzzled by the young man on its back. As the supreme ruler of the ocean, how could the deep-sea demon whale king tolerate a human standing on its back? Moreover, it was well known on Sea God Island that the deep-sea demon whale king harbored a deep hatred for humans. Guan Yu, the first to identify Guan Yu, was Tang San, filled with hatred and anger. Hearing Tang San shout, the people of Sea God Island took another look at Guan Yu. Is he the third generation of the Spirit Hall? On the side of the Spirit Empire, although some had guessed the identity of the enormous creature beneath Guan Yu's feet, it was only after hearing the confirmation from the people of Sea God Island that they realized that it was indeed Guan Yu's target, the deep-sea demon whale king, or rather the deep-sea dragon whale king. Wasn't Guan Yu supposed to make the deep-sea dragon whale king his 9th spirit ring? Why didn't he hunt and absorb it, but instead brought the deep-sea dragon whale king here? Jiangma Douluo muttered, feeling a lack of fighting spirit upon seeing the deep-sea dragon whale king. Chenjun Douluo stared intently at the deep-sea dragon whale king. Perhaps Guan Yu wanted to use the deep-sea dragon whale king once again to further exhaust the power of Sea God Island. Hold on, look at Guan Yu first. Xiongshi Douluo interrupted the discussing crowd. The people of the Spirit Empire followed the sound and saw that Guan Yu was surrounded by numerous spirit rings, black, 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 red, 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 gold. Was that last one also a spirit ring, a golden spirit ring? White for 10 years, yellow for 100 years, purple for 1,000 years, black for 10,000 years, and red for 100,000 years. This was the common understanding on the continent about spirit rings, but what did a golden spirit ring represent? Regardless, it seemed that Guan Yu's ninth spirit ring had already been decided, and considering the recent fluctuations of spirit power and pressure, Guan Yu's ninth spirit ring was simply terrifying. No wonder Guan Yu didn't absorb the spirit ring of the deep-sea dragon whale king. Upon seeing Guan Yu's collection of spirit rings, the people of Sea God Island were utterly dumbfounded. Poseidon's spirit ring configuration was already monstrous, but now someone had completely surpassed Poseidon's configuration, shaking their entire understanding. Unlike the others, Poseidon's gaze remained fixed on Guan Yu atop the deep-sea demon whale king, that golden spirit ring. However shocking it was, the people of Sea God Island quickly turned their gazes back to Guan Yu filled with anger. The sea lance Douluo coldly shouted, "Scoundrel, how dare you wreak such havoc on Sea God Island? I will not forgive you." Ninth soul skill silenced Sigh of the Ocean. With an extreme twist of his body, he then hurled a golden sea lance towards Light Feather. Light Feather did not move, but the deep-sea dragon whale king beneath him reacted. Deep-sea fangs. After the deep-sea dragon whale king let out a roar, a light barrier appeared in front of Light Feather. No matter how the sea lance Douluo's golden lance assaulted it, it could not break through the barrier. Was the deep-sea demon whale king actually helping him? Sea Maiden Douluo looked on as if witnessing something unbelievable. Not only did it block the attack for Light Feather, but the deep-sea dragon whale king also swung its tail, sending a red light blade flying towards the sea lance Douluo. Dragon whale rage slash. The sea lance Douluo split into three forms, narrowly avoiding the strike. The next moment, the deep-sea dragon whale king slammed the ground fiercely, causing a massive surge of seawater that formed towering waves, deep-sea furious waves. At this point, Light Feather was well aware that he was standing on Sea God Island, something unexpected to him. Initially, the mark of his flying evil god was above the island. Once he moved to Sea God Island, Light Feather began to experiment with his ninth soul skill, summoning the demon god. Little did he know it would turn out like this, his first summoning ever. Seeing the familiar giant waves, the people of Sea God Island joined forces again to resist. Sky Sea Frenzy's shield, Sea Star Barrier. Feeling the fury of the deep-sea dragon whale king, Seahorse Douluo couldn't help but mutter, wasn't this guy severely injured? How can he still appear here, looking as if nothing's wrong? Sea Star Douluo felt something more nuanced. No, the strength of the deep-sea dragon whale king has weakened compared to before. At that moment, Tang San also concluded more accurately, the strength of the deep-sea dragon whale king is only about 60 to 70% of its former self. 60 to 70%? Is it because of the previous severe injury? Murmured Sea Folly Douluo. No, it was then that Poseidon, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke up. This is not the deep-sea demon whale king. The people of Sea God Island were stunned upon hearing this. They had just seen the deep-sea demon whale king. They recognized it. If this wasn't the deep-sea demon whale king, then what was it? Poseidon quickly added, the deep-sea demon whale king has died, and I think the opponent must have absorbed the million-year soul ring of the deep-sea demon whale king. The current deep-sea demon whale king must be a soul skill effect. The soul ring of the deep-sea demon whale king? That golden soul ring? Looking again at the horrifying soul ring configuration on Light Feather, Sea Maiden Douluo couldn't help but ask curiously, how old is he? He looks so young. Everyone again turned their gaze to Tang San, as among those present on Sea God Island only Tang San knew these details. He seems to be under 20 years old. As Light Feather finished speaking, a gasp of astonishment went through the crowd of Sea God Island. Even Tang San himself felt he had given a rather shocking answer. Poseidon did not interject but still looked stern. This must be a soul skill similar to the summoning of the sea god. As for the people of Sea God Island, due to Poseidon's ninth soul skill of summoning the sea god, they were not unfamiliar with summoning skills, but the physical strength of this deep-sea demon whale king seemed too much. After all, he is a demon god, and 70% of the demon god's power is ultimately greater than the level of a titled Douluo. The best solution is to deal with that young man. Once the summoner of a summoning skill is gone, the summoned creatures will also be dispelled. Poseidon, because of his ninth soul skill, knew very well how to deal with summoning skills. The best way to deal with a soul master with summoning abilities is to deal with the soul master himself. Did Senior Poseidon mean that we need to bypass the deep-sea demon whale king and then attack Guan Yu? Poseidon nodded. Fighting this deep-sea demon whale king is just a waste of effort if the young man is not dealt with. The deep-sea demon whale king can be summoned endlessly. Let's deal with that young man first. Sea Dragon Douluo clenched his fists. The young man seemed easier to deal with than the deep-sea demon whale king. Sea Ghost Douluo thought silently. Then Sea Lady Douluo took out a sea flute, and with its enchanting sound a special connection was established among the people on Sea God Island. Sea Lady Douluo explained, "I have created a mental link for us all, so that our thoughts can be shared in real time, and I can also share what I perceive of the opponent's thoughts with you." Sea Lady Douluo's methods undoubtedly gave them a bit more confidence. To bypass the deep-sea demon whale king and capture Guan Yu naturally required coordinated combat, and Sea Lady Douluo's mind reading and mental communication were undoubtedly key tactics for coordinated combat, making the people of Sea God Island act as one, because the martial Soul Empire people previously repelled by the deep-sea fury had now simply stepped aside to watch, as the combined assault of Sea God Islands people unfolded. Sea Star Douluo was responsible for restraining the deep-sea demon whale king, his martial soul true body turning into a huge sea monster, its tentacles once again entwining the deep-sea demon whale king. Sea Fantasy Douluo assisted Sea Star Douluo, a giant sea snake also wrapping around the deep-sea demon whale king and biting it fiercely. Sea Ghost Douluo continued to use poison. The phantom devouring Heartthorn and the dark star green fall slash were aimed at Guan Yu. Sea Horse Douluo, Sea Spear Douluo, and Sea Dragon Douluo were in charge of the main attack. Sea Spear Douluo transformed into a long spear wielded in the hands of Sea Dragon Douluo. Sea Dragon Douluo leapt onto the back of the deep-sea demon whale king, then swiftly moved towards Guan Yu, who was also on its back. Sea Horse Douluo closed in from another direction. Just when Guan Yu reacted, Poseidon made his move again, the third soul skill, Poseidon's Gaze. Poseidon's scepter burst forth with golden light, casting it into the sky, creating a phantom of Poseidon, which then transformed into a circle of light, at the center of which a blue hand appeared, directly grabbing Guan Yu on the back of the deep-sea demon whale king. This was a control skill that involved both soul power and mental strength, a comprehensive control skill. Seeing Poseidon succeed, Tang San also swung the clear sky hammer to participate, the 8th soul skill, Heavy Hammer Spark. As the clear sky hammer struck the ground sparking, Tang San once again condensed his soul power into a vivid red object. Bodhi Blood. Having lost the steel and iron ore, Tang San also lost the materials for forging hidden weapons, leaving only Bodhi Blood, a type of energy-based hidden weapon, at his disposal. The 9th soul skill, Thunderous Tornado Extermination Punch. From across the river, dominating the vast seas, a spear shatters the heavens. A series of coordinated attacks target Guan Yu, a brilliant and formidable surge of soul power that even makes the warriors of the Spirit Empire feel their hearts skip a beat. Xiao Yu, someone couldn't help but exclaim in alarm. However, it was Guan Yu, the target of the Sea God Islands forces, who remained calm. Seeing the swift barrage of attacks, he changed his aura and immediately activated his soul power. The million-year soul bone skill of the deep-sea whale king, Tide Heaven's Rejection. Whoosh! A powerful pressure flowed and an invisible force explosively emanated from Guan Yu as the origin point, overturning the attacks from the people of Sea God Island right in front of the distant spectators from the Spirit Empire. Yes, overturned. The lightning from the sky hammer, the Bodhi Blood, the thunderous tornado extermination punch of the Seahorse Douluo, the combined skills of the Sea Dragon Douluo and Sea Spear Douluo, all were swept away like leaves in an autumn breeze. Compared to the onlookers from the Spirit Empire, Tang San's Seahorse Douluo, Sea Spear Douluo, and Sea Dragon Douluo, who participated in the attack, could truly appreciate how powerful that move was. They were completely pushed back by an invisible force. Poseidon's eyes also showed a trace of astonishment. Guan Yu had been under his control from the beginning, yet their elaborate plans had still fallen through. How had Xiao Yu just repelled the attacks of Sea God Island's warriors? The Lion Douluo was also immensely curious. Apart from the belligerent Lion Douluo, the most curious was the Exorcist Douluo. It must be a soul skill related to wind elements. Could it be Xiao Yu's 9th soul skill? Qin Jun Douluo also spoke up, noting that the strength of that skill alone seemed fitting for Guan Yu's 9th soul skill. Xinghuan Douluo shook her head slightly, pondering for a moment before speaking her thoughts. Xiaoyu's soul skill just now wasn't a wind element's soul skill. No one is more familiar with wind-related matters than Xinghuan Douluo, so after she spoke, no one questioned her. Instead, they grew even more curious about Guan Yu's methods. With such abilities, wouldn't it be difficult for outsiders to get close? Could even their attacks be repelled? Wouldn't that make him invincible? At this moment, Guan Yu the Light Feather Douluo appeared quite smug, prompting the exorcist Douluo to ask impatiently, "Light Feather, don't tell me you know what Xiaoyu just did." Light Feather Douluo quirked his lips. "Didn't you hear Xiaoyu himself announce it? It's called Tide Heaven's Rejection." Hearing this, several dignitaries from the Spirit Hall, even other titled Douluos, were left somewhat speechless. Xinghuan Douluo continued her contemplation, finally muttering, "It's not a wind element's soul skill, could it really just be pure kinetic force?" On the side of Sea God Island, everyone was also somewhat bewildered by Guan Yu's display. However, one person discerned the principle behind Guan Yu's skill, Sea Star Douluo, who also possesses gravitational abilities. "Be careful, that guy's skill just now seems to have a thrust similar to my ninth soul skill. I only mastered the gravitational effect, but I suspect that he might also have a gravitational effect." Sea Delusion Douluo. "This means that the opponent can pull us over and push us back at any time." However, Sea Maiden Douluo just smiled. "It's okay, I was negligent just now. From now on I will pay attention to his mental changes. Once he makes a move, I will warn you all immediately." However, just as Sea Maiden Douluo finished speaking through the spiritual sharing, everyone quickly received the results of Sea Maiden Douluo's mind-reading technique. "Be careful, the opponent is about to use that skill again." With the warning, the people of Sea God's Island immediately leaned forward, their feet firmly on the ground, as if ready to move against the wind. Yet, Guan Yu still stood relaxedly on the back of the deep-sea demon Whale King, still not breaking through Poseidon's control of the sea, just softly speaking, "Tide Heaven's Rejection." In the battlefield, as a titled Douluo, everyone clearly heard Guan Yu speak, and the people of Sea God's Island once again lowered their bodies. But the next second, a force not weaker than just now, but attractive, appeared. This force directly shook the people of Sea God's Island, and even Poseidon himself didn't stand firm, taking several steps forward before stopping his figure with his staff plunged into the broken ground. It's the gravitational skill, Sea Star Douluo hiding behind his own spirit beast hurriedly reminded everyone. Poseidon could still resist with his strength, but the others had already been pulled over by Guan Yu's strong suction. However, Sea Dragon Douluo, with his rich combat experience, quickly informed the others through Sea Maiden Douluo's spiritual sharing. Before, they wanted to get close or attack the opponent, which was a bit difficult, but now that the opponent had pulled them over, it actually gave them a chance. Just as everyone on Sea God's Island was preparing to attack Guan Yu after getting closer. Tide Heaven's Rejection, Guan Yu launched the soul skill again, and Sea Maiden Douluo again shared with the others. It's still gravitational effect, but just as everyone was about to make their move, a strong invisible pushing force came. The suction and thrust collided simultaneously on their bodies, the powerful destructive force. Even the seven-pillared Douluos, soaked in the sea god's light for many years, were directly severely injured and fell to the ground spitting blood. Looking at the seven-pillared Douluos lying 100 meters away from him, Guan Yu still had an easy and casual expression. As for Poseidon's third soul skill control, Guan Yu stretched out his arms and broke it directly. Seeing this, everyone felt even more despair. They knew all too well Guan Yu could easily break Poseidon's control, it was just not necessary. With that strange and powerful suction and thrust, it was already enough. Sea Maiden Douluo, being the weakest among the seven-pillared Douluos, faced the most severe injury from Guan Yu's combined suction and thrust. Her pale face, however, was covered with a grim anger. "You tricked me." The Sea Witch Douluo, who had great trust in her mind-reading abilities, was deceived twice in a row by Guan Yu during the previous attack. Guan Yu was aware of the Sea Witch Douluo's mind-reading capabilities, and Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing from the original story had already provided a method to counter it, which was to act and think contrary to one's true intentions. This was exactly what Guan Yu did just now. Moreover, Guan Yu could switch his thoughts at will. Most people act exactly as they think, but Guan Yu was different. Years ago he had practiced the distraction control technique of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and as the number of his physical clones increased, so did his mental strength. Now, Guan Yu could perfectly multitask with his mind. Therefore, the most Sea Witch Douluo could grasp was just one of Guan Yu's thoughts, never fully capturing all of them. Choosing to act contrary to his thoughts was just a convenience for Guan Yu. "You've lost." Guan Yu said lightly, looking at the severely injured 7 sacred pillars Douluos. However, even so, some among the 7 sacred pillars Douluos had not given up, and surprisingly, it wasn't the strongest sea dragon Douluo nor the sea spear or sea horse Douluos, but the usually low-key sea delusion Douluo and sea ghost Douluo. Their thrust and suction could only block tangible attacks, but not mental power. That's right, my illusion poison is colorless and formless, unaffected by his thrust and suction. Sea Delusion Douluo and Sea Ghost Douluo shared their thoughts with the others, while Sea Delusion Douluo emphasized, "Sea Witch, enhance my spirit." Hearing this, the Sea Witch Douluo quickly provided assistance to the Sea Delusion Douluo. 5th Soul Skills Spirit Boost. As the sea flute sounded, rings of light blue sound waves wrapped around Sea Delusion Douluo. Though not as powerful as Poseidon's amplification skill, Sea Delusion Douluo's spiritual power surged tremendously. With the boost in mental power, Sea Delusion Douluo immediately launched an attack on Guan Yu. 9th Soul Skilled Mental Boundary. Sea Ghost Douluo also made his move using his 2 best techniques: 8th Soul Skill Illusionary Demon Heart Piercer, 9th Soul Skill Nether Star Emerald Fall. 3 of the 7 sacred pillars Douluo's skilled in mental power launched their attacks simultaneously. These were intangible attacks. However, Guan Yu didn't take them seriously, and in an instant his eyes turned red and his hair rapidly turned gray-white. After completing the transformation, Guan Yu spoke without any emotion. Azura Domain, a powerful murderous aura swept out, instantly enveloping all the 7 sacred pillars Douluos. It was a domain. Sea Dragon Douluo, struggling to stand, directly employed his own demonic breaking domain. Sea Dragon Douluo's demonic breaking was immune to domains. However, even Sea Dragon Douluo's demonic breaking domain was utterly ineffective against Guan Yu's Azura domain. Not only did it fail to break through Guan Yu's Azura domain, but it was also directly frozen by it. Frozen were not only Sea Dragon Douluo's demonic breaking domain, but also Sea Delusion Douluo's 9th soul skill, as well as Sea Ghost Douluo's poison. Azura domain, based on murderous aura, now possessed a powerful mental trait of controlling emotions. Within the Azura domain, Guan Yu was the dominator. The murderous aura materialized, completely freezing the attacks of several fighters. With a slight shattering sound, their assaults crumbled and fell like broken glass. Although the 7 sacred pillar Douluos were within the Shura domain of Guan Yu, those who launched mental attacks, Haiwan Haigui and Hainu Douluos, suffered the worst backlash. Haiwan and Haigui Douluos clutched their heads, howling in pain, while Hainu Douluo looked terrified. Terrifying indeed. The intense murderous aura was no less formidable than that of a devil's domain, capable of crushing one's psyche. Suddenly, numerous whistling sounds, perhaps even dozens, emerged abruptly by Guan Yu's ears. The sounds were faint, yet they could not escape Guan Yu's notice at this moment. Soon, the incoming objects halted right in front of Guan Yu, unable to advance any further. Observing the oddly shaped objects around him, Guan Yu, although unclear of their exact names, still recognized them by their collective term, hidden weapons. How could such high-level hidden weapons possibly harm me? Having lost the raw materials and without the towering heights, Tang San no longer possessed any powerful hidden weapons that could destroy heaven and earth. Watching Tang San now using the thousand hands Guanyin technique, continuously raining hidden weapons upon him, Guan Yu softly said, "Is this desperation, or is there another motive?" Given the original Tang San's calm and composed character, Guan Yu didn't believe Tang San was acting recklessly. Quickly sensing something amiss, Guan Yu looked around and saw that on the shattered Sea God Island, a vast amount of blue-silver grass was still swaying and growing. Blue-silver domain, devouring gold thread. Surprisingly, despite having lost the 8 spider lance soul bone, Tang San was still able to use the devouring gold thread ability from the original story. Though Guan Yu found it strange, he still didn't care. After all, his tangible strength was evident, and no matter how many tricks Tang San pulled, he had no chance of turning the tide. The blue-silver grass on Sea God Island grew wildly, and simultaneously strands of golden threads wrapped around Guan Yu. Knowing Tang San's skills, the Haixing Douluo was also unwilling to give up. "I'll assist you." With that said, several tentacles of Haixing Douluo's true soul form entwined around Guan Yu. First, the devouring gold thread enveloped Guan Yu into a cocoon, and then Haixing Douluo's 5 tentacles wrapped around him one by one. After securing their grasp, both unleashed their devouring abilities. Feeling the pull on his soul power from within, Guan Yu also activated his devouring ability. "You couldn't even overpower the deep-sea whale king. How dare you compare your devouring powers with mine?" When Haisheng Douluo had tried to use his devouring ability to absorb the power of the deep sea whale king, he ended up being completely drained by the whale king instead. After acquiring the full power of the deep sea whale king, Guan Yu's devouring ability, especially that of his right leg bone, was significantly enhanced, and that bone was already a divine-level soul bone. Thus, in this tug of war of devouring, neither Haisheng Douluo nor Tang San could gain the upper hand like they had against the deep sea whale king. Instead, Guan Yu completely overpowered them. Their soul power and vitality were swiftly drained by Guan Yu. At that moment, Poseidon floated into the air holding his scepter and just stared at Guan Yu. Guan Yu demonstrated a variety of techniques that were almost comprehensively unmatched, so much so that even Poseidon couldn't help but lament why the Spirit Hall could produce such an outstanding junior. There was envy and a sigh of emotion, but all things must come to an end. On Poseidon's body, soul rings appeared one after another. 9 black soul rings. The 9th soul ring had yet to recover, and it was even unknown whether it could be restored. However, these 9 black soul rings still brought considerable pressure and shock to everyone. In the next moment, all 9 black soul rings merged into Poseidon's body. It was neither the exploding rings of the Hautian sect nor the fusion rings of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, but a kind of brutal force that was forcefully integrated. This old fellow wants to fight me with his life. As all the soul rings were infused into his body, Poseidon raised his scepter and a huge wave immediately surged behind him. What really caught Guan Yu's attention was the blue light sphere enveloping Poseidon. Previously in the battle against the 7 sacred pillar Douluos, Guan Yu felt no danger or pressure until Poseidon decided to fight desperately. It was then that Guan Yu felt a trace of crisis. Poseidon, a level 99 peak Douluo, was making a desperate strike. Poseidon had already lost the meaning of life, perhaps from the moment Tang Chen died in his arms. He was merely carrying the responsibilities of Sea God Island. Now it might not be a bad way for him to explain himself to Sea God Island and Lord Sea God. Moreover, Poseidon was aware that with Guan Yu present, none of the people on Sea God Island had any hope of survival today. On the contrary, if they could deal with Guan Yu or even severely injure him, the people of Sea God Island could leverage the geographical advantage of the ocean to snatch a sliver of life from the hands of the landlubbers of the Spirit Empire. The sacrificial technique sea burial. As Poseidon launched his final attack, the light sphere enveloping him headed towards Guan Yu with the giant wave closely following behind. Guan Yu initially thought of using the Flying Evil God's seal, but found that the space was sealed off, and even if he could break it, it would take several seconds at the fastest, which was completely too late. He tried releasing Tidal Heavenly Repulsion, but found that Poseidon was somehow immune to push forces. Tidal Heavenly Repulsion, after all, was an oceanic technique, and Poseidon seemed to be in a state of immunity to oceanic techniques at the moment. Could it really be that he had to withstand it directly? Guan Yu wasn't afraid of a direct confrontation. Not to mention whether it could kill him. Even if it did, Guan Yu wasn't scared since he could revive. But it would hurt. His eyes unintentionally glanced at the deep-sea demon whale king below. With the sea star Douluo coordinating with Tang San to attack him earlier, the tentacles on the deep-sea demon whale king had already been withdrawn. A thought flashed through Guan Yu's mind. Facing Poseidon's final strike, Guan Yu leaped directly down, and then, as the deep-sea demon whale king opened its giant mouth, he plunged into it, followed by the mouth closing again, and Poseidon's sacrificial strike having lost its target, Guan Yu could only hit the deep-sea demon whale king. The impact was thunderous. To compare, it was even not inferior to the force of the deep-sea demon whale king falling from the sky. The colossal might of the deep-sea dragon whale king plummeting from a kilometer in the sky is unimaginable. Thus, Poseidon's sacrificial strike was similar to the one once executed by Guan Yu, who borrowed the principle of the Mount Sumeru hammer, now possessing the power to threaten gods themselves. The powerful shockwave swept through, causing everyone present to instinctively raise their hands to block. Lord Poseidon, Lord Poseidon. Poseidon, second only to the sea god on the island, garnered immense prestige. Witnessing his life-risking blow, many wept aloud. All eyes focused on the point of impact, where a figure was sent flying. It was Poseidon, the sea god Douluo. On the other side, the deep-sea dragon whale king trembled, its scale-covered body severely damaged, bleeding profusely. A particularly conspicuous huge crater, as if a massive chunk had been gouged out, oozed blood and flesh, a ghastly sight indeed. Gasping heavily, the dragon whale king slowly opened its mouth and Guan Yu walked out from within. Although not fatal, the dragon whale king was gravely injured. Guan Yu, though powerful, might not have fared much better if he had taken the hit. Instead, emerging from the dragon whale king's mouth, Guan Yu immediately set his sights on the hurled Poseidon. Extending his hand, a powerful suction force emerged abruptly. Poseidon, now powerless to resist and even unconscious, was helplessly pulled towards Guan Yu. Exhausted to his limits, Poseidon, though only a small fry, was still valuable. As Guan Yu activated his devouring ability, Poseidon, one of the former Peak 3 Douluos, ended his mission completely. After dealing with Poseidon and breaking free from his control, Guan Yu's Devil God Seal activated again. Enhanced by the Azura domain, Guan Yu flashed, instantly appearing beside each of the 7 pillar Douluos. At this point, none of the 7 pillar Douluos had the strength to resist, all being completely devoured by Guan Yu. Finally, it was Tang San's turn. However, due to the protagonist's aura, Tang San, although his spirit power hadn't reached the title Douluo level, provided the most benefits to Guan Yu upon being devoured. The main reason was the multiple spirit bones inside Tang San, his twin martial spirits, and the exceptional age of his spirit rings. Grasping Tang San by the throat, Guan Yu lifted him up and activated his devouring ability, beginning to consume everything inside Tang San. The process initially went smoothly, but as time passed, Guan Yu felt 2 forces resisting him: War God, Sea God. Quickly he dismissed these guesses, instead looking playfully at Tang San's legs. The residual consciousness in Tang San's mother's blue silver emperor spirit bone and Xiao Wu's soft bone rabbit spirit bone resisting, perhaps, just remnants of 200,000 year spirit beasts. How could they stop Guan Yu? With his powerful mental strength, Guan Yu broke through these resisting forces and fully absorbed all the energy within Tang San. Then the most magical moment unfolded. As Tang San's energy was completely depleted, his form began to change, his physique and appearance altered. He no longer appeared tall and handsome. Now wearing the tight dark blue suit seemed somewhat awkward. While Tang San's appearance did not become ugly, it reverted to a more ordinary look, the kind of common face one might see anywhere. However, one could discern a resemblance to Tang Hao in his features. Originally, Tang San was described as average looking in the original story, his charm only enhanced by the awakening of the Blue Silver Emperor. Now, as the energy of the Blue Silver Emperor was absorbed by Guan Yu, Tang San reverted to his original appearance. Moreover, the entire Sea God Island's blue-silver grass began to wilt slowly, a sense of mourning pervading the air as if lamenting the death of their king. At the same time, a cold, emotionless voice resonated in Guan Yu's mind: execution by killing completed. Successfully. Azura's 8th test perfectly passed. Slaughter domain successfully evolved to Azura domain. Azura's 9th test perfectly passed. Following these prompts, Guan Yu saw a dark red door in the spiritual world that he had never seen before. The door was broad and solid, visually conveying a sense of sturdiness. Creak. The door slowly opened, releasing an ancient aura. Behind the door there stood a towering and majestic figure, Azura God. At first glance, Guan Yu recognized the identity of the figure. The Azura God's face, slightly fierce and shadowy, bore a pair of crimson eyes that stared directly at Guan Yu. Guan Yu, you've done well passing the 9 tests of Azura in less than 10 years. Passing the Azura's tests indicates that both your strength and temperament are suitable to inherit the Azura God's position. Now, are you ready to assume the role of Azura God? Facing the Azura God, Guan Yu felt no urge to resist. The depth of the Sea Dragon King's demonic nature, which he had previously mastered, paled in comparison to the Azura God. Even if the presence of the Azura God exerted a great pressure, Guan Yu stood firm and did not immediately choose to accept the inheritance. Lord Azura, if I now refuse the Azura God's inheritance, will I have another chance to inherit it in the future? The Azura God's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly surprised that the other was not in a rush to accept the divine inheritance. Still emotionless, the Azura God replied, yes, since you have passed the 9 tests of Azura, you will always qualify to accept the inheritance of the Azura God unless someone else passes the tests. Hearing this, Guan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. With the backing of the Azura God's divine inheritance, he dared to explore his own concept of a dual divine entity. Seeing Guan Yu not hurrying to speak, the Azura God continued, so you are not yet prepared to accept the Azura God's inheritance? Guan Yu nodded. Lord Azura, I am indeed not yet ready to take on everything. Please allow me some time to handle all affairs and prepare myself before accepting the divine inheritance. The Azura God said nothing more and turned to leave, but not without giving Guan Yu a meaningful glance from the corner of his eye. There's this feeling of being fully seen through. Has it truly happened? After the great battle, the members of the Martial Soul Empire who had been supporting from the sidelines gathered around Guan Yu. Xiao Yu, your strength now is beyond our imagination. you alone suppressed everyone on Poseidon Island. Xiaoyu, why is your ninth spirit ring golden? Xiaoyu, how do you manage to control the deep sea whale kings so obediently? Xiaoyu, are those pushing and pulling forces your ninth spirit ability? Xiaoyu, has your spirit power level really reached level 99? Everyone was speaking one after another, seemingly with endless curiosity. Facing the crowd from the martial soul hall, Guan Yu patiently answered everyone's questions. In the world of spirit masters, hiding the effects of one's spirit abilities is a necessity for many, but for the current Guan Yu it was no longer necessary. Even if enemies knew about Guan Yu's abilities, what of it? Knowing them won't affect Guan Yu. After all, the gap in sheer power was evident. After the pleasantries, Qinghuan Douluo finally spoke. Xiaoyu, what about the other people on Poseidon Island? The residents of Poseidon Island had returned after Poseidon and others had initially repelled the deep sea whale king. At this moment, they were looking towards Guan Yu and the others from the martial soul empire with fear, but amidst that fear, Guan Yu also saw anger and hatred. Grandfather, you, a few elders and the others go back to the giant ship first, leave the rest to me. Although the people of the martial soul empire were somewhat puzzled, they did not want to embarrass Guan Yu and immediately retreated to the giant ship stationed outside Poseidon Island. The residents of Poseidon Island breathed a sigh of relief seeing the people from the martial soul empire leave, but their hearts were still hanging as they saw Guan Yu remained. In their eyes, Guan Yu was the most terrifying one. As they watched, Guan Yu's figure slowly rose, eventually reaching 100 meters above Poseidon Island. Amidst the confusion of the island's residents, Guan Yu first dismissed the summoning of the demon god and then spread his hands wide. Everything in the world seemed to freeze at that moment. With a cold gaze watching everything below, the soul power within Guan Yu surged outward. Deep sea whale king's million-year soul bone skill, divine skill, tide, heaven's rejection. A powerful thrust swept out under the terrified gazes of the people on Poseidon Island, directly devastating the already battered Poseidon Island. Like the shockwave produced by a small nuclear bomb, it not only enveloped Poseidon Island but also flattened the surrounding 7 sacred pillar islands. As the shockwave dissipated, seawater poured in and soon the area was transformed into a vast ocean. Poseidon Island was completely erased from the sea. It wasn't out of cruelty that Guan Yu acted this way. Those who could live on Poseidon Island, to put it nicely, were devout followers of the sea god. To put it harshly, they were the sea god's loyal servant followers, difficult to subdue or convert. And since Guan Yu wanted to conquer the ocean, it was necessary to remove the influence of the sea god. Therefore, everything related to the sea god had better disappear. Boom! Just after returning to the martial soul empire's giant ship, the people there immediately heard a huge roar coming from Poseidon Island. Turning their heads, they witnessed the destruction and sinking of Poseidon Island. While marveling at the powerful methods of Guan Yu, the expressions of the crowd varied. It seemed that their perception of Guan Yu had unknowingly transformed. Meanwhile, on the mainland, in the Spirit Empire's new capital city, a somewhat secluded palace creaked open amid the silence. The soul masters gathered outside the palace turned sharply, their expressions stern, ready for confrontation yet tinged with nervousness. The crisp sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed clearly from inside the palace, making the soul masters sweat coldly as they heard it. As the footsteps approached, a figure emerged from the palace and stepped onto the stairs outside. Bibi Dong, who allowed you to come out without the region king's orders? Go back to where you belong. The leading soul master swallowed hard before shouting coldly at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, now visibly transformed in appearance, wore deep purple robes instead of her usual light purple. Her neatly styled hair was now slightly disheveled and her eyes, stripped of unnecessary emotions, were colder, sending chills to those who beheld her from afar. Region King, you traitors, it seems that young Guan Yu has given you quite the benefits to have you submit so quickly. Listening to Bibi Dong's impolite words, the surrounding soul masters' faces changed again, with the leader being a powerful soul. Douluo, Bibi Dong, do you intend to rebel? Bibi Dong scoffed disdainfully. The Spirit Empire might have interested me in the past, but now I can't be bothered. With a gesture, a chilling, malevolent, killing intent spread eventually grasped in Bibi Dong's hand, condensing into a dark, massive scythe. I'm no longer a mere mortal. Why should I entangle too much with this mundane world? However, what isn't mine, others shall not easily possess either. with a simple unadorned swing of her scythe a terrifying evil intent burst forth, stripping all the Soul Masters, including the Soul Douluo leader, of their vitality, leaving them like statues frozen in their last living postures. Bibi Dong, not sparing them another glance, walked down the steps, her eyes slightly closed, her formidable spiritual power spreading out. Compared to before, Bibi Dong's spiritual power had grown terrifyingly, almost enveloping the entire continent. When she opened her eyes again, her gaze was focused and sharp. Strange. I can't sense that boy Guan Yu nor the presence of the old fellows from the sacrificial temple. Xian Daolu's presence has also disappeared. It seems he has already taken that step. It won't be long before the so-called new angel god descends. The Spirit Empire, Heaven Do Star Luo destroyed. The unification of the continent, indeed, it was a remarkable achievement, but alas, now all of this is doomed to destruction, just as you stripped everything away from me. Bibi Dong's expression became somewhat agitated. Whether it was because Guan Yu took over her martial soul empire or because Guan Yu killed Yu Shaojiang, it remains unclear. Bibi Dong waved the dark scythe in her hand, and waves of sinister and obscure power continuously surged out and dispersed into the world. At that moment it seemed as if the entire heavens and earth turned a deep purple. In the sky a terrifying dark purple magical array slowly rotated. The demonic eyes challenged the world. Pain, fear, plague, death, let them completely envelop the world. Since the martial soul empire destroyed the Star Luo Empire, the continent had finally unified. After unification, the continent was rapidly regaining vitality and prosperity. This was largely due to the fact that the predecessor of the Martial Soul Empire was the Martial Soul Hall, which held a genuinely good reputation among commoners and soul masters alike, not to mention at scheduled times each year soul masters from the Martial Soul Hall would awaken the martial souls of children for free, even in remote mountain villages. For lower-tier soul masters, the Martial Soul Hall provided monthly subsidies, so in the public's eye, the Martial Soul Empire, formerly the Martial Soul Hall, was not seen as utterly villainous but rather as a representation of kindness and love. Moreover, after the Martial Soul Empire unified the continent, the various benefits and policies of the original Martial Soul Hall remained in place, and the benefits were even increased with the subsidies received by lower-tier soul masters at least doubling from before. Cough cough. However, this prosperity did not last long. In the former capital of the Star Luo Empire, Star Luo City's civilians walking on the streets suddenly began to cough violently, their faces instantly losing color and their spirits completely drained. What started with one quickly spread to many. Soon, the bustling streets were filled with collapsed bodies. Inside a medicine shop, an apprentice who witnessed the scene turned to inform the physician, but he too began to cough violently and then collapsed at the doorway. Although the physician hadn't heard the apprentice's words, he saw everything for himself. Is this a natural disaster or a man-made calamity? In Tiando City, a similar dreadful scene unfolded. Tiando City was eerily quiet, with people lying on the ground everywhere, some already lifeless, others still struggling in pain. Some were covered in pustules, a gruesome sight. A mysterious disaster erupted among the people, enveloping everyone in fear and disease. Major cities like Tiando and Star Luo suffered greatly, and remote villages were even more severely affected, with many people dying in agonizing and grotesque manners. Not only the two great empires, but even Wu Soul Mountain, where many soul masters of the Martial Soul Empire were infected with this mysterious disease. Although their resistance was stronger than that of ordinary civilians, many soul masters on Wu Soul Mountain were still struggling desperately, unable to stop a figure passing by them. Bibi Dong dragged the scythe of Rakshasa back to the Spirit Hall on Mount Wuhuan, gazing upon the world that resembled purgatory. Under the spiraling Rakshasa ghost formation, it seemed to ignite an even greater feeling within her heart. With her right arm, she raised the scythe of Rakshasa high, utterly indifferent to the chaos that humanity had become. To me, the misery of the human world is like a feast, and resentment sharpens the scythe's light that tears through all beings. Ha ha, realm of Rakshasa. As Bibi Dong wielded the power of Rakshasa, a sinister purple-black substance spread throughout the world, and massive ghostly shadows descended, each associated with a huge bouquet of dark flowers. The entire world was enveloped. The living, seeing their world now dyed in deep purple, had their hearts burst with fear, and the more they feared, the more gruesome the spectacle became. Boom! Just as the continent was engulfed in dark purple, a beam of golden light pierced through the purple sky. The source of the light was not far, and it also originated from Mount Wuhuan, but from the worship hall instead. As the golden light showered down, a golden angel with 6 wings slowly ascended, revealing itself to be Qian Rinxue, who had inherited the angel god's legacy. Bathed in the holy light, Qian Rinxue's slightly squinted eyes slowly opened, looking around at the world that resembled a purple hell and feeling the connection with the same aura as Bibi Dong. Qian Rinxue couldn't help but exclaim, "Bibi Dong, what have you done?" Bibi Dong, seeing Qian Rinxue's figure in the sky, sneered, "It seems Qian Douluo's efforts were not in vain, you have finally become a divine angel." To Bibi Dong's cold words, Qian Rinxue responded just as frostily, "Bibi Dong, now that I have become a divine angel, I will not let you wreak havoc on the human world." Holding the angelic holy sword firmly in front of her, Qian Rinxue summoned her divine power, divine skill, angel purification. As the power of the angel was activated, 8 golden orbs appeared around Qian Rinxue, positioned in 8 directions, and soon released a gentle and warm golden light, dispersing the previous dark purple fog. Bibi Dong watched the dark purple fog gradually fade, her emotions complex. "Do you also wish to be my enemy?" Though her voice carried a trace of melancholy, Bibi Dong quickly swung the scythe of Rakshasa horizontally, and as she waved it again, endless green-eyed evil spirits seemed to flee from hell. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong's realm of Rakshasa intensified and spread further. Seeing the rampant divine power of Rakshasa, Qian Rinxue made no concessions, gripping the angelic holy sword even tighter. "The way of the world is my way, angelic holy realm open." As Qian Rinxue also used her divine domain, a purple and a gold domain visibly collided. In the clash of domains, neither side gave way. However, it seemed Bibi Dong did not plan to entangle with Qian Rinxue indefinitely. As she urged her Rakshasa divine power, a magical formation had already appeared in the sky, and at its center an evil eye slowly opened. The next moment, within the circular formation that seemed to connect to another world, a large and terrifying evil spirit crawled out, its body a deathly pale blue, while numerous green-eyed evil spirits also descended upon the human world. Divine technique, the Rakshasa ghost descends, roar. As the evil ghost arrives, the malevolent thoughts in the world grow denser. Facing the mammoth evil ghost, Qian Rinxue's eyes gleam with even greater resolve as she raises the angelic holy sword. With one decisive strike, she parts the darkness, beckoning the light of an entire lifetime. Where are the hosts of angels? In this stroke, the collective will of the angels converges, manifesting as a towering angelic apparition around Qian Rinxue. The dazzling golden light of her sword slashes directly at the giant evil ghost. Legions of angels summoned by Qian Rinxue join the fray, battling against the green-eyed specter. Confronted with the sacred golden radiance, the evil ghost is cleaved as if meeting its natural adversary. As the golden sword light descends to strike Bibi Dong, it pauses momentarily. More precisely, Qian Rinxue hesitates for an instant. Seizing this brief gap, Bibi Dong transforms into black mist and vanishes, reappearing behind Qian Rinxue. The scythe of Rakshasa is already hooked around Qian Rinxue's neck, pale as jade. "Why do you hesitate and lose focus? Is it because I am your mother? If you had not wavered, even I would not have captured you so easily." Qian Rinxue's hesitation stems from revelations made by Qian Douluo about matters she was previously unaware of, such as her father's secret journey in the Douluo chamber. If it were anyone else telling her, Qian Rinxue might not have believed it, but this time it was her beloved grandfather. Before his death, Bibi Dong had been deposed and imprisoned by the Light Feather, although Light Feather did not specify how to deal with Bibi Dong. Qian Douluo saw her ultimately as Qian Rinxue's only kin by blood. Unlike the original story, this time Qian Douluo did not wish to depart with his secrets. Qian Rinxue, now a divine being and grown, was capable of facing everything. How Qian Rinxue would choose to deal with Bibi Dong upon learning the truth was left to her discretion. It was this knowledge imparted by Qian Douluo that caused a slight shift in Qian Rinxue's feelings toward Bibi Dong, leading to a change during her sword strike and revealing a flaw that Bibi Dong exploited. Forbidden shackles. However, Bibi Dong did not harm Qian Rinxue. She touched Qian Rinxue several times, infusing her with Rakshasa divine power, sealing her angelic power temporarily like shackles. From the moment disaster struck, the people were initially filled with fear and despair. It was only with the rise of Qian Rinxue, the angelic god, that they struggled out of despair and began to harbor a glimmer of hope. But now, as they witnessed the defeat of their angelic savior, that flicker of hope shatters, and the fear and despair that follow are even more intense. In their fear and despair, they seek a final straw. Who else can reverse everything and lead them out of this torment of disasters? At some point a voice cried out. They thought of a figure who was young to an excessive degree yet possessed an inconceivable strength, having accomplished many feats that others could not achieve in their entire lives. Perhaps it was due to the propaganda of the martial soul empire, as recent public relations efforts had made the people familiar with this individual. Now facing insurmountable challenges, they habitually sought help, turning to that very figure. Deep in their hearts, they fervently hoped that he would appear and as always sweep away all obstacles. The regent, on the great ship of the martial soul empire, Guan Yu, was in seclusion, from the beginning consuming the flesh of the deep-sea dragon whale king, absorbing its soul ring and soul bone, to devouring Poseidon and the 7 sacred pillars Douluo of Poseidon Island Tang San. The energy Guan Yu had absorbed this time was truly immense. When he had fully taken in everything from the deep-sea dragon whale king, he had to rush to the battlefield of Poseidon Island, so Guan Yu had not had time to properly assimilate and nurture the vast energy within his body. Imagine the energy of the deep-sea dragon whale king, now transformed into a divine dragon, was colossal. It was powerful enough to allow Guan Yu to break through to level 99 soul power immediately after absorbing the soul ring, a force that could be considered the pinnacle among humans. Moreover, with the addition of the energies of Poseidon and others, various powers now mingled within Guan Yu, creating a rather mixed feeling inside him. Furthermore, there was the sudden evolution from the killing domain to the Azura domain, a domain of power. All of this required Guan Yu to settle down and study slowly. Now that Guan Yu had consumed so much energy, it was more like he had just eaten, solving the problem of hunger but not having had the time to properly absorb and draw the nutrients to fully transform them into his being. The people of the martial soul empire were well aware of this and did not disturb Guan Yu. Sitting in the cabin, he continually rotated the soul power within his body, his spiritual power acting like a sieve, sweeping through over and over again. After several attempts, Guan Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the deep-sea dragon whale king truly no longer existed. In the original story, the deep-sea demon whale king, though absorbed by Tang San as a soul ring, managed to stay hidden until Tang San's ascension to god of the sea before causing trouble. Although Tang San was not that great, the fact that the deep-sea demon whale king could deceive Tang San was something that Guan Yu could not overlook. So, in recent times, in addition to sorting out his soul power, Guan Yu had also been vigilant for any remaining consciousness of the deep-sea demon whale king. With 4 black, 4 red and 1 golden soul rings floating around him, although not as impressive as others with twin martial souls, Guan Yu was quite satisfied with his configuration. His black pupils turned blood red and his hair turned to ash white as he then continued to experiment with the Azura domain. In fact, Guan Yu had a very special feeling about the Azura domain. It was a sense of not having full control. Perhaps the Azura domain was too powerful and he had not yet fully achieved the status of an Azura deity. This was Guan Yu's own guess. Moreover, the Azura domain was also a manifestation of spiritual power which could not only materialize spiritual power but also greatly enhance Guan Yu's own spiritual strength. As the Azura domain unfolded, Guan Yu's perception became extraordinarily clear, as if he could see many fine details. This is different from the previous practices of refining eyesight for archery. That kind of vision could only discern things as fine as dust particles. However, under the domain of Azura, Guan Yu could even perceive objects as tiny as mustard seeds and various other strange and peculiar items. Indeed, as Guan Yu delved into the domain of Azura, a series of chaotic spirits began to connect with him. Guan Yu was certain that these spirits were incredibly weak, almost negligible compared to his own power, yet these feeble spirits somehow fused into his own spiritual world. Moreover, although the disturbances from all these spirits were different, the images they presented were remarkably similar, all depicting scenes of disasters. With a slight frown, Guan Yu rubbed his temples, unclear why this was happening. Everything was profoundly mysterious. Even though he used his formidable spiritual power to isolate himself, these absurdly weak spirits still managed to convey messages to him, and their numbers seemed to be increasing by the day. Observing these billions of spiritual images, Guan Yu suddenly paused. Many were unclear to him, but he recognized a few familiar scenes among them. This is Mount Martial Soul. Could there have been a problem on the continent? Previously, in order to gather and consume the deep-sea demon whale king, Guan Yu had dissolved all his physical incarnations and thus had no physical presence overseeing the continent, naturally leaving him unaware of any developments there. Originally, according to Guan Yu's plan, after dealing with Sea God Island and Tang San, all obstacles should have been removed, and there should have been no one left in the Douluo world capable of opposing him. As he pondered, Guan Yu suddenly looked up sharply. Damn, I forgot about that woman. Could all this chaos be her doing? Bibi Dong, I hope you're not causing trouble. As Guan Yu's spiritual power continued to strengthen, gradually those spiritual images began to emit sounds. Region King Guan Yu. It was a call not just vocally but from the heart. Guan Yu was unsure what was happening, but he could feel that with each call a mysterious and profound force was acting upon him. This force was indescribable in terms of strength or weakness, but it introduced Guan Yu to a new concept and gave him a sense of emptiness, like suddenly holding an empty bottle in his hand. Before, he didn't even possess a bottle, but now that he had won, the next step was to figure out how to fill it. The recent events compelled Guan Yu to return to the continent first. After briefly explaining to the people of the Martial Soul Empire, Guan Yu used the Flying Evil God Seal to leave the giant ship directly. Guan Yu left in such a hurry, but what could have happened on the continent? What could it be? Now that there's only the Martial Soul Empire on the continent, who else could pose a threat to us? Forget it, since the matter of Sea God Island has been resolved, let's also set sail for home. Mount Martial Soul. Suddenly a figure flashed in space. It was Guan Yu, who had used the Flying Evil God Seal to rush back. Upon arriving at Mount Martial Soul, Guan Yu immediately scanned his surroundings, his brows tightly knitted. What entered Guan Yu's field of vision were the myriad tragic scenes of the human world that had seeped into his own spiritual realm. Moreover, with the enhancement of his spiritual power, Guan Yu was able to perceive an extraordinary force existing around him, divine power. Feeling the chaotic divine force filled with slaughter, evil, and resentment, Guan Yu, who was no stranger to dealings with the divine, recognized it immediately. Standing on the steps of Mount Wuhuan, Guan Yu's gaze pierced through to the Pope's Hall located midway up the mountain. Their two powerful auras existed, not weaker than the deep-sea demon Whale King, a mighty demonic god. At the same time in the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong, who was deep in meditation, and Qianrenxue, who was controlled by Bibi Dong, both sensed Guan Yu's presence. Bibi Dong's lips curled slightly. As the dark fog surged, both she and Qianrenxue appeared outside the Pope's Hall. Looking at Guan Yu below, Bibi Dong found that she no longer harbored the same resentment towards him as before. However, the unresolved issues between them still needed to be addressed. I was curious where you and those old fellows had gone. Just when I was about to discipline you, you came back first. Guan Yu chuckled lightly. Your Highness needn't bother. Guan Yu used the term Your Highness for Bibi Dong, a title usually reserved for those of high rank, but since Bibi Dong was once a title Douluo, it was appropriate. Bibi Dong did not argue, but instead she looked Guan Yu over carefully and then laughed heartily. I always thought Schwer was outstanding, but ever since you appeared, I believed you would surpass Schwer, even thinking you would achieve divinity before her. It seems we were mistaken. Guan Yu, it's time you admitted defeat. With that, a terrifying intent of resentment and slaughter surged from Bibi Dong towards Guan Yu. Qianrenshue's eyes flashed with worry at this moment. Bibi Dong had achieved divinity while Guan Yu was still a title Douluo. Although powerful among humans, he was ultimately no match for a deity. However, being controlled by Bibi Dong, Qianrenxue could not intervene, only offering her gaze to assist Guan Yu. Faced with the overwhelming pressure from Bibi Dong, Guan Yu once again utilized his Azura domain to counter the attack. With the activation of the Azura domain, Guan Yu noticed something different this time. The mysterious force he had always been curious about seemed to be acting upon him with the launch of the Azura domain. This force was not detrimental, on the contrary, it further enhanced his own strength. As the Azura domain unfolded, Guan Yu managed to withstand Bibi Dong's pressure. Caught off guard by their failed attack, Bibi Dong and Qianrenxue were both shocked. They could not understand how Guan Yu, merely a title Douluo, could withstand a true god. Even with her divinity, seeing her seemingly guaranteed strike blocked, Bibi Dong felt dissatisfaction and agitation. Clutching the scythe of Rakshasa in her hand, she directly attacked Guan Yu. Clang! A collision sounded. A dark red greatsword clashed with the dark purple scythe of Rakshasa, Azura god power. Seeing the dark red giant sword in Guan Yu's hand, Bibi Dong spoke resentfully. On the day Guan Yu defied her, he had already revealed the existence of the Azura god power. Besides, there was even the power of the evil god within him. After many years, although Guan Yu had not ascended to godhood, the power of the Azura god and the domain force within him had significantly strengthened. In contrast to Bibi Dong's resentment, Guan Yu felt a mix of surprise and secret joy, for he discovered that under the nourishment of that mysterious power, his own strength had significantly increased. Clang! Boom! Initially, neither used soul skills, relying solely on the weapons in their hands to clash. although Guan Yu had not yet achieved godhood with a soul power level of 89 and having not yet obtained the 9th soul ring, he was able to severely wound the demonic god, the deep-sea dragon Whale King. Now having absorbed various energies and obtained the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea dragon Whale King, Guan Yu's soul power level had reached 99, already surpassing the concept of level 99. Facing Rakshasa god Bibi Dong, it wasn't necessarily true that he had no chance of winning. Even more, with the Azura Holy Sword, Guan Yu could exchange blows evenly with Bibi Dong. Regardless of the quality or type of divine weapon, the Azura Holy Sword could firmly suppress the scythe of Rakshasa. There was even a saying that the Azura god naturally suppressed the Rakshasa god, so the Azura Holy Sword could similarly suppress the scythe of Rakshasa. The two could fight to a standstill, which Guan Yu could accept, but Bibi Dong found some difficulty in accepting this. Now Bibi Dong seemed to have become very radical, wondering why, after inheriting the power of the Rakshasa god, she couldn't easily crush this youngster. Boom, another collision. Guan Yu and Bibi Dong separated again. After retreating, Bibi Dong did not rush to attack but instead turned to look at Qian Rinxue. You must also be reluctant to part with your grandfather. Hearing this, Qian Rinxue was confused. However, Guan Yu, who understood the abilities of the Rakshasa god, narrowed his eyes, seemingly realizing something. Then he saw Bibi Dong waving the scythe of Rakshasa, and instantly a purple-black glow emerged from the ground. Within the light pattern similar to those in the air, Rakshasa god formation appeared. As the purple-black light swirled, figures stood up in the formation, and Qian Rinxue, who was previously puzzled by Bibi Dong, now looked incredulously at one of the figures in the formation. Grandfather. Seeing the figure in the formation, Guan Yu also secretly thought, as expected, Bibi Dong was still as in the original anime, summoning the spirits of the dead. This time, however, what was revived was not merely the likes of Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo. Instead it was Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Family Yu Tianjin, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect Ningfengji Sword Douluo Bone Douluo, Hao Tian Sect Tang Xiao Tang Hao, and Xian Douluo, Grandfather. As Qian Rinxue cried out grandfather, breaking the deadlock, Qian Douluo was the first to react. He raised his hand to check his own condition. Is this Xiaoxue, Guan Yu? Besides Qian Douluo, the others were also looking around in confusion. Among them, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Yu Engine, was furious. Damn it, Spirit Hall. Even Ningfengji, the experienced master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, was puzzled about his current state. Uncle Jen, Uncle Gu. Howdy. Because of Guan Yu's presence, Tang Hao had perished during the Soulmaster competition, so Tang Xiao and Tang Hao had not seen each other again. Now, upon meeting, Tang Xiao could not even care about what exactly had happened, but was simply thrilled to call out to Tang Hao beside him. Hearing this, Tang Hao trembled, but turned his head away, not daring to look at Tang Xiao beside him. Finally, it was Tang Xiao who laughed and said, "If I'm not mistaken, brother Hao, you are also a deceased person, aren't you? Since you are dead, what grievances can't you let go of? What can't you face?" As they were talking, Bibi Dong interrupted, "Gentlemen, let's continue catching up later. The enemy who killed you and destroyed your families in the past is right before your eyes. Use your power to take revenge, Guan Yu." Following Bibi Dong's lead, everyone shifted their focus from reminiscing to Guan Yu. Besides Qian Douluo, the other 6 people all harbored deep anger towards Guan Yu. If Guan Yu had killed them alone, they might have been angry, but not this furiously. The key issue was that Guan Yu not only killed them but also didn't spare their families, a hatred so deep it burned in their hearts. Cackling Dragon Transformation. The 7th Soul Skill, Martial Soul True Body, the Fury of the Dragon. The first to strike was the most volatile Yu Engine of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. At this moment, Yu Engine had lost his human form and transformed directly into a gigantic blue lightning dragon bathed in thunder, truly imposing. In the annihilation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Guan Yu played the smallest part. In fact, just like in the original story, among the top 3 sects, Guan Yu looked down on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan the most, facing the incoming Yu Engine. Guan Yu did not even bother to glance at him. With the level of strength Guan Yu possessed now, Yu Engine and the like could no longer pose any threat to him. The crackling sound of thunder was met only by a single sword strike from Guan Yu. With one stroke, the blue lightning dragon that Yu Engine had transformed into was split in 2. Silence. A single sword strike took down Yu Engine. It can be said that among the 7 resurrected ones, apart from Qian Douluo, the others were somewhat shocked as they looked towards Guan Yu. His sword skills have become stronger than when we fought him. Jian Douluo Qinshin lamented. Bon Douluo also had to admit, as part of the top 3 sects, although the saying the top 3 sects are branches of the same tree is nonsense, they still knew each other well. Yu Enjin's strength was known to them. The ability of Guan Yu to take down Yu Enjin with a single sword strike was beyond their expectations. Originally, they thought that by ganging up they could take down Guan Yu. Now it seems even with all of them joining hands it's still going to be a tough fight. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao also lamented that Guan Yu had become stronger again. Big brother, howdy, we are finally going to fight side by side again. Big brother, although I have been decadent over the years, I might not necessarily lose to you. Tang Hao could feel that there was no lingering damage in his current state. He was nearly in perfect condition, moreover seeing Yu Enjin gradually recovering the battle season. Tang Hao quickly realized that their condition included impressive regenerative abilities. This was a significant advantage. With this in mind, they could afford to unleash their most powerful techniques without reservation, even risking life for life. Others could naturally see their advantage as well. With his own situation clear, Tang Hao daringly executed a move he would never have attempted in his life before, unleashing all 9 rings at once, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red ring exploded, converging massive amounts of energy inside Tang Hao. A red phantom formed by his soul power and wielding the colossal Hao Tian hammer smashed towards Guan Yu. Witnessing that mighty strike, not to mention Ning Fengji and the other 2 being utterly shocked, Tang Xiao, Chen Douluo and even Bibi Dong, who had become a god, were somewhat astounded by the explosive power of Tang Hao's Deshumi hammer. So this is the strength of brother Hao's Deshumi hammer, Hao Tian Douluo. No wonder father passed the title of Hao Tian Douluo to you, brother Hao. Your talent truly surpasses mine by far. But I, as the sect leader of Hao Tian's sect, cannot be far behind. Tang Xiao leaped into action as well. Although his entrance was less dramatic than Tang Hao's, every swing of his hammer was ferocious, gathering storms of thunder, heavenly seal, piercing, coiling, shock, shattering strike. Hao Tian 9 skills, unity of the 9. Determined not to be outdone, Tang Xiao also released the Hao Tian 9 skills, even merging the 9 character mantras simultaneously. A blue thunder hammer in his hands, he smashed it down thunderously. The dual marvels of Hao Tian's sect, both being Douluo's, truly lived up to the sect's reputation. Sword Douluo remarked. Even Ning Fengji couldn't help but comment bitterly. Does the Hao Tian sect really have such exceptional genetics? Bon Douluo, however, had come to terms with it. What does it matter if they're exceptional? We've been annihilated anyway, what good does it do? Ning Fengji just shook his head with a wry smile. Sword Douluo Chen Xian also said to Bon Douluo with a laugh, old Bon, even in death, as the top 3 sects, we can't let Hao Tian sect look down on us. As long as you can fight, I'm always ready to join you. Bon Douluo laughed in response. Thus the 2 also made their moves. Of Bon Douluo directly summoned a bone dragon, while Sword Douluo revealed his martial soul true body, all bones and a breath between heaven and earth. The bone dragon merged with the long sword, not just merging but transcending it. Uncle Bone, Uncle Sword, let me assist you. 7 treasures turned out with a glaze. The 3 had not fought side by side for a long time. Since Ning Fengji took over as the sect leader, Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo needed to either stay behind or venture out. The last time the 3 acted together was during the downfall of the 7 treasure glaze tile sect. Though there was sadness and anger, that feeling was the most cherished memory sealed away by the 3, Chen Douluo and Yu Enjin, who were still recovering, did not make a move. However, watching Hao Tian sect and 7 treasure glazed tile sect taking action, Chen Douluo murmured, little one, I swear, has already become a god. What level have you reached? Watching the moves that threatened to shake heaven and earth coming towards him, Guan Yu remained composed, his power not yet divine but hardly weaker than that of gods. It's time for a quiet end, you're all too noisy. Shura domain, endless shackles. With a whoosh, the mighty Shura power burst forth from Guan Yu, transforming into red chains that crisscrossed and pierced through several attackers. As it shattered their assault, it also completely subdued them. Unlike before, these few, even though they had surpassed their own strength, didn't feel much loss this time. Perhaps they had come to terms with it. With this battle, their obsessions were dispelled. After recovering, Yu Enjin still charged towards Guan Yu, only to be met with another reverse sword strike, cleaving him in 2 again. Seeing Guan Yu summoning the Shura power, Qian Douluo understood something. No wonder, though not yet a god, he possesses such strength. Xiaoyu, you have already embarked on your path. Xiaoyu, the belief you have always pursued to accumulate divine essence through the flesh has already manifested in you. Only Qian Douluo truly understood Guan Yu's intentions. Listening to Qian Daoliu's words, Guan Yu looked at his right hand grasping the Shura holy sword, feeling the mysterious power that had been wandering within him. So this is the power of belief. It turns out that the beliefs of all beings can indeed transform into power. Guan Yu knew well that oftentimes the saying "the support of the people secures the throne" was true, including the unity it preached. Perhaps behind these sayings the real success is a manifestation of belief. When countless people stand behind you, even if they are weak, you might have the chance to unleash power beyond your own. During the crisis of calamity when beings suffered, Guan Yu's previous public opinion strategy finally made some of the masses call out for him from their hearts, granting him the power of belief. Guan Yu bowed to Qian Douluo. "Thank you for enlightening me." Qian Douluo smiled and shook his head. "Even if I hadn't told you, you would have discovered it sooner or later. I look forward to seeing you reach the end of your path, but alas, Guan Yu, the current situation, I believe, cannot trouble you." Qian Douluo could feel that Guan Yu had not yet used his full strength. Nodding, Guan Yu also decided to put an end to this farce. Those resurrected by the Rakshasa god possessed the ability to never die. The only way to deal with them was through control, and in the Shura domain Guan Yu possessed a skill that could counter the resurrection of the Rakshasa god. His eyes flickered with white light. Guan Yu's divine level Medusa skull skill activated. Medusa's gaze, a mental attack. Now, as part of a divine level soul bone, didn't require sight to be activated but could be directly integrated into the Shura domain. As the Shura domain enveloped Tang Xiao, Tang Hao Ning Fingji sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, the recovering Yu engine, and the yet uninvolved Qian Douluo, the seven gradually began to petrify. Grandfather, seeing Qian Douluo petrified, Qian Rinxue felt reluctant again, as if the scene where Qian Douluo sacrificed himself for her achievement had reappeared. Qian Dao cast a benevolent glance at Xiao Shui. "Xiao Shui, you have your responsibilities and Grandpa has his. Now that my duty is fulfilled, you must also take on the role of the angel god. Don't worry too much about the rest." Following that, except for Yu engine, the others were completely petrified by the light feathers without much regret. "Useless bunch." Bibi Dong couldn't help but let out a cold shout as she saw the group being resolved by petrification. She then lifted her scythe to re-enter the fray. The power of the Rakshasa divine formation erupted, channeling bursts of Rakshasa divine power around the space surrounding the light feathers. Divine barrier, prohibition barrier. Still employing sealing techniques, invisible barriers were erected around the light feathers, severely restricting their range of movement. With the restrictions in place, Bibi Dong launched her subsequent deadly move, Divine Technique, Catastrophe Curse. Annihilation. This time, a dark purple magic sphere materialized from the Rakshasa divine formation in the sky and pressed down towards the light feathers. Watching the ever-approaching blue magic sphere, the constrained light feathers had no choice but to brace for impact. With arms raised, the soul power of the light feathers surged. The deep-sea dragon whale king's million-year-old trunk bone skill activated. Tide, heavenly rebuke, buzz. The descent speed of the purple magic sphere slowed down increasingly until it was suspended mid-air. However, Bibi Dong was not in a hurry. "Light feathers, you indeed have quite a few tricks up your sleeve, but using such a level of soul technique with a mortal body, even if your soul power is abundant, how long can you last?" As Bibi Dong said, the tide, heavenly rebuke unleashed by the light feathers this time was almost as powerful as the strike that destroyed the sea god island. However, the light feathers were not overly concerned about the inadequacy of soul power, nor were they affected by Bibi Dong's words. "Divine barrier. I want to see just how sturdy this divine barrier really is, whether it can be stretched open." In the midst of speaking, the light feathers brought their hands together. Far away on the giant ship still at sea within the cabin, among the several physical clones of the light feathers, two suddenly dissipated and two torrents crossed the ocean and landed at unseen speed, surging into the body of the light feathers. Before Bibi Dong could speak, the light feathers had already made their move. Divine technique, tide, supreme heavenly rebuke, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Merging with two physical clones, the light feathers unleashed the heavenly rebuke with all their might. The powerful thrust forcefully slammed against the invisible barriers around the unreleased force, accumulating more and more. Squeak! Although invisible, the light feathers could feel Bibi Dong's divine barrier being deformed under this pressure. It didn't hold much longer, and with a loud bang, the invisible barrier was completely stretched open. Breaking through Rakshasa's prohibition barrier, the light feathers stomped on the ground and soared towards the distance. Bibi Dong watched the fleeing figure of the light feathers, did not pause, and also wielded the Rakshasa scythe to pursue. Bang! Clang, boom, during the chase. The light feathers wielding the Azura holy sword clashed with Bibi Dong several times, their battlefield also continuously transformed. Bibi Dong had fully become the Rakshasa god, while although the light feathers were not yet gods, their own strength was not much weaker than a true god. The two warriors sped through the air, their battlefield shifting rapidly from Mount Wohuan to Tiando City in the Tiando Empire and then on to Star Luo City in the Star Luo Empire, across the skies and the ground. On this particular day, many witnessed the regent king clashing with the former pope. As more and more people saw Guan Yu rushing back to join the fray, their cries of support grew louder, fueling the power of belief within him. Guan Yu's soul bone skills flourished, growing stronger as the battle wore on. Typically, with his increasing power, Guan Yu's battles were swiftly resolved, making this prolonged fight a rare exception. Under the influence of his soaring abilities, Guan Yu's combat strength was not merely about becoming braver as the battle progressed. It literally doubled. As the power of belief within him continued to strengthen, so did his capabilities. During the fight with Bibi Dong, Guan Yu gradually gained the upper hand, his terrifyingly growing strength alarming even Bibi Dong. She was shocked to find that despite her divine status, she was nearly unable to subdue Guan Yu, who had not yet ascended to godhood. After another fierce exchange with Guan Yu, Bibi Dong's face turned ashen. Her repeated defeats, coupled with Guan Yu's mysteriously increasing strength, reminded her that she could not afford to delay any longer, or her disadvantage would grow. Clutching the scythe of Rakshasa, Bibi Dong flew above Guan Yu, unleashing all her Rakshasa divine power in a formidable strike downwards. This ends now. With her called the sky and the underground Rakshasa arrays long ago set, surged with divine power into her body. Divine technique, calamity of tribulation. With one swing, all the Rakshasa divine power turned into a dark purple scythe light, striking at Guan Yu. At that moment, the power of belief within Guan Yu also reached its peak. Holding the Azura holy sword, he mobilized his soul power and the power of belief, converging all his strength into one strike. Divine technique Azura annihilation. As he swung his sword, Guan Yu felt a strange sensation, that the sword seemed not only swung by him but by many, even millions together. It wasn't just Guan Yu. Bibi Dong, witnessing the swing, was struck by disbelief and doubt magnified at the sight. Under that swing, Bibi Dong saw countless figures brandishing the Azura holy sword at her. The sword's red-gold radiance overwhelmingly swept through the dark purple scythe light. The sword light struck Bibi Dong, and a vast spray of golden divine blood spilled. With that single stroke, Bibi Dong's internal energy plummeted, and even the sky and underground Azura arrays shattered with cracks before breaking entirely. One sword stroke shattered the divine status, one stroke determined victory or defeat. The Rakshasa heritage was destroyed, the Rakshasa divinity shattered. Azura, you have won, the evil god murmured. After this bout, there would be no more Rakshasa divinity in the human realm, and likewise the legacies of the god of war and the sea god were also severed. What a restless little fellow, making so many enemies before even ascending to the divine realm. Guan Yu paid no further attention to Bibi Dong, who fell from the sky. The power of his own sword strike was beyond even his own estimation. Even if Bibi Dong survived, she was likely utterly defeated. Moreover, Guan Yu could feel the dissipation of Bibi Dong's Rakshasa divine power within her. Guan Yu did not concern herself with Bibi Dong, but as Bibi Dong's Rakshasa divine power faded, Qian Rinxue, who had freed herself from control, flapped her wings towards the place where Bibi Dong had fallen. Supporting Bibi Dong amidst the ruins, Qian Rinxue's feelings were complex. She hated Bibi Dong, yet she felt pity for her due to the truths revealed by Qian Douluo. These mixed emotions made Qian Rinxue unsure of how to face Bibi Dong, how to face this woman who was her biological mother. All her actions were just following her instincts. Lying in Qian Rinxue's arms, Bibi Dong, having lost her Rakshasa power, seemed much more lucid and no longer as extreme as before. Xiao Shui. Perhaps it was at the brink of death that Bibi Dong realized that from the moment Qian Rinxue was born until now, she had never once held Qian Rinxue, nor had she ever touched her cheek, and now, wanting to do so, her body was somewhat unable to comply. Just as Bibi Dong's hand was about to fall, another hand reached out and grasped it. In contrast to the belated warmth under the ruins, Guan Yu was more occupied with digesting the surge of power within her. Only in great chaos does great governance emerge. And only in an era of great strife do saviors appear. When plagues and diseases spread across the world, the angelic god appeared. Regardless of whether the plagues and diseases were caused by the angelic god drawing the angelic holy sword, at least the angelic god became deified by quelling these calamities. when the oceans were in constant tumult and sea spirits fought each other, it was the sea god who appeared. It was Poseidon, the sea god, who calmed the seas and reshaped the order of the ocean. It was precisely these achievements of the angelic god and the sea god that earned them the awe and faith of countless beings. After hearing from Chen Douluo that accumulating faith over centuries was necessary to achieve deification through the flesh, Guan Yu began to use the power of public opinion to promote her deeds across the continent. However, the results were minimal, and perhaps at this rate she too would truly need centuries to accumulate enough faith. But beyond Guan Yu's expectations, Bibidong's emergence, her acts of vengeance stirring chaos among humans, actually accelerated Guan Yu's accumulation of faith. Did the angelic god and the sea god feel this way when they harvested faith? Guan Yu felt as though she was never alone, as if she was always surrounded by an invisible alliance. Any being, no matter how powerful, becomes stronger with the unity of other beings around them, and their fears become smaller. Although the power of faith within Guan Yu was already strong, she still felt as if the bottle was not yet full. Looking around with the power of faith, Guan Yu seemed to be able to see everything through the eyes of each person transmitting faith to her. The landscape was riddled with wounds filled with pain and death. Although Guan Yu had resolved the crisis of the Rakshasa god and saved everything, after a brief period of joy and celebration, people were left to process the pain of losing their loved ones and friends alone. The devastation wrought by the Rakshasa god's plague was immense. In this battle alone, the continent's population had plummeted by 60%, as images of despair transmitted through the power of belief flooded his mind. A bold idea took shape in Guan Yu's thoughts. Boom, boom, in the distance, the colossal ships of the martial Soul Empire were nearing the shore. Inside the cabin, Guan Yu released the last of his dozen physical clones. Streams of energy transcending all territories poured into Guan Yu's body. Filled with a faint halo, Guan Yu slowly began to levitate. As Guan Yu floated mid-air, those around him began to notice his extraordinary transformation. Miraculously, through the connection of belief, Guan Yu could see through the eyes of others. And at that moment, across the continent, everyone who thought of Guan Yu could see him. In the vision of the crowd, Guan Yu continued to ascend. Shen Rinxue watched too, puzzled but silent. It wasn't until he reached a certain altitude that Guan Yu stopped ascending. With all his physical clones integrated, his soul power was brimming to its limits. "Let me harvest another wave of the power of belief," he declared, then clasped his hands together. A strange transformation occurred. The halo around Guan Yu shifted to a pale green. His robe and long hair fluttered without wind. The ninth soul skill, A Whale Falls, Life Springs. This was a power different from soul power and mental strength. After using the ninth soul skill, Guan Yu felt his bodily senses gradually fading. Perhaps what concerned him most in his final moments was the hope that he wouldn't truly crash. His body transformed into a faint green glow, and strands of green light shot out from within him, each precisely targeting the bodies of those killed by the Rakshasa god. As the green light infused them, the once cold bodies began to exude a warm vitality. "My partner, you've come back to life. Our child's father, you've come back. Our child's mother, you've come back. My love, welcome back." It was Regent Lord who resurrected you. When everyone looked towards where Guan Yu had been, they found that he had vanished without them noticing. At that moment, everyone's heart was filled with an indescribable sorrow. Even those who had never met Guan Yu or had any dealings with him felt a tremendous favor from him this time. Regent Lord. Whoosh! The sharp sound of rushing wind rose as figures suddenly landed on the recently concluded battlefield. These were the retainers from the martial Soul Empire who had hurried over. With Guan Yu having released all his physical clones, these retainers were somewhat concerned, as Guan Yu had never done such a thing in any previous encounter. They followed the torrents that the physical clones had transformed into, arriving here, and saw the civilians with faces full of sorrow, yet they found no trace of Guan Yu. Guan Ling Douluo saw Qian Rinxue, but she was holding the severely injured Bibi Dong, and Qian Rinxue's expression was not good. Guan Ling Douluo had words at the tip of his tongue, but he did not ask them. He had no choice but to approach a soul master from the martial Soul Empire and inquire, "Where is the regent?" The soul master from the martial Soul Empire seemed still dazed and did not even salute the light feather Douluo. Instead, he just mumbled, "Everywhere. Light feather Douluo." At this moment, several other ministers also gathered around light feather Douluo. They too had learned from others what had happened, and even they were shocked by the news. They had not expected that Light Feather would sacrifice himself to resurrect everyone. Just as they were about to console light-feathered Douluo, they realized he was not the slightest bit sad but was instead smiling lightly at them. What's there to worry about? Don't forget that kid can resurrect. Seasons changed from spring to autumn. It had been 5 years since Lightfeather fought the Rakshasa god and sacrificed himself to resurrect everyone, one man saving the world. Over these 5 years, on both land and sea, the strongest force was none other than the Martial Soul Empire. It wasn't just about the number of titled Douluos. The Martial Soul Empire now had a true god presiding over it. After Lightfeather's departure, Qianrinxue remained in the human world instead of ascending to the divine realms. Even though Qianrinxue, the angel god, was the rightful heir to the Martial Soul Empire's legacy, she found it increasingly difficult to inherit control of the empire. Even with her divine status, the people's faith was more often placed in Lightfeather. Where there were statues of the angel god, there were also statues of Lightfeather, and in places without the angel god's statues, Lightfeather's statues still stood. Even the die-hard supporters of the angel lineage within the Martial Soul Empire's ministers were no longer as supportive as before. In recent years, people had been singing praises of Lightfeather. Unlike the common folk, the upper echelons of the Martial Soul Empire knew that Lightfeather would return one day. However, given Lightfeather's great sacrifice, they did not know how long it would take for him to recover. Another day passed. In the cathedral, Qianrinxue suddenly opened her eyes. At the same moment, across the Martial Soul Empire, those strong enough to be titled Douluos felt a sensation. At the sight of the old battlefield, streams of soul power converged from all directions, piecing together bits of vitality. All these elements gathered to form a massive sphere of light. Within the sphere, bones appeared 8 sections in total: limbs, head, torso, and 2 separate parts. Moreover, these bones were golden, emitting a divine radiance. Centered around the skeleton, a domain based on murderous aura formed, deterring others from coming too close. Gradually, blood vessels and tissues began to cling to the bones, but oddly the flesh would quickly slip off these divine bones as if it struggled to match them. Upon witnessing this phenomenon on the old battlefield, news quickly spread across the Martial Soul Empire that Lightfeather was about to resurrect. Instantly, a tremendous surge of faith-oriented power exploded toward Lightfeather. Waves of strong belief converged, and the originally blood-red flesh gradually transformed into gold. In the anime, after Qianrinxue and Tang San become gods, their blood turns golden, so this is based on that scene. Thus, the flesh finally completely clung to the divine bones, muscles, nerves, skin, hair. In a short while, the figure familiar to everyone from 5 years ago appeared in their field of vision. The only change was the person's hair, which had now turned white. The face had also slightly altered. Xiaoyu, the people of the Spirit Empire had already rushed here, or rather, there had always been people from the Spirit Empire stationed at this battlefield, because they had been waiting for the resurrection of Guangyu, though they did not know how long it would take. So when strange phenomena occurred here, the people of the Spirit Empire were able to arrive so quickly. The figure slowly opened his eyes, seeing many familiar faces, but he did not rush to talk. Instead, Guangyu continued to be lost in thought. The bottle that had not felt full 5 years ago was now completely full, and Guangyu's divine-level flesh said it all. Now, what stood before Guangyu was a choice. It was also what he had discussed with Qian Douluo. Why become a god? And indeed, it was the source of his divine consciousness. The sea god is accommodating, the angel heals. The Asura judges, the Rakshasa slaughters. The evil god is whimsical, the war god is unyielding. If Guangyu became a god, then for what reason? At this moment, not only were all eyes in the human world on him, but the divine realms were also paying a lot of attention. Because today's events might involve the birth of a new deity. Asura, this kid has been delaying accepting your divine inheritance. You should have guessed what this kid wants to do, facing the conversation with the evil god. The Asura god just stared silently at everything happening in the human world. The sea god and the war god felt somewhat uneasy, especially the sea god, whose inheritor had been killed and the human inheritance was directly severed, meaning it would be difficult for the sea god to find another successor. Why become a god? Is it to save the common people of the human world, or to save those soul beasts facing extinction? Well, although Guangyu resurrected everyone, Guangyu is not exactly a person of great righteousness. All of Guangyu's actions were to gather their beliefs to make himself become a god. Without the resurrection of the soul-bone fusion technique, Guangyu would never choose to sacrifice himself to resurrect others. But then again, why become a god? Guangyu scoffed. He really didn't know why he became a god, maybe just for the thrill of it. Yes, just for the thrill, just like some people read fast-paced web novels just for the thrill. Guangyu from the beginning to become stronger too. become stronger was just for the thrill, it was just to attain a higher status to reap more of everything. And Guan Yu in essence was also a selfish person. Perhaps human nature is inherently corrupt, just like other soul beasts fighting instinctively, but the only difference with humans is that they know to restrain themselves, and Guan Yu in fact was just for that bit of his nature, eating, drinking, merrymaking, or rather, the so-called sins of pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony and lust. Aren't these what people chase after? As for those heroes who alleviate suffering, screw them. As Guan Yu's thoughts became enlightened, in an instant his mental power also transformed, transitioning from a pseudo-god level to a divine level, or what one might call a divine consciousness. With the birth of this divine consciousness, Guan Yu's soul power level also leaped from level 99 to 100 and continued to climb. With a flip of his right hand, Guan Yu's crossbow soul emerged. With a flip of his left, a whale pearl and whale brain appeared in his hand. With his unique divine power enhancing it, the crossbow soul merged with the whale pearl and brain, evolving into a unique divine artifact named the Sky Evolving Crossbow. As the Sky Evolving Crossbow floated outside Guan Yu's body, the Azura sacred sword in the heart of the evil god also appeared. I am willing. As Guan Yu accepted the inheritance, the divinities of the Azura and the evil god, included as a bonus, also descended upon him. For a moment, Guan Yu's own divine power, Azura power, and the evil god's power alternated within him. However, his own divine power was always present, while the Azura and evil god's powers alternated. In the realm of gods, what kind of god is he? Just as capricious as me, said the evil god. Azura remains silent. The other four supreme beings of the divine realm also kept their silence, a unity of three gods and the new divinity more powerful than they could have imagined. If he ascended to the divine realm, what changes would he bring? All of this was unknown. The sea god and war god were worried, the angel god was relieved, the Rakshasa god still hid away. In the human cathedral, Guan Yu, clad in divine armor, approached, looking at Qian Rinxue, who also had the 6 wings of an angel. Guan Yu spoke. I once promised others that the Soul Empire would be yours to govern. Qian Rinxue smiled rarely. Can I still handle the Soul Empire now? If you truly don't want to manage it, then find some time to train a successor yourself. And you? Guan Yu quickly asked. Perhaps I'll wander around a bit more, or maybe after accompanying her on her last journey, I'll ascend to the divine realm. Qian Rinxue replied. Guan Yu hesitated for a moment. That before the Grand Elder left, he owed me a promise saying that you would fulfill it. Do you know about this? Qian Rinxue smiled and shook her head. I don't know, but you can tell me. If I can do it, I will naturally fulfill it for my grandfather. As Guan Yu looked at Qian Rinxue again, gone was the previous solemnity of a god. Instead, he appeared rather flirtatious. I want you. Such a blatant statement didn't upset Qian Rinxue at all. During her process of becoming the angel god, Qian Rinxue had also faced the test of lust, and in that test she and the person before her had already stripped off all their clothes. Then do you know what kind of person I am? Qian Rinxue asked, to which Guan Yu instinctively replied, strong admirer, aesthetic aficionado? Qian Rinxue laughed. Across the entire continent you are one of the rare ones who has independently achieved new divinity. Truly a man worthy of Qian Rinxue's admiration. Once upon a time, a particular image lingered in Qian Rinxue's mind, perhaps marking the very beginning of it all. It might have been the initial guidance under the Big Dipper, or perhaps the iron-blooded overthrow of the Haotian 7 treasures, or even the spirited breaking of the star Luo, or possibly it was the final act of saving the masses.